You're all civilized people, and you all know at the end you get 2 minutes uninterrupted. If you're thinking they're lying, then just call them a liar at the end. I'm sure you can all act like adults for another 5 seconds.
How can you say that Jefferson did the exact same thing if the constitutional amendment giving the vice president the power, the ceremonial power, and the legislation at issue wasn't even even enforced?
What I meant by
How can you say that? Answer that.
Was the legal? Yeah, sure. I'm happy to. If you okay,
you can either do a war and get millions of people killed, or you can posture to save face and then make peace. And I think that that's a better solution.
The Democrats had
do you want World War III? Do you want World War III?
Cam Higby's cat.
Yeah, so there was some stuff said about the chips and science.
No, I said the cat.
Oh, sorry, here. All right.
Thank you, that's what I needed to hear. Thank you all for coming on today, for taking time out of your, I imagine with the election being close, you know, not too far away, somewhat packed to maybe not packed, depending on what you're doing, schedules, in order to just spend a few hours talking topics with people that you don't agree with. We've gathered 4 people that we would consider on the generally speaking political left, and other 4 people that we would generally call on the political right. Of course, people might dispute that for personal descriptions, but we try to be broad here, and we've brought them here today to talk issues on the Hippy Dippy Roundtable. I'm sure many of you already know the rules, but we're going to go through them quickly before we go into introductions. The first rule is we stream on Twitch, we stream on YouTube. Please stay within the terms of service. Not only would I like to keep my job, but I know many of the other streamers on this platform tonight would like to keep your job. I don't care how you speak on your own platform. I don't care how you speak on your own time. I am not your mother, but this is my show, and I would very much not like any slurs. I would not like any extended personal attacks. If you guys get mean with each other, it's not my time. I'm not your mother, but if it diverts from the conversation, I will bring it back. But anything outside the terms of service is not allowed. That's the first thing. Second thing, when I'm talking, I'm just here to moderate. Everybody knows that, I have my own political beliefs, but I'm not here to share them. I'm here because I believe that it is important for us to talk to each other, and I think that it makes interesting content, and I have no interest in displaying my beliefs tonight, just getting your guys' beliefs. So I just want to be here to moderate. So when I'm speaking, it's not to put across my beliefs, is because the audience can't hear what you're saying. Some people haven't got enough time to speak, and they're being interrupted. And that's all I'm trying to do is moderate. So if I'm speaking, I ask you guys to get quiet as soon as possible. It makes my job much easier. I will mute, and I hold the, permission to mute because it makes my job easier. I don't have any personal grudges with anyone here. I'm just trying to moderate the show. Also, if you're having trouble getting into the conversation, there's a lot of people here today, you can raise your hand. I have a notepad and I will be writing down names. So if you're like, I don't want to have to burrow my way into this conversation, I'll make sure that eventually you get time to talk. Might take 15 to 20 minutes because there's 8 people in the room, but I want to make sure that everybody can get a say at some point. And of course, at the start of every topic and at the end, you will get a 2-minute period. That's the end of it. Not 3 minutes, not 4 minutes, 2 minutes. And I'll be strict with that, where you'll be uninterrupted to give your position on the topic and to end with any ending thoughts. So that'll make sure that you do have time to talk uninterrupted, because I know that interruptions can be very frequent at times. And I think that's just about everything. Is there any reservations, questions, or anything about the rules that need to be asked? Nope. Fantastic. That makes my job very easy. So we're quickly just going to go around the room, have people introduce themselves before going into the first topic. We're going to start with my left here, Cam Higby.
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm Cam Higby. I'm a political commentator and investigative journalist. Yep, that's pretty much it. Thanks for having me on, Dylan. Short and sweet, just how I like it. Econ Boy.
Hey everyone, Kind of Boy on YouTube and whatnot. Host a couple different podcasts. Love economics, love politics, left of center guy, pretty progressive guy. And yeah, looking forward to the conversation. Should be fun.
Okay. Hutch?
Yeah, my name is Hutch, and I'm active on YouTube and Twitch. You can just look up Hutch, and happy to be here.
Happy to have you. Pondering Politics.
Hey everybody, my name is Josiah. I host Pondering Politics on YouTube, a liberal/progressive politics channel, unapologetically partisan for the Democrats. The Republican Party is an authoritarian cult of personality, and false equivalences and that sort of thing suck. So no enlightened centrism for me, please. You can find me at youtube.com/@ponderingpolitics. Looking forward to the conversation.
Happy to have you. Lactoid, a hippy dippy recruitment man who's coming up to the main show. I'd love to see it.
Yeah, thank you. I'm Lactoid. You can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. I am a right-leaning libertarian and also an attorney.
Fantastic. Oh, we have 2 attorneys on tonight. Only 2, right? Do we have 3? 2? Okay, just 2.
No,
let's go.
and you're being billed right now, Dylan.
Thank you so much, Dylan. It's a pleasure to be on here. Pisco Liddy, or Pisco for short on Twitter X, here to defend the Constitution of the United States.
Simple. Now I'm going to throw it over to, do you want me to refer to you as RC, or how do you want me to refer to you? Just RC?
Yeah, so I'm the right corner. I go by RC. That's how my fan base normally refers to me. I'm a conservative, a biblical traditional conservative content creator.
Okay, short and sweet. And Superpower Broadcasting, also known as Kevin Castley.
Hey everybody, it's good to be here. It's been a couple years since I've been on Hippy Dippy. I largely took a break from streaming, but I, of course, still active over on X. You can follow me on x.com at Kevin Castley. Follow me on YouTube, Superpower Broadcasting, and Twitch at Superpower Broadcasting. I advocate for people-centered politics. I am starting up a couple streams soon focused on going through political theory as well as making fun of the state of the Canadian economy. I'm obviously from Canada, but I've got opinions on a lot of the stuff unfolding in the US, and of course it affects my country as well. So with that, I'm looking forward to the debate here. I enjoy debates, and it's good to be here. So thank you.
I'll try not to hold the fact that you're a Canadian against you too much, Kevin. So we're going to start off tonight's debate with the vice presidential debate. Now, we're not going to talk about who won, who lost. That's, I think, more boring. What we're going to talk about tonight is who would make a better vice president. After watching their VP performances, after being able to look at the history of, of Tim Walz's time in office, and JD Vance has had much more time than Tim Walz to be on the campaign trail with Donald Trump to get his opinions out there too. And of course, 2 years in the Senate. I'm sure many of you have opinions. And so I'll just throw the question as simply as possible. Who would be a better vice presidential candidate as vice president? Who would be a better VP? Tim Walz or JD Vance? We're going to start with Cam Higbee. Again, 2-minute intros is the max. You can also do 30 seconds if you want. Cam?
Yeah, so I think that generally the vice president role is going to be casting tie-breaking votes, being the last person in the room that the president hears before they do things. Obviously, I align more with J.D. Vance's policy perspective, so I'm going to think that J.D. Vance is the better person. I don't agree with many of Tim Walz's policy perspectives, and I think that he is kind of like a micro liar. I think that he just lies all the time. In addition to that, I think that JD Vance is incredibly smart. He has a good head on his shoulders, and he actually answers questions when asked. So, yeah, that's going to be my intro.
Okay, Econ Boy.
Hey everyone, yeah, my opinion is largely the same as Cam's, except the other side of the coin. Obviously, I find Tim Walz's general policy inclination to be better. I tend personally, my priorities tend to be poverty and inequality when it comes to how I cast my vote. It's certainly the main reason why I would call myself a Democrat, along with being very socially progressive. Looking at some of the things that Tim Walz did as governor, some of the things, and I'm sure some of the advice that he would be giving as part of the administration, kind of the main role of the VP to give advice to the president. He did a lot of good stuff, in my opinion. He expanded abortion access, free school meals, infrastructure investment, general education investment, climate energy targets. These things are good. They're progressive. They're good for people, and they're the right thing to do. So I think that Tim Walz would be a good voice in the upcoming administration, certainly better than J.D. Vance, who can't even answer whether or not he thought that Trump had won or lost the last election.
We're going to throw it over to Hutch.
Yeah, so I echo some of the same sentiments. Obviously, if you have specific policy preferences, one candidate is going to be better than the other. Of course, we can speak to experience. JD Vance's experience so far is he's been a senator for 2 years. Before that, he was friends with like VC super rich people, and he was an author. Walz has been in government for the last 20 years, as far as I understand. He served in the House for quite a long time, and then as governor of Minnesota, where he's passed a lot of policies that have been super popular with people that live there. But aside from policy preference, I think that there are some things that are disqualifying. There was an interview snippet that went live today of a New York Times journalist interviewing JD Vance. He was asked 5 times if Trump lost the election. He refused to answer 5 times. He reaffirmed that he would have sent the slates of electors back to the states. were he in Pence's shoes in 2020. Obviously, to me, as someone above any kind of like partisan bend that just values liberal democracy, this is utterly disqualifying. And yeah, for that reason, I think Walz is the clear choice.
Lectoid.
Yeah. So I was initially, I'm next, right? Not Josiah?
Yes, Lectoid, you're next.
Okay.
Just trying to keep
I was initially all good. I was initially skeptical of JD Vance when he was announced. Right, there was all these candidates. Why him? I didn't know anything about him. Most people I knew didn't know anything about him. And I was generally actually opposed to the idea. I didn't think it was a good idea. But there's been a couple changes since then that have made me respect JD Vance more. And I think overall he's a good vice presidential pick. I think he will be a good vice president. I definitely think he'll be better than Tim Walz. I think that a lot of the issues that he suffered from early on, this idea that he's not charismatic, that he's not all that likable, but I think a lot of Americans during the debate discovered that he actually is charismatic and he is likable. He comes from a military background. He has experience being deployed to Iraq. He also has experience coming from poverty and struggle, yet had the grit to make it past these disadvantages to be where he is now. And where he is now comes from an impressive work history, right? Came out of Yale Law, became a law clerk for Judge David Bunning, then worked as a corporate lawyer for a few years before going into capital management and becoming a vice presidential candidate. It's impressive where he came from and now where he is. I also think he's capable of criticizing Donald Trump, which is good. I think it's good to be able to have somebody who can criticize somebody and say, look, there's disagreements that we have, but here's the issues that we really do care about, and here's why we should be working together towards a end goal. And he does have a history of also being able to work in a bipartisan manner. I think he adds, therefore, a level of conciliation and explanatory power behind Trump's message that I think would otherwise be lacking. And also, most importantly, I think J.D. Vance supports the integrity of the Constitution by opposing court packing, which is a major threat to the U.S. Constitution, and I think is a threat to the Republic as a whole. I was also initially skeptical of Tim Walz. I don't know why Shapiro from Pennsylvania wasn't picked, but however, he's been doing nothing but proving me right with my skepticism. He allows abortion all the way up until the day of birth for any reason or no reason whatsoever, and then continues to lie about it. He's bad on guns. He's bad on free speech. He doesn't think the First Amendment applies to hate speech, which is particularly concerning. And he's a really big fan of raising taxes. So overall, not a good guy.
Okay, I'm going to throw it over to Pisco.
The U.S. Constitution is one of the greatest founding documents of any country in the history of the world. It's one that is absolutely vital to our country. It has survived for over 200 years and is the envy of the entire world. When the framers envisioned the vice presidency, they gave it important roles, contrary to kind of popular belief that the vice presidency doesn't matter. The vice president is the president of the Senate, so have a good amount of responsibilities there and obviously breaking ties. And the vice president also has to be ready to assume the office of the presidency at any given moment. When something could happen to the presidency, he or she or they need to be available to take up that awesome mantle and become a branch unto themselves. The vice presidency also has an important role in the 12th Amendment and Electoral Count Act to certify the results of our presidential elections. When I look back and at the great vice presidents of our time, one that stands out is our first vice president, John Adams. John Adams, as president, did something that has never been done, or that had never been done up to that point in American history, which is transferring power to the opposite party. He lost the election against Thomas Jefferson and gave over that power willingly to his political rival, Thomas Jefferson. J.D. Vance, on the other hand, has promised that were he in power, he would subvert the Constitution and engage in sedition and insurrection against the United States Constitution by promising to undo the results of a national election. It's hilarious that Cam Higbee says that J.D. Vance actually answers questions when put on the spot now at least 6 times in the last week and a half about whether or not Donald Trump won the election. He has been demurring and unable to answer that very simple question with a very serious and honest answer, which is that he lost the election. Everything else, policy-wise, obviously, I'm going to agree with Kamala Harris. I think it's preposterous to suggest that this administration is going to be better on foreign policy or domestic policy. But it all goes out the side. I mean, the only thing that matters in our system, really, is whether or not you're going to respect the transfer of power, whether or not you're going to respect our republic. And for people on this panel to like poo-poo that notion and to say it didn't matter that the previous administration tried to steal the election and that the current candidate for VP said that he would sign on to that is disgusting. Everything else is absolutely, sugarcoating, cherries on top. Of course, JD Vance sucks policy-wise. Of course, you can't trust a word this man says. But ultimately, the one test, the most important test, will you uphold this republic? He has told the American people that he will fail that test, and he will not stand up to Donald Trump the next time he tries to subvert the Constitution.
Okay, gonna throw it over to RC.
Yeah, hey, am I coming through clear? Because I'm not sure if it was just lagging on my end or, yeah?
No,
Cool.
it's lagging for me too.
Yeah,
Is
you're a
that
little
lagging?
laggy. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I
was
can
just
hear you
making sure.
okay though right now.
Cool. So I do support JD Vance more than Tim Walz. There's no perfect candidate. Economically, I support him more because he has experience in the private sector. And I think this country needs someone that has experience in the private sector and not someone that's just a career politician that has experience in knowing how to manage people for a successful company. And socially speaking, I don't really agree with anything that Tim Walz supports. And I morally cannot bring myself to vote for somebody like that. So I think it's really important to have people in our government that run our government more so like a company, because we're in significant debt. And there's a hierarchy to the US government, just like there's a hierarchy to a private business. And I think it's important to change things a bit and have people that have practical experience in the private sector and not only experience in the public sector. And I don't want to question why a politician is worth hundreds of millions of dollars when that same politician is questioning somebody like Trump on his tax records. That's pretty ironic to me. We know where Trump got his money. I'm not sure why Obama, Biden, et cetera, are worth tens of millions of dollars, maybe even upwards of 100 million.
Okay, over to Kevin Castley.
Yeah, thank you, Dylan. So, so this one's a little bit complicated, right? So they both have some wins, they both have some L's. When we look at their background, they, in terms of service, have a similar background. They were both in the Army, so in that sense, they both have, service behind them. But here's the thing. I want to just throw it back to, I think it was 10 or 9 days ago at the vice presidential debate. You can really gather a lot of the priority of these folks from how they open in that debate. So I recommend everybody watch the whole debate. But if you don't have the time for that, just watch the first 15 minutes. It was very enlightening. The debate starts off with the question of the response of Iran to Israel with the missile attacks. And Tim Walz goes right into it saying, we stand with Israel and so on and so forth. And he bemoaned Trump for doing diplomacy with countries that the U.S. doesn't get along with. Then they went over to JD Vance. And JD Vance, you could say, kind of dodged the question, right? But he did it for an important reason, which was to both introduce himself to the American people and, of course, to highlight his economic priority. Vance has talked a lot about economics, and yes, his background in venture capital is a little bit dicey. His relationship with Peter Thiel is kind of weird, but here's the thing. At that time, he was very anti-Trump, and he is now very pro-Trump, obviously, as the vice presidential pick. And so he's somebody who's capable of having a political evolution as new data is brought before him. Obviously, Trump's got a lot of problems, but I think I look at Vance and I say, okay, here's somebody who's capable of changing his mind when he thinks he's wrong about something. And I respect that about him. I do agree with Walz on a lot of the social issue stuff, but let's be real, you can't pay the bills with a pride parade. And as bad as it is with regards to what some of the Republicans want to do on abortion access, at the end of the day, Vance is the one talking about the reindustrialization of the Rust Belt. Well, Tim Walz and Kamala Harris are breaking about having Dick Cheney's endorsement. So thank you.
Okay, Just a little bit over 2 minutes. I think we all stayed within that area, and I appreciate it. So who wants to take this off? Who wants to? Is there anything that's been said that anyone wants to respond to?
Did I not get an opener, sir?
That's why I was confused too.
No, I just don't like pondering.
Oh, you ignored.
Sorry, pondering. I forgot. I went around you in a circle. I don't know why. Pondering.
Whoops.
In Lactoid, my frenemy stood up for me. Wow, shameful.
Yeah, I went out of my way to bully you. I'm very sorry.
I see how it is, Dylan. Unbelievable. So yeah, I actually, some of the structure I want to echo of what Cam Higbee said. So, the Constitution doesn't afford the vice president many crucial powers, but one of them is certifying the results of an election. And based on comments that J.D. Vance has said over the years, we have no reason to believe that, he would faithfully uphold that singular constitutional purpose. That's a big one. I would say that his lack of legislative and executive experience are also, a downer, a reason that we can't, meaningfully believe that he would be a valuable ally and advisor to Donald Trump if he were to win the White House. Some have said that, he could push back on Trump, but we have no reason to believe that because he's actually answering questions in such a way as to avoid pissing Trump off, number one. And number two, Trump's made it clear that if J.D. Vance says something that Trump doesn't like, Trump has said explicitly that the vice president doesn't matter all that much the few times that they've been misaligned. So I don't think Vance has the character for it. He doesn't have the experience executively or legislatively, I think, to be a value add the way that President Biden was to Barack Obama. And when it comes to presiding over free and fair elections, his one constitutional duty, he indicates that he'd be singularly atrocious at it. In a way that even Mike Pence was not. So I think for all these reasons and others, J.D. Vance is a weak vice presidential candidate, but it makes sense because he's also serving a particularly weak presidential candidate as well.
Okay. Now, is there anybody who wants to take us off? Anything that wants to be responded to? Since Pisco grabbed it first, he gets it.
Yeah, I want to hear from all the people who are supporting Vance. Did Trump lose the 2020 election? Did he try to install himself in office? And has Vance said that he would have followed along with Trump's plan?
Yeah, sure. He did say that Trump did lose the election. I don't think that Trump won the election. I also don't think that he broke any laws. In addition to what you said, Pisco, earlier when you were addressing me directly about Vance not answering questions, you said that he refuses to answer the question about Trump losing the election. That's fair. He does fail to answer that question every single time it's asked to him.
Isn't that disqualifying?
Well, Pisco, I was not finished, so I'm going to continue now. So Tim Walz dances around every single question that is asked to him. When he was asked about Tiananmen Square, he went on about, rambled about his time as a teacher, his time in the military, and then was a deer in headlights when the journalist actually came back around and asked him the question a second time. He lied about the Tiananmen Square thing. He lied about allowing abortion at 9 months. He lied about overturning protections for failed abortion babies. He lied about his son witnessing a shooting. He lied about serving in war. He lied about Trump building less than 2% of the wall, which wasn't even astronomically close. He lied about shootings in Finnish.
I'll fight you on all those.
The list goes on and on and on. Yeah, sure,
I'll fight you on all those. I'll fight you on all those.
Listening, man. I'm not trying to go into them right now, but I'm happy to.
I'll fight you on all of those points, but let's grant them.
Yeah.
Isn't it fucking disqualifying to say, yeah, you say, your own words, Trump lost the election, and Vance is saying he wouldn't have certified it? How can you fucking support this guy?
Wait, yeah. So I have a difference of opinion. I have plenty of differences of opinions with Trump as well, right? I don't agree with burning of the American flag. I don't agree with banning bump stocks. There are tons of things that I disagree with Trump on.
You began your endorsement of J.D. Vance by appealing to his constitutional duties. Why do you have any faith that he would preside over the certification of an election that he would lose?
Yeah, I think the question would be more so, do I have faith that he's not going to break the law? And I think that I have just a much fair faith in J.D. Vance not breaking the law as I have anybody else. Yeah.
Assume it's legal, right? Assume that it's completely legal to do what Trump did. Put legality to the side here. Should you support someone who was going to take the methods that he said to not certify the election and to certify instead the person who lost the election? Even
look, you opened up your thing talking about Jefferson. Jefferson won the election of 1800 in the exact same way that Trump tried to win the election, nearly the exact same way. Yes, John Eastman wanted to divert it to a vote in the House, in the chambers of Congress. And they would vote state by state. That's exactly what Eastman wanted to do.
So the poverty of your thought is apparent because you understand the Electoral Count Act wasn't in place until the 1870s after the Hayes election.
Of course it wasn't.
And you understand, of course, that the 12th Amendment wasn't wasn't in place at the time of the Jefferson election. So how can you say, and you're going to answer this question, how can you say that Jefferson did the exact same thing if the constitutional amendment giving the vice president the power, the ceremonial power, and the legislation at issue wasn't even even enforced?
What I meant by
that
was the legal. Yeah, sure. I'm happy to. If you okay. So the route that Eastman wanted Trump to go through was both chambers of the chambers of Congress individually voting by state through their representatives in count for count to elect the president rather than using electors.
Yeah, but you're comparing an apples and oranges. You are comparing an apples and oranges situation because the presence of the Electoral Count Act precludes that very route.
No, the theory that Eastman wanted.
Eastman conceded in his memo that he would be violating what?
The electoral count. No, he didn't concede that he would be violating the Electoral Count Act. Have you read the memo? I have it in front of me. No, he didn't. He said the Electoral Count Act altogether is unconstitutional.
In other communications, he concedes that this would not pass scrutiny at all.
And so, where are the communications?
But regardless, the Thomas Jefferson.
Oh yeah, you want to move away from that, don't you? You're running like your feet are hot.
Wait. The communications to the vice president's staff, you deny those exist?
Cite them. Where are they?
You deny those exist? Yes or no? Wait.
Show them.
So are you saying that you're not sure?
Like I'm in kindergarten. Cite them, Pisco.
Yeah. It sounds like you haven't.
On your feet, you're running.
You haven't. It sounds like you haven't read any of the relevant filings.
The Eastman memo. Have you read the Eastman memo?
In the Jack Smith indictment. If you did, you would have read the email from.
You're right. I haven't read the full Jack Smith thing. It's like 900 pages. I read the analysis.
So not only are you floundering on.
Wait. What did the email say, Pisco?
The amendment wasn't in operation then.
It showed us nothing new.
This was an email. This was an email from Eastman to the administration saying we need to do one more violation of Electoral Count Act. In addition, there are other communications that are attested to by witnesses where he says, yeah, we would have lost 9-0. So those are two times that I'm citing now. Are you denying where he is acknowledging that there are intrinsic violations of the Electoral Count Act at issue?
John Eastman believes
those are his words.
Well, you asked me a question. You're gonna let me answer. It's not his words, actually. John Eastman said that the Electoral Count Act is fully unconstitutional, and he deferred to the section of the Constitution that says that if things are not rooted in the Constitution, then they are not valid law of the land.
I think the logic of J.D. Vance, at least what he has answered when he's answered the question, would you certify the 2020 election? For instance, this most recent clip where he gets asked like 5 or 6 times, what he says is, well, we've pointed out problems. And he talks about Twitter censoring the Hunter Biden laptop story and studies that show that Trump lost millions of votes because of that. Let's just walk through that logic. Like, do you think that that's a responsible logic for the vice president to basically say, and this is essentially what he's saying, a social media company didn't publicize a story that a newspaper wrote, so I'm going to use fake sets of electors or, change essentially fundamentally the decision-making process of our democracy.
Well, I would assume
reasonable?
I would assume by your logic that this would be the case, considering I assume you fully concede to the New York indictments, yeah? Because that was almost the entire basis for those indictments.
Why aren't you answering my question? Do you think that's a good logic?
No, it doesn't. It's not illegal. I have my own opinions on whether or not
I would say it's not a matter.
Well, yeah, I don't think it should be done. I already conceded. Wait, hold up.
No, how can you vote for someone who would have done that?
I already conceded that I disagree with him on this, but by your logic, this should be immediately disqualifying for you, considering the entire basis of the felony convictions on Trump were that he suppressed information from the public.
But Cam, listen.
We're
not talking about really quick.
Are they in the garbage?
We're not talking. We're not talking about business.
We're not talking about that.
Trump committed.
When I hold you to your own logic, we don't.
Well, no,
but wait a minute. I got it.
Okay, there's 4. Now there's one second. There's 4 people talking at the same time, so it's getting to a point where I can't hear it. I just want to quickly give Pondering a moment to chime in because I do want to. I will stay on this topic for a little bit, maybe give it 10, 15 minutes, but I do want to make sure that this whole question is not just we're talking about the 2020 election, 2020 election results. We're going to talk about that because I saw that clip earlier today. I understand that's really passionate for the liberals on this podcast. Pondering?
Yeah, so I was going to say, so Cam did ask a question, and I wanted to make sure I cited my sources. So it's an email, and I'll send you the link, Cam. Sure. It was an email dated on January 6, 2021. It was an email from John Eastman to Greg Jacobs, who I think was like counsel to Vice President Pence. And the quote is, so now that the precedent has been set that the Electoral Count Act is not quite so sacrosanct as was previously claimed, I implore you to consider one more relatively minor violation and adjourn for 10 days. So yes, he was conceding that what he proposed would violate the Electoral Count Act. Now you can say that it's not constitutional or not. That's neither here nor there. He is proposing a violation.
I'm not saying that.
Well,
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that's what Eastman believed. So Eastman believed that the Electoral Count Act was unconstitutional because it directly contradicts the 12th Amendment. And then in addition to that, Article 6, Section 2 of the Constitution says that if things
you say they lost. Wait, but you, regardless of whether it's legal or not,
was I finished, or are you like rambling on while I'm talking?
Let's let Cam finish quickly, and then we'll have Pondering and Pisco respond.
Yeah, so John Eastman's position was that the Electoral Count Act of 1887 is unconstitutional because it directly contradicts the 12th Amendment of the United States Constitution. His legal theory was that because Article 6, Section 2 of the Constitution disqualifies anything from being federal law that is not rooted in the Constitution or that directly contradicts the Constitution, that the Electoral Count Act is not valid. Now, I don't know if I agree with this or not. I'm not a legal scholar, but John Eastman did cite legal scholars from Harvard that agree with him, vigorously agree with him.
Respectfully, the fact that he believes that the ECA is unconstitutional is relevant. It's not decided as unconstitutional. It's still binding law. I can agree. I can believe that murder is unconstitutional, but I don't have carte blanche to go commit murder. So at the end of the day, it is a fact that what he is proposing by his own words is a violation of the ECA. And if you deny that, you are wrong.
It doesn't even matter, right? Like Cam, suppose that it were technically legal for the president to order the armed forces to go and hold the Senate at gunpoint and to get him to gavel in the joint session of Congress to gavel in president. Suppose that were technically legal for whatever reason, and someone said, "Yeah, I would support the president if he tried to do that." Could you ever imagine supporting that person?
Yeah, Can
you explain your support for someone who lost an election to take methods, even if they're legal, to change the results?
Sure. So I'm glad that we're conceding now that it was legal.
I'm not. Wait. Now, I have to stop.
That's dishonest as fuck, bro. That's
That's dishonest. I have to stop you. I am absolutely not conceding that is.
Well, you've moved away from it.
No. Because you're not equipped. You're not equipped to have the legal discussion. I don't want to bog down this panel on a conversation that you're ill-equipped for when you cited the 12th Amendment Electoral Count Act at a period of time 70 years before it was passed. Right. And so, no, you are not equipped for a legal discussion.
Right. I'm not equipped.
I am for this purpose of our argument saying suppose it were legal, but I am not conceding that. So shut the fuck up.
Well, I'm glad you admit that you're not equipped to have that conversation. So go ahead, Pisco.
Right. Yeah. Pisco?
Well, no,
I was saying I was using your own words against you. I'm saying I'm glad you're conceding that you're not equipped to have that conversation with
right. No, I'm not conceding that.
Let's
give.
It's a little bit of a 2-on-1 right now, and one of them's a lawyer, so I do want to make sure that we give Cam Higbee some time to respond here before going to other people because it's kind of the panel's kind of tilted one way right now. So Cam, one last response before we go around the room.
Yeah. So I can disagree. I agree with you that just because something is legal does not make it okay, i.e., slavery. But I can disagree with those actions to varying degrees, right? I think that using a legal loophole to try to maintain power is bad, and I disagree with it. I think that holding members of Congress at gunpoint is much worse than that. So yeah, I think overall, Trump tried to use an esoteric legal theory deployed by John Eastman. I disagree with the use of that legal theory. Even if it were legal, I think that we shouldn't do it just because it kind of breaks tradition. But with that being said, I still think that Trump is overall the better candidate.
Because he lost. Wait,
I want to throw it over to Hutch. Wait, I'm sorry. We got to throw it over to Hutch because he's been waiting patiently. And I want to have this brought back to JD Vance. Hutch, what do you think about JD Vance not answering in these interviews whether or not Donald Trump lost the 2020 election?
Well, to me, it's utterly disqualifying. I did want to ask a question, though. I wanted to pose a hypothetical. Because obviously Kamala is going to be the one that's presiding over the Senate or the Congress when they certify the results in 2025. If she were to pursue some esoteric, as you say, legal theory, and if she was ultimately successful in certifying the election in her favor, in the case that Trump actually won, would you be sitting here saying, "Hey, fair play," or would you call that disqualifying?
Yeah, if she didn't break any laws, I wouldn't be trying to lock her up. But what I would do is I would call her out on hypocrisy due to her current rhetoric related to the situation. That's probably about as far as I go with it. Yeah,
so that to me seems like real quick. That to me seems like the wrong thing to be focusing on. You would be more upset about that than the fact that she disenfranchised probably tens of millions of voters.
She stole an
election. Like that seems to be the main problem here.
You guys keep using steal. If it's done through a legal means, it's not stealing the election. It's just pursuing an alternate route to count the votes. You do it through electoral or through like representation in Congress.
Making it so the winner of the election loses. Is that better?
The winner of the popular vote loses almost every single year.
Sorry. No. First of all, that's
exactly.
not true. I don't know why
Right.
the fuck you would say that. That's happened like 4 or 5 times out of 40 elections. That's not true.
In the past several
we're not
elections.
doing the popular vote. No, the subversion here wasn't of the popular vote. It was of the electoral
It was
vote.
an analogy.
Okay?
Pisco, do you know how that works?
Yeah, so
an analogy.
Oh my God,
Can you
you're
explain the analogy?
misrepresenting. You're misrepresenting of what happened. We're not upset because the popular vote was subverted in a way that's allowed by the Constitution. What we're upset about is subverting the Constitution.
Yeah, so the popular vote is often subverted. So I don't see much difference in subverting the popular vote and subverting the Electoral College if it's done through a means that was installed in the Constitution.
One of them is meaningless in the outcome of the election, and the other is the one that
it's meaningless because we've made it
election.
meaningless, Hutch.
It's meaningless as a matter of law. We're talking about changing the vote that is meaningful, the Electoral College vote, and flipping it artificially for the losing candidate.
It would be a congressional vote for the president, which has happened in the past.
Okay.
It's not like these are just against voting for the president. These are all people who've been voted into Congress to represent the people in their respective districts. It would just be them voting for the president rather than electors voting for the president. And you actually have no way of like ensuring that the person that a state or district votes for, that the elector is actually going to vote for that person anyway. We have faithless electors.
Wait, you actually do.
No, we actually don't.
Faithless laws. Wait, so you don't even know the case.
And you know what? Those laws don't mean anything because it's just a fine and maybe a misdemeanor if you faithlessly vote against state law. It doesn't do anything. No, every state that has laws against faithless electors, it's just a fine. It means nothing. You still cast your vote as you want it. They can, but they haven't. They can, but they haven't.
Okay, but
what are they going to do? Make it a felony?
That the Supreme Court has stated that that's allowed. The states can put.
And every legal scholar agrees that electors are essentially free to vote for whoever the fuck they want to, because the repercussions for voting against their state and being a faithless elector is virtually nothing.
That's up to the state to decide.
The Electoral College is already kind of a problematic system, but if you're arguing essentially that it's like sacrosanct and whatnot, look, Cam kind of does have a point there, but I think the context in all this is important, which is that, the average American, and I'm not talking median, I'm not talking, we're going to play around with numbers and stuff. The average American is making right around $31,000 a year right now, and 78% of your country is living paycheck to paycheck. But the biggest deal, the only issue I guess people should care about is like a few lawyers have an issue with, basically the Trump campaign going through and, so-called stealing the election. Yeah, they have a right to contest the vote.
Did they try to steal the election, Kevin? Yes or no? Did they lose?
Did
Trump lose? Did Trump lose? Yes or no? Yeah. Did Trump lose?
So here's the thing: you have a right to contest the results of an election.
Did Trump lose the election? Yes or no?
Yeah, no, he did lose, but you have a right to contest the results, right? Is the thing. So the question is, did they go outside the bounds of that and actually, try to steal it? I think the point that Cam was kind of bringing up and is basically that the Electoral College is already kind of this arbitrary system as it is. If we're talking about the popular vote, for example, you could very easily, within the bounds of legal framework in the US, fully constitutionally get somebody in power that does not have the consent of the American public in terms of the popular vote. That's easy to do. In Canada, for example, our leader only got about 40% at his height. So it's like that. Yeah, in our systems,
it happened in 2016 and it happened in 2000. I remember it.
But here's the thing, right, Pisco? In our systems, there's a difference between what's seen as legally legitimate versus legitimacy from popularity. There's a question to be had whether that makes sense or not. But I think what's important to do is
not appealing to popularity.
I think what's important
you don't care about it. You just said,
wait, 1 second. You're both talking at the same time. Kevin, could you wrap it up in the next 20-25 seconds so we can have other people respond?
No, I'll just wrap it up by saying, I know that you guys wanted to keep this on the topic, like, Dylan and Danbo want to keep it on the topic of JD Vance.
Yeah, I want to see if we can bring it back.
Yeah, what's very important here to keep in mind is that there are more issues than just this one, even if it's something you care about. And Tim Walz opened in the vice presidential debate by essentially calling for war with Iran. Essentially, that's what the implication was. And JD Vance opened with saying, "Hey, let's reindustrialize the Rust Belt." I think that that's important, right? Do you disagree, or is it only this one issue that matters?
Foreign policy absolutely matters. You don't care about it. You just said, "Who cares?" Because Americans, have $31,000.
Wait, I don't care. Wait.
Let him finish. Kevin, you gotta let him respond quickly.
So what I'm going to say is, thousands of Americans have bled and died for our Constitution. I'm not going to have it be sullied by a Canadian who doesn't understand the importance of our Constitution. But on your point, yes, it's true that international politics matter, global affairs matter. That's why your child's reading of what Tim Walz's statement was at the beginning there, as though that we're saying we're absolutely going to go to war with Iran, when on the other side of the equation, you have JD Vance, who is explicitly being way more hawkish than the administration is currently, or Kamala Harris is, or Tim Walz is for that matter, on Iran, saying explicitly saying we need to be in Israel even further. We need to support Israel even further. He's supported by Netanyahu, the regime. How can you possibly say that what would be preferable, if what you care about is war with Iran, to have Donald Trump, who is actually egging on war with Iran?
No, I didn't say that Trump would be preferable. I was just providing context there. The reality is Israel supports both sides. They're just that Trump is, yes, you're right, more on their side. Here's the thing about Trump, though. Here's the one thing about Trump. I'm not saying that he's going to do this, but he is a known wild card. That's why they don't like him. That's why the Pentagon, the establishment, the ruling class don't really like him too much, because yes, he's on the record. We're going to, support Israel even more than Kamala wants to. But he does have a proven track record of sometimes doing the opposite and actually doing diplomacy. I mean, he did do the Abraham Accords. He did actually do the Hanoi Summit. Yeah, he has a big mouth. He has a big mouth about, rah, we're going to go and bomb people and stuff. But in reality, and he did do that. But you look at Kamala Harris, she has Dick Cheney's endorsement. What does that say to you? What does that say to you?
Dick Cheney would prefer... Go ahead.
Well, what is more important? Like Donald Trump, when he came into office, he dropped more bombs in Somalia, for example, in his first year than Obama's entire 8 years. And you seem to think that an endorsement from Cheney because he thinks Donald Trump is insane, not because he agrees with Kamala's policies. You think that matters less? You think that matters more than what Trump did when he was in office?
He thinks that Trump is insane because Trump occasionally, I'm not saying he always does this, he usually toes the line, but occasionally will sit down with opponents of the U.S. And here's the thing. Who are you going to do?
Wait a minute. That's not why Dick Cheney. That is not why Dick Cheney thinks. That's not why Dick Cheney thinks Trump is insane.
What's up? I hear you.
Josiah, here's the thing. You do diplomacy with people that you are rivals with, right? It's not, we did diplomacy with the UK and Israel. Great. Okay. No, what matters is actually sitting down with, your rivals and working something out, right? That's kind of what's important. And yeah, Trump did do that. And guess what? He also did the other stuff. He also did the other stuff too. I'm not saying
like the Iran nuclear deal, Kevin? Like the Iran nuclear deal?
I'm not saying that he's somebody who's like, he's going to just focus on reindustrializing the Rust Belt and he's going to do all that other stuff and leave it up to Israel and stuff to deal with. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is Tim Walz and Harris are on the record. They are 100% behind Israel, essentially. Now, Donald Trump is on the record officially saying that he is, yet he's somebody who has a proven record of when he gets in power,
tearing up the Iran nuclear
doing the opposite and actually sitting down.
Okay, name one thing that was counter to Israel that he did in
important context.
Name one thing.
And
name one
you can talk all your stuff about legal theory, but lives are on the line.
Let's hold this for a second. Wait, I'm sorry.
Name one.
We gotta hold this. I'm sorry. Pisco, we're supposed to be talking about JD Vance. We've now pivoted all the way over to foreign policy. That was supposed to be one of the bonus topics. I'm sorry to shut that down, but do you guys want to have that as the bonus topic instead of FEMA if you guys are interested in foreign policy?
I'd prefer that.
They're both very relevant, though, right?
They are both relevant, but it seems like you guys are trying to get over to foreign policy anyway.
Foreign policy is a little bit more relevant.
To Israel.
Okay. We'll keep that. Let's bring back a JD Vance.
$50 to you.
Pisco, we'll start the foreign policy section. with that. Okay, is that okay? Fantastic.
Yeah, that's fair.
Back to JD Vance.
So on the topic of Vance,
Hutch, I did want to quickly throw something out. A question to RC. Actually, I was interested. RC, you were talking about one thing that you liked about JD Vance. It's probably something that you probably also like about Trump is an outsider. This is not somebody who comes from the traditional political establishment. What are the things that make that more beneficial than the time that Tim Walz has spent in office? Because JD Vance has only served 2 years in the Senate. What is the benefits of being an outsider versus the political experience Tim Walz has?
Well, the benefits of being an outsider is just that you have different experience in the private sector. I think that that's a very beneficial use to put into our government versus people that, like I said, it's very questionable where their massive amounts of income are coming from, as they're just public servants for serving for us, serving for the country. And I think that having the experience of running a company, a successful company at that, and knowing how to manage the people, it is very necessary for the country. I think for any
concerned about his
country.
ties to Peter Thiel? Are you concerned about his ties to Peter Thiel?
Why should I be?
Because Peter Thiel's kind of associated with a crowd that, for example, is very hawkish with respect to Israel. It's very like this kind of tech fascism, Curtis Yarvin type situation. Are you at all?
Well,
I mean, there are a lot of
he
reasons
was
people
associated with him years ago when he was against Trump.
So I'm
though.
asking,
He's changed.
So do you have any problem with or suspicion of JD Vance's previous associations with these individuals?
Well, it sounds like you're operating in the field of hearsay. If you have a concrete reason for me to combat with why I should be worried about that, then I can contend with it. But I'm not going to contend with hearsay.
Well, you're saying that he has
these...
good business associations and that he's learned a lot from running these successful business ventures. And I'm telling you that there's a lot of criticism, rightly or wrongly, some related to his association with, for example, Peter Thiel, who is known to be, I think that this is not even up for debate, pretty hawkish on Israel. And I'm wondering if that concerns you.
Oh, Pisco, do you have like a crime he committed or anything shady he did specifically,
No,
or we're just going off of like conjecture?
What we're talking about is associations.
Right about that. But he's changed his view over the years. If you look at JD Vance in 2018, it's completely different than what he's saying today. And the question is he lying or did he change?
Okay, here's let me simplify it. Two things to Pisco, and then I want to go down the list because Lactoid, Cam, and Hutch have been waiting. Pisco, number one, do you buy that JD Vance has changed since he shifted to a more pro-Trump from anti-Trump Republican position, and that could have impacted these connections to Peter Thiel? And why would these connections matter in the first place?
Yeah, so I think that what's the phrase in Spanish? I know it. Dime con quién tú andas y te diré quién eres, which means tell me with who you go and I'll tell you who you are. There's this much ado about like, well, these are just business as usual. These are politicians. And I'm just saying what's good for the goose is good for the gander. If you're going to look at the history of Kamala Harris or these people and say that, it's a boon, actually, it's a benefit to JD Vance that he has these business connections or he has his previous associations, let's talk about them and see what benefit they are. And let's actually dig deeper. So I'm not saying that I think, by the way, that I'm a little skeptical.
He was associated with him. He worked in VC.
No. I know that, Kevin. But what I'm saying, this part I'm saying is a conspiracy theory. Is like I'm not contending that JD Vance hung out with Peter Thiel or anything like that. But what I'm saying is like, oh yeah, like just because Peter Thiel might have been involved in some shady stuff, JD Vance must be just as bad and also doing shady shit.
I'm responding
right? You don't have anything to implicate him. It's all just conjecture. And by the way, the only thing I was going to say earlier, I'll just get it out now.
Well, Cam, I do want to. It was a question directly to Pisco. I do have you on the list. You can go next. I just want to make sure he has time to finish. I'm
responding directly to, I'm sorry, RC, who was promoting, saying these are benefit, working for these VCs, it shows he's an outsider. And what I'm hearing also is like, well, he's changed completely from when he was running those VCs. And so what I want is a coherent message about why we should think that these previous associations or this previous business is a boon as opposed to being some kind of baggage where he's beholden to these actors, which Kevin seems to think he might have been if he hadn't changed his view. On the specific question, the other question that Dylan asked, which was, do you think he's changed? I think he's power hungry. Just like he said that Trump was America's Hitler, I think he'll say anything or everything to anybody in order to get power and to stay with power. And that's why I think he's a vicious politician who should resign immediately.
Okay, I want to make sure RC has a chance to respond because that was directly to RC. Then we have a lot of people. We got Cam, Lactoid, Hutch, and Kevin who are all waiting. But I'm happy that people have things they want to say. So, RC?
Sure. I'll keep it short. But I heard you say a lot. I have yet to hear you say any criticism of Peter Thiel. What is it that you have against him?
So there are people, I am not alleging this, but I know that a lot of conservatives, a lot of populist conservatives, I'm not saying I have these concerns. I have a concern about being overly hawkish on Israel, overly promoting of the hawkishness of Israel. So that's one concern that people have raised. So that's number one. That's a concrete thing that people have raised. Other people are concerned with the kind of tech influence with respect to immigration is another example where they're critical of the influence that they're going to just bring in a bunch of foreign labor to kind of supplant or substitute for American high-skilled labor, increase the number of visas. Those are kind of concerns that I hear a lot of populist right-wingers raise and why they're concerned about J.D. Vance. I'm asking you, do you share those concerns, or do you think he's changed the script, or do you think that you can't read into it?
I think it's more nuanced than that. It's not so black and white. Peter Thiel is a successful businessman. He doesn't have to agree with all of Peter Thiel's personal opinions, but he's run multi-billion-dollar organizations, companies, corporations. So you can learn a lot from that and apply that to our government, where, for example, the post office is failing in a destroyed organization that does not produce. It's running on a deficit. So you can learn a lot from people like Peter Thiel. He doesn't have to agree with everything about Peter Thiel. Peter Thiel is not a criminal, to my understanding. Simple as that. I don't understand what's such a big issue about that.
Okay, I want to throw it over. So there's people waiting. So Hutch has been waiting. So it's going to be, I'm sorry we're doing it in a weird order, but I know what people want to respond to, so I don't want to break up the conversation. It's going to be Hutch, Cam, Lactoid. I'm sorry, he's been waiting the most, but it makes the most sense rhythmically. Then Kevin. So Hutch?
Well, just on
and
that
then
point,
Econoboy had something to say. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, just on that point, the post office is not a business. It's a public service. It's not supposed to run on a surplus or anything like that. But I wanted to take a different tack. You alluded to Vance being an outsider, someone who is experienced in the private sector. People use the same kind of argument to lobby for Trump in 2016. There's this pervasive notion it seems like in right-wing circles right now, and it's not just in right-wing circles, but that outsiders can come in with no experience in government and efficiently get things done in ways that people who have been a part of the system for years or decades maybe can't. This was just not, this just did not happen. So I would just appeal to Trump's track record. He ended up having a pretty abysmal first term in terms of his legislative agenda. The very first thing he tried to do was repeal the ACA. He failed. The only major piece of legislation that he got done was tax cuts that Republicans had been itching to do for decades. They didn't really even need him for that. I'm not sure if he played any role in actually crafting that legislation. He presided over the longest government shutdown in history, as far as I'm aware. And he was the first one-term president since 1992. So I guess my question to you is, like, where do you get this confidence that Vance, by virtue of the fact that he is an outsider, that this necessarily means that he can get in there and get stuff done?
So you're asking me, right? Or
Yeah.
Because I know that there's like set people in turn. Okay. So I would ask you, what are like two of the main things you can learn from working in politics that Vance lacks?
Well, one thing that you need if you want to be an efficient lawmaker is how to actually like build coalitions and work with other politicians.
So collaboration and communication, you learn that in business.
Huge.
Yeah, you learn that in business. So how does he not have that skill?
He's been in Congress for 2 years and hasn't done anything.
But I'm responding to him. I would like to hear his answer. How does he not have that skill?
You're talking about private sector negotiations versus DC negotiations.
There's still human beings on both sides.
Right. If this logic were true, though, like, how does that apply to Trump? Do you think he lived up to that promise of him being this outsider that's going to be able to get in there and like force things to get done?
Yes, and I think he proved it.
In what way?
How the economy was doing, how our country was doing, how foreign nations were respecting us. I mean, he applied the same strategies that he did in the private sector as the president. And I know that we were going to potentially go into foreign countries or, foreign issues later on. But what I'm saying is that you're claiming as an outsider, they lack the experience that politicians have. But what are this experience that politicians have that private sector doesn't learn in business?
Apparently,
they learn communication. They learn negotiation.
How does that make sense?
There's a difference between running the government and running a private corporation. Focuses on short, medium-term profits in the interests of shareholders. Okay, a government is supposed to ideally think a little bit longer term and think about social investment. So when we're talking about J.D. Vance versus Tim Walz, where did Tim Walz put government investment when he was the governor of Minnesota? He invested in infrastructure. He invested in climate change. He invested in children. These are good long-term investments for the country. But if you're talking about like the guy who's the CEO of Walmart, he's not just going to give away a bunch of money to random children at daycares because that's not in his short-term profit interest. It just doesn't make sense to say we should run the government like a corporation, or someone who runs a corporation can run the government. By the way, as far as I understand, J.D. Vance's record in the private sector is not particularly extensive, and most of his money that he got before he was a senator came from writing a book about growing up as a hillbilly. Not exactly very extensive private sector experience, at least if we're comparing J.D. Vance to Tim Walz, who chose a public sector route. It seems like a completely ridiculous, basically standard to say, oh, he has some private VC experience, so therefore he's better than the guy who's made what we would hopefully agree are some pretty good investments with public dollars.
And years as a corporate lawyer,
we're going to have Lactoy quickly respond, then we're going to Cam, then we're going to Kevin, and then Econ. The only reason I'm throwing Lactoy is because he wanted to say something to that specifically.
Well, yeah, he has years of experience as a corporate lawyer as well, right? So you have someone with a background of corporate lawyer and doing VC work. It's selling a book, right? There's more than just, well, he was at a VC firm for a little while. I mean, that is business experience. You can't deny that. And corporate law is essentially the study of how businesses function.
Being a corporate lawyer is not running a business, and neither is writing a book, right? I'm just saying RC's point is
it's litigating how they run.
No, RC's point, now that made your point. That wasn't RC's point. RC's point was J.D. Vance has extensive experience running a business. That's not true. That's just not the case.
Okay, sure. This seems like hyper-specific. Maybe that's the case.
That's how he's basing his vote. It would make sense to base your vote on correct things and not incorrect things.
I think what he's basing his vote on is like experience with business, right? And being a corporate attorney for several years and understanding how businesses work and litigating business issues absolutely is understanding how business works. So if we're being good faith here,
you've made a lot more sense than he has.
Well, yeah, sure.
You made a lot more sense than he has, but you still haven't.
You guys have been jumping over each other the whole fucking time. Just give me a second.
I've barely spoken during this section, to be fair.
Okay, then your three allies have been jumping over each other the whole time. I think it's fair for me to jump in and build upon a point that one of my allies is making, right?
I think it's absolutely the case. To run government
I think it absolutely, hold on. So when RC is saying that, like, for him, having like financial literacy, understanding like how businesses are run, and wanting to run government more like a business, experience in that kind of field matters. And when you're saying, well, he just had some VC experience, first of all, VC experience is good, right? But also he had years of experience as a corporate lawyer, which is, again, litigating over business issues and understanding in a very minute detail how businesses are run from a legal perspective, which is, again, relevant to the government work, right? If you're in the government, understanding how businesses work in a legal perspective is obviously relevant if you're going to be making laws or involved in the creation of laws. I think that's absolutely fair to say. And again, dude comes with a Yale law degree, which is like particularly more impressive than whatever Tim Walz has.
Summa cum laude,
the biggest proposal coming out of the J.D. Vance Trump ticket is something that pretty much every business leader, every economist has said would be disastrous for the economy, which is raising a bunch of tariffs all over the place. If you want to talk about a pro-business candidate, it certainly isn't the guy who wants universal tariffs, who wants mass deportation. And so if we want to have a policy discussion, who would be better at running the government, having the levers of power of government?
Okay, we're switching.
Probably not those guys.
We are switching around, and I do want to take the opportunity of the switch to throw it over.
I want to. Can I just really quickly, like, I don't want to move over to, we're going to be talking about economics in a second, but I was on the list, and I just really want to quickly say on the prior thing that Pisco was asking, I think Cam was absolutely right in his analysis, but I think it's hilarious how, I don't agree with John Eastman, by the way, but John Eastman, even though he believes his position is correct, he said, yeah, he would be stopped by the Supreme Court. And I think the Supreme Court really is the bulwark for our Constitution. Yet JD Vance is particularly better than Tim Walz on this because JD Vance actually supports laws to prevent court packing, which Tim Walz does not. In fact, Tim Walz is running with somebody who in the past has supported court packing.
Is court packing constitutional?
So
no. Is court packing
wait. Let me go. Hold on. This is not a deposition. No. Hold on. This is not.
Yes or no?
Dylan, can you stop him? Give me a second.
Okay, we'll give you a second. Will you answer that? Okay, I'll give you a second, but would you answer that question at the end of your second?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So court packing is legal as potentially. Now, I don't agree with it, but potentially John Eastman's theory is legal in the same way that faithless electors are.
You
legal.
believe it's legal?
When you were saying, hold on, I just said yes. I started the sentence by saying yes, and now you're going to keep
said no. You said you don't agree with these.
Let's let him finish quickly, Pisco.
No.
Okay,
I don't agree with Eastman.
Be nice to your fellow lawyer.
I said I don't agree with Eastman personally, but when you were having the back and forth with Cam, you said just assume that it's legal. Isn't it bad regardless? And I understand that things can be a threat to the Constitution even if they're quote unquote legal. Eastman believed that despite the fact that what he thought was legal, he was going to be stopped by the Supreme Court. Now, imagine if Kamala Harris had her hands on the Supreme Court based on her history of statements, if she had packed it and she had filled in a bunch of people that simply put her into power if she went along that exact same route, right? She wants to remove the exact bulwark that John Eastman said would be his biggest impediment to carrying out that plan. JD Vance has said that is going to protect that bulwark, right? He, in opposition to Tim Walz, who has not said that. So when you say who is the threat to the Constitution, I think the person running with the person who's in favor of packing the court and obliterating the third branch of government, I think
maybe
that person's probably more of a threat to the Constitution.
Okay, so I gotta give you guys. I want to make one of the libs have to respond, but only one can because we have a very short period of time on this topic, and there's three people who haven't talked. So who wants to make a point?
Well, I was just going to say, so I think that the person who's a threat to the Constitution is J.D. Vance's running mate, the one who actually wants to terminate the Constitution, which Kamala Harris has never suggested. By the way, Kamala Harris said she was open to court packing 4 years ago. So this is the weakness of Lactoid's argument.
Last time she ran for a primary.
He thinks that it's unconstitutional or a threat to the Constitution is something which is constitutional, which she said she was open to 4 years ago. Meanwhile, 2 years ago, Trump explicitly said he'd like to terminate the Constitution to unlawfully return him to power. Lactoid doesn't give a fuck about that. It's all about what Kamala Harris might, if then else, do based on something she said 4 years ago, which is perfectly constitutional and has been done multiple times, including by the founding fathers. And by the way, Eastman, let's just be very clear. Again, I'll go back to it. Eastman said that he would violate the Electoral Count Act and he would be stopped by the Supreme Court, which means there is less legal predicate for what John Eastman wanted to do than anything that Kamala Harris
you're mistaken.
Okay, you can believe 10 seconds, but we have to move on, okay?
Yeah, you're mistaken. You can think that you're legally correct and still predict that a finding might be made against you. Those two are not antithetical to one another. Now, I think it's funny how you brought it back to Trump when we're talking about JD Vance versus Tim Walz, which I was trying to say on topic.
You brought it. You mentioned.
It's been more than 10 seconds. Now we're on 15 seconds. Well, 17 seconds just went by. Now 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. That was the longest 10 seconds I've ever seen. Okay, look, wait, stop. Okay, you all know, you're all civilized. Well, stop. You're all civilized people, and you all know at the end you get 2 minutes uninterrupted. If you're thinking they're lying, then just call them a liar at the end. I'm sure you can all act like adults for another 5 seconds. We got a few people to go through so we can wrap this up. Also, if people want to ask questions to any of the participants, we are taking them. If you donate at the website, DylanBurns.tv, we got to grift a little bit here, and you ask a question, and it's not like, here's a slur and a half, then we might actually read it. And we might pose it to the guests. So DylanBurns.tv, that's the website. You donate, and all of the funds go towards freelance war journalism in Ukraine, and we appreciate that here at Dylan Burns TV. Now we're going to throw it over to Cam Higbee, who's been waiting extremely patiently.
Yeah, Pisco should take notes. What I was going to say earlier when I raised my hand initially was just that I don't think, being the very honest and good faith person that I am, I don't think that we should say that just because Cheney endorsed Kamala Harris that means that she's a war hawk or anything like that. I think that Dick endorsed Kamala Harris because his daughter has personal beef with Donald Trump, and it's nothing more than that. I don't think that Kamala Harris aligns with Dick Cheney's beliefs or anything like that. I think it's all personal. So in addition to that, Pisco, I think it's hilarious how you're jumping all over RC, trying to get him to prove a negative. You're like, well, prove to me that JD's business dealings are actually a good thing and not a bad thing. The burden of proof's on you, bro. If you're saying that his business dealings are shady or bad or whatever, he's a war hawk for Israel, blah blah blah, whatever. That's on you, bro. You got to prove that, not RC. That's not on him. So next, Hutch, you said that Trump had an abysmal first term. I think that Trump had a great first term. He doubled child tax credit from $1,000 to $2,000. He passed the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, caused middle classers to receive massive tax breaks, 16 to 26% for people making 15 to 50,000, 50,000 to 100,000, 15%. Among lots of other things, the Save Our Seas Act, the Families First Coronavirus Response Act, the VA Accountability Act, et cetera. You said that you don't know that if he even helped craft the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act legislation. Who the hell cares? You don't have evidence that Joe Biden or Kamala Harris helped craft any of the legislation that they've passed at all. None of us know that information. So we just assume that the administration did it.
Wait, what do you mean?
As a whole, Hutch, so I wasn't finished.
Okay, all right.
Put it down. You can respond after. Tariffs bad. I heard that coming from Hutch as well. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris both support tariffs. Joe Biden continued Trump-era tariffs, and he's instituted new tariffs. Kamala Harris, you said Kamala Harris was open to court packing years ago. And I think that was kind of an admission of guilt there. We all know that Kamala Harris flip-flops on her positions like she changes her underwear. I don't know how often that is, but if it's anything like her policy discretion, it's probably pretty often. Eastman knew the Supreme Court would intervene. That's true. He did know the Supreme Court would intervene. And in fact, he wanted the Supreme Court to intervene because he believed that he would win the legal battle. And that's my piece.
Yeah, you said that there was no.
She's never retracted the court packing statement, by the way, just to be clear.
What? You said that.
Good. It's based. It's based. I support it.
Could Lactoid repeat that because I didn't hear.
She's never retracted the court packing statement.
Okay, so I think Hutch wanted to quickly respond. We're going to wrap it up. So I know he said a lot there, but we're only going to allow like one response because everybody's going to have to talk during the outro anyway. Hutch, you wanted to respond to that?
Well, sure. I mean, I think it's cute to take a principled stance against court packing when you guys stole a Supreme Court seat. If the roles were reversed, I guarantee the Republicans would be talking about packing the courts.
2 seats.
You said you said that there's no evidence that Biden directly negotiated in legislation. I don't know what you're talking about there. He was obviously directly involved with the immigration negotiation. Langford is on the record saying as much. Sinema's on the record saying as much. He was directly involved in crafting legislation that ended up being the ARP. That ended up being an inter-party fight about like what goes in and what goes out. He was deeply involved in Build Back Better, which got split into 2 different bills. Manchin talked about negotiate. So I don't know what you're talking about there. This idea that that Donald Trump was effective legislatively, I just find laughable. When you look at the Biden administration, especially what he was able to do with a 50-50 Senate, as opposed to Donald Trump, who had much more comfortable majorities to work with in both the House and the Senate, I would stack Biden's ability to actually get legislation done against Trump's any day of the week.
Yeah, it's no secret that Republicans have dissident.
Would it be possible that you could wait till the outro? Because again, we're
just for you, Dylan.
We're late. Thank you very much. We have Kevin and Econ Boy as the 2 people on the list left before outro. So either of you have anything left to say?
Yeah. I had a couple notes here. I just wanted to go through with regards to the conversation that we've been having here. So there was a question. I think it's an important question. I think it's really kind of what is at the issue here is JD Vance genuine in his political and economic evolution from being a VC guy with Peter Thiel to a populist with Donald Trump? And that's the question that's at issue. And I think we can kind of just start to answer it by looking at what is he calling for in this cycle. What he's called for so far is the reindustrialization of the Rust Belt. And with Trump, they proposed flat across the board tariffs. To me, that strikes me as that he has distanced himself from his VC background. I disagree with RC there on his VC background as being advantageous. I disagree with Lactoid about that as well. It's actually a problem. The VCs, they are vultures, basically. You know, they're vultures, and they're a drain on the American worker. And at the end of the day, with JD Vance, in terms of his political evolution, whether you buy it or not, at least his rhetoric tends towards a shift. And I would say as well, on the point about the post office that was brought up too, if you guys on the right here had it your way, a lot of your compatriots, especially a lot of your working class compatriots that live outside of the big cities, which I thought you guys don't really like the big cities too much. You like the rural folks, right? The trad life. They wouldn't be able to get post. the trads in the countryside wouldn't be able to get posts because it wouldn't be profitable. So like, if you want to stand up for the trads, you've got to have some socialist sort of policies, right? Should we do that with defense? You only get covered if you can pay for the US Air Force, your portion of the subscription as well. I would say, I'm going to wrap it up here. You know, why do we care what's good for business over what's good for workers? That's a big one. And I would say to Cam as well, I do disagree a little bit. Not that you're wrong about Cheney. I think you're right. There's a good case to make that his specific endorsement might have been personal, but I would argue that on the system level, it's not personal. That all these guys, Cheney's cohorts, not just him, they've all come around and endorsed Harris. I think that speaks to a broader realignment of the political system where the Democrats are the party of essentially the military industrial complex and the Republicans are the party of protectionism. That's a big shift. That's a big shift. So that's kind of what I got to say there. I just think, you know, if you're going to be all about the trad life and getting out of the cities, really, you want to cut the post office? That's goofy, man. So
okay, we're going to throw it over now to Econ Boy because we got to wrap this up quick.
Econo Boy.
Yeah, I guess just real quickly, I mean, on the reindustrialization of America, Biden's done much more to do that than Trump ever did. There's many more people working in manufacturing today than there ever was under Trump. Cam's shaking his head, but he's disagreeing with the absolute cast iron facts of things.
It's correct. Now, but we're talking about
really,
if
I could, we don't have much time, guys. I've got to finish my point here, as Dylan said. But there's more people working in manufacturing than there ever was under the Trump administration, as there is now under the Biden administration. Manufacturing spending, like construction of new factories, that's literally at a record high. I think Trump averaged about $80 billion a month. It's literally $250 billion a month now. Why is that? You see the spike up right after what? You guessed it, the CHIPS Act and the IRA getting passed. Those were both smart pieces of industrial policy that the Biden administration passed with thinner margins than Trump did. So, I mean, to bring it back, I guess I'll save it for my closing statement, but we've never really addressed that fundamental point that I keep making. Tim Walz has an actual record of running a government. Who did he invest in? He invested in people with infrastructure. He invested in children. He invested in education. These are all things that return a lot more tax money to the government than things like tariffs, right? Those are smart policies. Those invest in the American people. That's what Biden's done. That's what I imagine Kamala and Tim will do if they actually end up winning this election.
Okay, the next topic is the economy, so I think we're going to have an extensive conversation about tariffs, I expect. So let's wrap up this with ending statements. If there's anything you want to respond to, if there's anything you want to say on this, we're not going to talk about it next topic. Citing stuff from the last conversation, unless you can somehow twist it into legitimately being important. We don't want to dredge that out. We want to move on. So this is the last time to say anything. If you start bringing up like, hey, I want to say something from last thing, and the next thing, I'll shut you down. So get it out now. We have 2 minutes for everybody. That's the rule. But do keep in mind that we are running late, so try to be quick about it. We're going to start with, we'll start with Pisco.
Yeah, thanks. I
lawyer.
think that this wasn't even...
Sorry, I was paid to do that.
Yeah. Yeah, of course. So I think that it's not even a close call on this. You know, the vice president, one of their key responsibilities is the transfer of power, and you don't even hear any good argument on the other side about why it would ever make sense not to certify this election. Again, I was kind of engaging in the hypothetical, assuming it was legal, because Cam Higbee clearly isn't equipped to have a legal conversation. But to Lactoid's point, it actually matters a lot to me that one is illegal and what you're proposing with respect to the court packing isn't illegal. That is a distinction that matters to me still. The law, the Constitution, that stuff 100% matters. And so, yeah, and I think I don't even think Lactoid would argue vigorously. And I think he would actually disagree with Eastman's theory that what he was proposing was legal. On everything else, like policy-wise that we discussed, I don't know why, even assuming Kevin Cassidy's position that you're seeing a genuine shift from JD Vance from the kind of VC days to now. One, I don't know why we would assume that. I mean, as far as I understood, he's still asking for money from Peter Thiel. Like as recently as a month ago, he's still getting all, the Trump surrogates. They're all like raising money from all these VCs and tech billionaires and stuff. And so I have no idea why you'd be confident. But even just assume that this is like, I don't know, a genuine come to Jesus moment and he's being more populist. Like, he's changing his complete outlook on political philosophy and I guess industrialization and domestic production in like what 2 years. Where we have Kamala Harris, okay, you have some change in position with respect to like fracking and stuff like that, but it's nothing like the kind of change in outlook that you're describing between JD Vance's VC days and what he is now. I think it's much more substantial, much more significant, and I don't think that the evidence is there to support it. Yeah, he talks a good talk, but he's still going to money within the same places, and he still has the same exact friends.
Okay, I'm now going to throw it over to RC.
Yeah, to kind of just spin off what he had said. Yeah, he could have the same friends. You still haven't pointed out anything wrong with his friends. So, and this criticism that Tim Walz has more political experience than JD Vance, and the question that I'm asking is then centrally, what is different between political experience and private sector experience when it comes to communication, negotiation, and competition? All of that is very applicable to the government. So I don't understand how you're going to say, well, this guy doesn't have political experience, as though that really matters because he has private sector experience. I'll just leave it at that.
Okay, now we're going to throw it over to Kevin Castley.
Yeah, thanks, Dylan. So I'll try to keep it quick here. So, with regards to the earlier part of the conversation, let's be real. There's more than one issue. The legalese stuff that, some of the folks here were fighting over, it's not relevant to 78% of American workers that are living paycheck to paycheck. What matters is economic solutions. And the reality is on that, it's a mixed bag. Vance has had really good rhetoric on reindustrialization. But here's the problem with the whole Trump thing, right? Sometimes they do the wild card stuff and sometimes they shock everybody and they do something that's like pretty amazing. And then most of the time they toe the line of capital and Wall Street and whatnot. The Democrats, in contrast, yeah, they tend to be more for orienting spending around, social services, that sort of stuff. But then you look at their record on, say, the border and this mass importation of cheap labor, which undermines workers, their wages, while driving up rents. And it betrays that claim to represent the workers. I mean, look at Biden himself. He is a big union guy. Yet you look at his record, and he did bring in a lot of cheap labor. So it's a mixed bag. It's really a mixed bag. I would say, don't have one issue be your only issue. You've got to look at this on the level of material reality. And on that, it really comes down to, who do you trust? Do you trust Vance in his evolution? And do you trust Harris when she's out there talking about how she's going to make housing more affordable for you? Or do you trust her when she's bragging to donors about how Dick Cheney and other neocons support her? That's the question that's up for debate. And, that's up for you to decide. Thank you. And follow me, Kevin Castley, on X. Thanks.
Lactoid?
Yeah, so I think I probably disagree with Kevin on most things, despite the fact that he's my ally in this discussion. But I'm going to disagree with him when he says that, well, the legal stuff, the constitutional stuff, that doesn't matter. I think it does matter. And I think that there's something particularly disgusting occurring, and has been occurring for a long time now, when Democrats are painting their candidates as like these staunch defenders of the Constitution, and these Republicans as these evil revolutionary bunch that are trying to overthrow it. And you thought here today, despite the fact this was a conversation about JD Vance's merits, we had a Trump tweet brought up that, by the way, I've already condemned. So when you say that I don't give a fuck, that's obviously not true. But I think that when we're talking about threat to the Constitution, it's hilarious to me when people say, hey, look, here's the guy who said, don't court pack. In fact, we should have a constitutional amendment to prevent court packing because this is a critical branch for our institutions in our republic. And then he's the threat to democracy, and he's the threat to the republic, and he's the threat to the Constitution. And then you have the guy saying, well, First Amendment doesn't cover hate speech. He's supposedly this bulwark against tyranny and evil. I think it's absolutely absurd. I think the fact that multiple people on this panel have endorsed court packing, which would, I think, have a very real risk of obliterating a republic, is concerning. I think that is more disqualifying than anything JD Vance has said on the 2020 election. And overall, again, going through just all my points, I think JD Vance really surprised people at the debate. I think people were just writing him off, making lies about him fucking the couch or whatever. And then he came back and he's like, no, actually, he's principled. He's in support of the Constitution. He's actually supportive of an enduring republic. And Democrats just can't deal with that, right? They have to make up shit. They have to lie. Tim Walz lies like no other. But of course, he's got to be the truth guy because of the narrative that Democrats have built over time. It's disgusting. If you want to defend the Constitution, you can't let court packing happen. Tim Walz should come out tomorrow and say that he promises and he disagrees with Kamala Harris. If he does that, maybe we can actually have a conversation about who's better, Tim Walz or JD Vance. But until that time happens, JD Vance is obviously better.
Pondering?
Man, I don't know where to begin. So the reason the Trump tweet was brought up was because Lactoid brought up Kamala Harris's position from 4 years ago where she said she was open to court packing. Tim Walz, to my knowledge, has not said he's pro court packing. So there's a relationship Lactoid is trying to establish vis-a-vis Kamala Harris's position. By that point, Trump is fair game, and you will always lose on the Trump point because court packing is #1 constitutional. It was exercised by the founding fathers themselves. And what Donald Trump is proposing was the termination of a constitution to restore him to a second unlawful term. Trump is objectively far worse in all ways. The only reason that you would care more about potentially court packing, which again is not Walz, it's the person that Walz is backing might be open to it, is because you care more about preserving a right-wing supermajority on the Supreme Court than actually preserving the Constitution itself. That's really what Lactoid is upset about. In terms of lying, JD Vance has been caught in verifiable lies time and time again, going from obviously the 2020 election situation. He knows that Donald Trump lost the election. He won't concede to it because it's politically inconvenient. He's lied about migrants in Springfield, Ohio, and on and so forth. In terms of the two candidates themselves, sorry, I'm trying to keep it under the 2 minutes. In terms of the two candidates themselves, Governor Walz actually has executive and legislative experience that JD Vance doesn't. JD Vance has been in Congress for 2 years. He's got nothing done. He wouldn't even vote for the enhanced child tax credit he claims to support because he cares more about politics than he does about policy. He is objectively inferior, again, in all ways. And then the last thing I'll say is that the Constitution demands that a vice president preside over the certification of the Electoral College. JD Vance is the only one of the two candidates who has called into question whether or not he would faithfully do so. Again, he is morally and ethically and constitutionally inferior in all ways, objectively so, as is Donald Trump. You lose.
Hutch.
Yeah, I mean, look, as far as court packing goes, the Republicans have won one popular vote in the last 30 years, and yet there's 6 Republicans sitting on the Supreme Court. This is an obviously untenable situation. I maintain that if the roles were reversed, the Republicans would be talking about packing the courts. As far as JD Vance is concerned, it's one thing to evolve in your opinions. That does happen. Obviously, politicians of every stripe will flip-flop on a number of issues. It's another thing entirely to refer to Donald Trump in private as America's Hitler and call him an opioid, which when you take a look at like the region of where Vance comes from, that's a pretty profound thing to call someone. To go from that to being that person's VP in the course of however many years we are, 8 years, that is pretty remarkable to me. I think Walz is a little rough around the edges sometimes when it comes to like the way that he composes himself. And I obviously disagree with him on hate speech and First Amendment. But if we're talking about like concerns with the Constitution, again, I don't think there's any comparison between someone like Walz, who is just clearly wrong about hate speech, and someone like Vance, who's backing someone like Trump, who has open contempt for the Constitution, has proposed literally terminating the Constitution. I don't even understand how these things are in the same conversation. So for these reasons, I think Vance is just completely disqualified, and I would never in a million years consider letting him anywhere near power.
Cam Higby's cat.
Yeah, so there was some stuff said about the chips and science.
No, I said the cat.
Oh, sorry, here. All right.
Thank you. That's what I needed to hear. Okay, Econo Boy?
Yeah, I mean, I think, number one, we didn't talk much about their actual policy differences, and I'll get to why that's probably important. But if we are talking about their policy differences, again, I think that it's important to establish a pretty clear difference, right? I mean, Tim Walz, again, investing in children, investing in infrastructure, investing in clean energy, investing in public education. These are good things. These are good government investments that return more money than you put into the system. Republicans tend to cut child education. That's not really good for the economy long term. It's certainly not not good for children in the short or the long term. And so I think that progressive policy voice will be relatively positive. The one caveat to that is I know that JD Vance talked about proposing a tax credit. Let's talk about what Trump actually did when he was in office. He doubled the child tax credit from $1,000 to $2,000. He increased the refundability to $1,400. So the most that you could get from the child tax credit was $1,400. Biden comes in, increases that to $3,600, right? And so that's a substantial higher increase. That's what Kamala is actually proposing, plus a $6,000 credit for people who have newborn children. Again, these are all much more pro-welfare policies than the Trump administration is actually proposing. That's not including their huge tax increase by having universal tariffs, to be clear. But it's also important to point out the reason why we didn't get to talk about policy so much is because it is important that we talk about the candidates' positions on democracy and their position within the democratic experiment known as the American democracy. The reason why these debates matter, the reason why it's interesting to talk about our different political opinions is because we feel like they're actionable. When I go out and I vote for JD Vance / Donald Trump or Kamala Harris / Tim Walz, my assumption, and I think the ordinary assumption of the American people is I'm voting for this person. If a plurality of people in my state vote for this person, that is who our electoral votes will go to. That's a legitimate democratic process. That's the ordinary understanding. When you start to challenge that ordinary understanding of democratic experiments, that's when you start to democratically backslide. That's really bad. The fact that JD Vance can't really succinctly answer that question other than to say that he would be a part of undermining the American democratic experiment, that is very, very bad. That's the reason why that issue is a priority to the people on this panel, although certainly we do not concede the policy merits between the two. Tim Walz is much better.
Now over to Cam Higbee.
Yeah, so I'd like to start by saying I hope all you on the left are running scared after my cat absolutely bodied you. There was some stuff on the Chips and Sciences Act. I'll save that for the next discussion, assuming we get an opening, I think, right, Dylan? Same thing with jobs. So Pisco said that there was no evidence that like JD Vance has changed since he's been friends with Peter Thiel, but also argued that he flipped substantially more than Kamala Harris, astronomically. So those two views don't really seem to coincide with each other. They actually seem to pretty much contradict each other directly. I'd like to comment on the Democrat rebranding. I think it's very interesting. You're all here wearing camouflage hats, which I think is absolutely hilarious. Nobody would have associated camouflage hats with Democrats a couple years ago. I agree with Kevin Castley on the Postal Service. I think that there should be some structures of government that are socialized, that are provided to everybody. I think the Postal Service is one of those. Defense is obviously another one of those. I think that things that like private sector things should not be run like the Postal Service, for the exact reason that the Postal Service is just meant to provide things, not in an efficient manner. Private postal companies obviously do a much better job, and this is one of Ludwig von Mises' primary arguments against like the Leninist system, because Lenin structured his entire government after the Postal Service, which has all of its deficits covered by the government. So court packing was done by the Founding Fathers. Don't remember who said this, but it's true. Court packing was done by the Founding Fathers, but not because they wanted more people on the court who agreed with them. It was because there was 6 justices when the Supreme Court was established, which is just enough for them to have a deadlock, 3 people on each side. So 9 were added so that there could be no deadlock. There's always going to be more than one person on each side. Somebody said that Trump stole Supreme Court seats. That was the most incoherently stupid thing I've ever heard in my entire life. It is the president's job to appoint people to the Supreme Court when people either retire or die on the Supreme Court. Somebody even said he stole 2 seats, which I assume would, yeah, anyway. So let's see what else was said. Yeah, that's pretty much it. So I'll save the rest of the economy stuff for my opening in the next one.
Just on the 2-minute mark. Perfect ending.
Perfect.
Okay, and with that is the first topic done. I hope you are all enjoying your time here. It gets a little feisty, but it stayed largely within the reins of polite-ish discussion, and I appreciate that. One last donation we got $20 from McClain, which says, would any of the pro-Vance speakers agree to a long 1v1 debate against any of the Live and Learn team, which I believe is a reference to the liberals on this show, like Pisco and the rest?
I'm sure
I think I've debated all of you.
Well, then Lactoid says yes, and he already did it. So Lactoid's way ahead of that donor. Thank you for the $20. I appreciate it.
Dylan, do my open last. I'm going to go to the bathroom.
Okay, no worries. Okay.
Lactoid, have you squared off with Hutch?
No, I tried. We tried, but
Haven't we been on a panel before?
That's the missing one.
Oh, I think that we were on the Her Report panel, right?
Yeah, I think so. I don't know. Sounds right.
Yeah, that's right.
There's only one panel, and that's the Hippy Dippy panel. Thank you very much. Okay, so the next topic we're going to get into is the fun and wacky world of economics. So, economics, when polled, the economy is a big issue for voters. Immigration, the economy, democracy, these seems to be the top three issues. And so we're going to talk about the economy. And the question is simple. Which economic approach, the Biden-Harris economy or the Trump-Pence economy, provides a better foundation for a future Harris or Trump presidency? So we're going to start here with, you know what, let's go with, he has it in the name. So Econo Boy.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I certainly think that the Biden-Harris approach, although not optimal, look, I'm a very progressive person. If I had the reins of the economy, we would do significantly more progressive economic measures than the Kamala or Biden administration. But they've taken a good first step. You know, call it a down payment if you want. But the IRA, the Chips and Manufacturing and Sciences Act, or whatever the long sort of extended name is, the CHIPS Act, as people call it, that's all really, really good, smart industrial policy. I think in general their tax policy has been pretty good as well. You know, investing in children, that's a really good thing to do. That returns a lot of money. Of course, we've seen the experiment, right? When this exact proposal was enacted temporarily, that's what they could get passed under the Democratic caucus currently. We saw childhood poverty basically get cut in half. Guess what? When you give people money that don't have enough money, they're not as impoverished as they used to be. And every child that grows up in poverty is a child that's less likely to live up to their full potential, less likely to become a scientist, less likely to become an entrepreneur, less likely to become an engineer, someone that really expands the productive capacity of our economy. Kamala's also proposed expanding the EITC, which is also something that Biden did as a part of his recovery, but also making that permanent. And again, that's a big anti-poverty measure as well. So look, if you care about people not living in poverty, if you care about investing in good manufacturing, middle-class growing jobs that don't require a huge amount of education, you know, a lot of people can get these jobs right off the street, then certainly it sounds like you would favor a Biden and Kamala approach, not the approach of Donald Trump. He's doubled down on all of his bad economic policies from his first term, and he hasn't seemed to keep a lot of the good ones. So I would say recommend Kamala and Biden on this issue.
Okay, that was a minute 30. We're now going to throw it over to Lectoid.
Yeah, I think that when we're talking about like what is good in an economy, I think there's it's two separate questions, right? Because there's the first question, which is what makes the most sense, what's the most efficient in terms of just like if you're trying to do something, what accomplishes what you're trying to do best? And then the other question is who is it, like it's good for who, right? Because the actual goal matters. And economics is a not only a practice of efficacy, but it's also a practice of morality. Because this is some libertarian shit I'm about to come out with, but when you expropriate people's resources from them, this is stealing from them. You are essentially removing things that they've worked for, and this absolutely has moral implication. Now, if we're looking at both of these candidates here, or I guess we're looking at Trump compared to Biden, I'm not going to lie, I don't particularly like either of them. But I'm going to phrase this in the sense of who is less bad, right? I don't like the economic populism that's coming out of Trump, and I don't like the typical shit that's coming out of Biden. And the proposals from both candidates going forward are also, I have disagreements with them for equal reasons or for similar reasons. But I think that the Trump-Pence presidency in terms of the economic outlook was better. I think that just is better than Biden's at least. I think that Biden, has a lot of issues. We have incredibly high inflation under Biden. We have Trump being historically very good on regulation. He's very good in terms of not raising taxes and some tax cuts as well. And then you have Biden doing such shit as, student loan forgiveness, which is handouts to people with relatively high income, mass spending. In terms of his jobs, they were constantly being revised down. Joe Biden's going to claim that he added so many jobs, but in reality, you look at a percentage of the jobs full-time compared to part-time. A lot of the jobs that Biden is claiming credit for now are disproportionately going to be part-time as opposed to a full-time compared to the Trump presidency. And I think Trump's prior policies plays into some of the good shit that's going forward for him. Now, obviously, the deficit's not good, but the biggest deficit items on his policy are tax cuts and no tax on tips and no tax on overtime, which is all great. We shouldn't be taxing people for going out and doing honest day's work. Lowering taxes for domestic manufacturers.
Okay, we're over 2 minutes, so try to wrap it up.
Yeah, and I guess just to wrap up, Biden sucks on all of that. He's gonna he raise taxes and shit, and Kamala's gonna do the same.
Okay, pondering.
Sorry. So basically everything Econoboy said, I wrote his intro and I gave it to him. The other thing I'll just say is that JD Vance has no economic record of which to speak. So it's hard for us to really compare. Governor Walz is a mixed bag when it comes to Minnesota. Some good things, some things not so good. The Biden-Harris administration, I would say that especially when you consider the hand that they were dealt, their economic success has been overall staggering. When Donald Trump came into office, of course, he was riding President Obama's coattails. A lot of Republicans and Trump supporters like to pretend that basically the universe was created anew. Donald Trump single-handedly, with just his two very tiny orange hands, created the U.S. economy. But for the most part, most of the good parts of the Trump economy for at least the first 3 years were macroeconomic trends that were continuing from the Obama administration, and Trump did continue them for the first 3 years. I think the stock market then increased fairly sharply under Trump, so I will give him that to the extent that we can give a president any credit for the stock market. And then, of course, the whole thing collapsed in his fourth year. So, and of course, Trump supporters say you can't hold COVID against Trump, even though obviously if the shoe was on the other foot, they absolutely would hold COVID against a Democrat. But even by that logic, that means that you should also grade President Biden on a curve, given that he had to deal with the pandemic recovery. So for that and all the other reasons that Econoboy laid out, I'm backing the Harris-Walz Economic Foundation.
Hutch.
Yeah, I got to give credit to Republicans on messaging because they have truly convinced a lot of median voters that they're better on the economy, despite the fact that every modern Democrat has left the economy in a better position than it was when they took office, and every Republican left the economy in a worse position than it was when they took office. We can look at GDP growth, deficit spending, unemployment, job creation, any metric you want to look at. You know, and I was watching, it was a Hodge Twins video today, and they were talking about how they were frustrated that people that were affected by these disasters weren't getting more money to sort of help them get through the worst of it. They were talking about like homeless veterans. They were talking about how there were Americans that were struggling. And I couldn't help but think that they seem to be making the case for the Democratic Party. I don't see the Republicans proposing a lot of like robust economic policy to directly impact Americans in this country that are struggling. I do want to make a point. Kevin has mentioned a couple times that 75% of the country lives paycheck to paycheck. I just want to get a fact check from Econoboy when we start. I don't believe that's true. I think the median family has like $180,000 in wealth and like $8,000 in liquid assets. But yeah, I look forward to having this conversation. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, and with that, you know what? I'll throw it over to Kevin Castley next. Just makes sense.
Yeah, sure. So for my opener, I've already got this prepared. I'm not going to respond to that. We can talk about that in the main segment. So yeah, so I have a degree in economics that's relevant to this. But here's the thing. Neither of them are technically good. They're a mixed bag. Here's the thing. Freedom cities, which Trump has very sparingly talked about, is like brilliant. So he's one of the only Western leaders to talk about planned cities. Look, it is same in Canada as in the US. We're sick of living in old, congested cities with bad infrastructure and high rents. Let's build some new cities with big housing and big infrastructure, and let's learn from the victories of China in this area. I want to say as well, the CHIPS Act that Biden Harris did is good. That is good, absolutely. But here's the thing. So are tariffs. Again, it's a mixed bag. So Trump's tariffs have the potential to gear the American economy. If they're done on the board, as he said, as Vance has said as well, the 20%, if they're done, you know, strategically on the whole, they can gear the economy towards self-reliance, which is a national security issue, right? I know a lot of Republicans and conservatives talk about national security and stuff, yet they're fine with subordinating their economy to multinationals that have no allegiance to their country. Consider Taiwan, where that dependency could actually force a war. America's dependent on Taiwan for advanced semiconductors. But if it wasn't, it might be less likely to be forced into a war if anything happens there, giving you strategic flexibility to not necessarily get into a nuclear war, right? So that's good. America is one of only a few countries that could be fully self-reliant. So is Canada, but we're not because our political system and economy is subordinated to foreign capital. Trump's rhetoric is populist, but it's undermined by corporate tax cuts that he did in his term. And Harris' rhetoric is populist, but it's undermined by the mass migration that Biden presided over in his term. So at the end of the day, they are a mixed bag of pros and cons. I support labor, and at the end of the day, it's a mixed bag because both parties serve capital instead of workers. So if you're working out there, doesn't matter if that, you know, that number is technically true depending on how you bend it, you're getting screwed over bigly basically right now. So thank you.
Bigly. Throwing it now over to, I'll throw it over to RC.
So I'll try to keep it short and concise. I think that the Trump administration will incentivize business owners. They already have in 4 years, and they will again. And I think that it's necessary for our country, the lifeblood of our country, which are small businesses and large businesses, to incentivize business owners to open up, to incentivize the entrepreneurs to open up and to innovate in the United States. When you have companies that like Walmart, Apple, Amazon, that employ millions of jobs, employ millions of Americans in the United States, we want to incentivize these people. We don't want the smartest and the brightest of our country to open up their company in a foreign market. We don't want the Elon Musks to leave the state of California and go to Texas. We see what Democrat-run governors do, and they de-incentivize the Elon Musks of our country. And the last thing I would say is Kamala Harris has been quoted claiming that she wants to snatch patents and take them over, meaning the government to take over patents. What worse thing can you say to de-incentivize business owners, potential business owners, and current business owners in the United States?
Throwing it now over to Pisco.
Yeah, I think one of the big problems you have with the Republicans or the right-wingers or the pro-Trumpers on this panel is a little thing called post hoc ergo propter hoc. Just because something happens close in time to something else doesn't mean that it happens because of that. And as was explained by Josiah earlier, the people who are citing the cost of living crisis that occurred under Joe Biden, just like Kevin cited the immigration crisis that has persisted under Joe Biden, doesn't mean that it happened because of any concrete Joe Biden policies. We know that the economy was, or the cost of living crisis is a global problem that was affected primarily by, or started primarily by COVID, the virus, and the restrictions that were made sort of as a result of COVID. And in response to that crisis, the Biden-Harris administration has performed exceptionally. We've had a soft landing. We have growth, very good growth. We have great unemployment numbers. Real wages are finally going up. We've had unprecedented investments in energy, in green energy, unprecedented investments in the manufacturing, and not even Kevin will deny the fact that we have increased manufacturing employment. And yes, we're continuing to have kind of problems in specific sectors, but those are problems that Biden and Harris have solutions for. For example, with respect to the cost of living crisis, with respect to housing prices, Kamala Harris has a plan with building homes. There's a supply issue. If you're Kevin Castle and you trust Donald Trump to build futuristic planned cities, don't count on it. This guy cannot fulfill his promises. He cannot follow through on his legislation. Kamala Harris has a plan that, by comparison, I think is a lot more doable, and I have a lot more trust in her vision as opposed to Donald Trump's. And then finally, on the issue of immigration, that's another sort of discrete area where the administration has proposed a solution, the bipartisan Immigration Act, which would have vastly increased the number of border agents, which you need to resolve a lot of these cases and to push back some of the tide of illegal immigration, which others cite as an economic problem. And then finally, what are the good aspects of the Trump-Pence economic vision? That's what the question's about. The major signature piece of legislation is the tax cuts for billionaires. And it can't be the case that we think that furtherance of that policies or business as usual with the MAGA Republicans is going to be in the best interest of real Americans and working class people.
Okay, now we're going to throw it over to Cam Higbee to end our opening statements.
Perfect. I'll set the stage pretty hard here. So I'll address some of these things in reverse order. So the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act did not primarily provide tax cuts for billionaires. Billionaires, or people making over $1 million in general, received a tax cut of less than 4%, where people making $15,000 to $50,000 received a tax cut of 16 to 26%. People making $50,000 to $100,000 received a tax cut on average of 16%. In addition to that, you said Kamala Harris, Pisco, has a plan to build homes, and you pretty much summed it up perfectly because that's all she says, I'm going to build homes. She didn't say anything else. Her policy proposal on this on her website is a grand total, by the way, of 3 pages with absolutely no more substantiation other than I'm going to reduce house prices by giving you $25,000 in a grant to help you buy your first home, which is not a policy proposal at all, actually. It's just I'm going to give you some money. It's a grant. It doesn't reduce the prices of homes. It just helps mitigate the current high prices. So not a policy proposal. You said that just because it happens close in time doesn't mean it was their fault. I find that especially ironic because you prescribed that to all my compatriots here on the panel. But despite that fact, your friends here continue to say that Trump left the economy in a worse place than he entered office. Well, why was that? It wasn't because of his policies. We saw that if the pandemic never happened, Trump would have left the economy in the best place it had ever been in. It was the pandemic that caused the leaving of the economy in the worst place it had ever been, not Trump's actual actions. So burn. Okay. In addition to that, tariffs, I think something interesting to think about with tariffs is that we are also like massively using slavery and child slavery or labor that's effectively equivalent to slavery in foreign countries. Tariffs works to eliminate that. It de-incentivizes the use of foreign labor, especially in places where they are paid almost nothing, and brings it back home where we're legally obligated to pay people wages that are acceptable. On top of that, it eliminates the problem of us being completely dependent on countries that are either our literal enemies or countries that will soon be absorbed by our enemies, i.e. Taiwan. Trump already addressed that. Yep. You said that Trump or Biden has more manufacturing jobs than Trump ever did. That's true. There are more manufacturing jobs now than there was under Trump, but the proportional increase is like nothing compared to what Trump did. Trump in his first 2 years had over 400,000 manufacturing jobs added to the economy. Biden his entire term have 175,000. The rest were all returning jobs. The sharpest increase in returning jobs is while Trump was still in office.
Okay, and with that, we have finished the intro section. Is there anybody that wants to start us off? Kevin grabbed it first, so Kevin gets it.
Yeah, I know. I was listening to Pisco while I was away, and he had said that, well, you put a lot of trust into Trump about the freedom cities, but what if he doesn't do it? I want to be clear right here, just on the record. There's like a 98% chance he doesn't even get started on it. But I do think the rhetoric is important because it gets people to start asking questions. Hey, why does China have an excess 1 billion units in housing, but we're paying $800 extra a month more than we were a few years ago to some bummy landlord that's does nothing, that's just cushioning it basically with our cash, and so no, I don't trust that he's going to do it. It's just he's one of the only people I've even seen talking about it. That's to clarify
how many people
my
here
position.
I just want to ask, how many people on this panel even knew that this was a policy going into this debate?
Probably nobody.
I mean, we're all very attuned people. We're all very
the freedom cities.
Yeah, freedom cities.
Yeah, I've heard about that. And the federal land.
Are we talking about
Okay,
freedom cities or economic opportunity zones?
No. We're
cities.
talking about specifically the cities that.
Yeah, I have no idea what that is.
I'm not convinced, and it's even possible that the conservatives here know about the policy, but I'm not convinced that the rhetoric on freedom cities has reached critical mass such that we can talk about any. We were talking about like the lack of specifics on the building of homes. How many people are being affected by this rhetoric? How much commitment is there on the MAGA base for him to follow through?
Pisco, I agree with you, but he is at least talked about it. Now, he hasn't done it as much as I would like, not anywhere near. But the question is, if he started talking about it and your criticism is, well, people don't know about it, that's not really a valid criticism because talking about it changes that. It gets people to talk about it, right?
So I care about policies that are going to improve the lives of real people. I think that
building new cities will.
I think that proposing solutions that have no chance of success is not going to help Americans. I know
that's not true. That's not true. They've built hundreds in China, and it's been working, and people have cheaper housing now.
I'm talking about this country and what I know about this country.
Why can't people have nice things, Pisco?
Yeah,
so people have nice things here. Pisco. In this country,
as you are, right? You said 90.
Are you a landlord, Pisco? Pisco, are you a landlord? You're not a landlord.
It's not relevant. I'm not a landlord.
No, but it is relevant because landlords oppose the construction of new cities.
It's completely irrelevant about whether I am a landlord or not. I'm a tenant. I am not a landlord, but even if I was,
so then it's in your financial interest to have more housing stock available.
So I agree that more housing stock is important. That's why I support, and I hope that you would too. Do you or do you not support Kamala Harris's proposal to spend money on 3 million new homes? Would you support that?
Yeah, I've looked into it. I think it's good. The problem is
plan at
no. But the problem is, I also agree with Cam. I don't think she's going to do it, and I agree with you. I don't think Trump's going to do it. That's the problem. Is that both of these guys at the end of the day serve capital, not labor. So
in this country, I'm sorry to say, and that's one of the reasons why I think you're going to have a problem here with some of the libs. In this country, the power of capital is endemic into all of our issues, right? It's like
liberalism is a cancer. Of course I have a problem.
You're not going to get rid of it in the next 20, 30 years, and your attempts to try.
You're going to lose to China. You're going to lose to China.
I'm telling you, I'm a realist. I'm a realist before I'm an ideologue. I'm telling you, it's not going to be successful, and every single proposal that you're going to have is going to require a private-public partnership. If not, it's not going to get out the door. I know this country. Right. I know it's going to work. Right. And what you're asking for is pie in the sky, and it won't work.
No, but it's not pie in the sky. It's been done before. It's been done in China, and yeah, it was a public-private partnership. The difference there is that the government is the primary shareholder in about 98% of their companies. The U.S. should move towards that.
Well, I don't think Trump is going to build many new American cities. Like, this seems kind of preposterous to me. I mean, at the very least,
he's talking about it. At least he's talking about it, right?
Well, sure. Trump talks about a lot of dumb shit, right? I mean, I don't know how seriously we can take any one policy that Trump actually proposes, right? But if we compare what they've actually proposed, it seems like the actual welfare-inducing things, like, you know, you agreed that Biden was an extremely pro-labor candidate. Obviously, that's the case. When he talks about who actually co-sponsors things,
mass migration, but yes,
he did not cause. Wait, Kevin, did he cause that? How did he cause it? If he did,
Biden. By keeping the borders open, essentially.
Wait, when you say keeping the border open, you're aware that he is deporting record numbers of individuals. When you say keeping the border open, what do you mean by that?
What I mean is by essentially continuing the status quo, which also Trump did too. He continued the status quo of allowing the importation of cheap labor.
What do you mean allowing?
Undercut wages and drive up rents.
He's deporting record numbers of people because there's record numbers of encounters. He's also allowing record numbers of people to just be released into the country. Okay, I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
I'm going to give you a little primer about what it is I'm talking about. So in this country, if you cross the border and are in America, right, you've not gone through entry and inspection and admission, you are considered an applicant for admission if you're stopped any place. In this country, the law gives you procedures before they can deport you, even expedited procedures. And so under the law in this country, we are not allowed to summarily throw you out. We have a very long fucking border. So when you say that
we release people and they're not accountable to appear for the court dates,
I couldn't hear. Wait, stop. Okay, stop. Guys, please, no one can hear anything that anyone's saying. It's all, sorry, you were all three talking at the same time. So this is the order I'm going to do it, okay? Because Pisco just talked. So we're going to go Cam, because Cam rose his hand, and I want to make sure he gets to talk. Then we'll have Kevin add anything he wants to add. Then we'll bring it back to Pisco to respond before moving to the rest of the room. Lactoid, I'm writing your name down.
Man, I don't even remember exactly what I was going to say. I was going to push back on something Kevin said about China. China only has their legs. Yeah, China only has their legs underneath them because of reforms under Deng that brought them closer to a market economy. So I just disagree with that. But I think Pisco's in the situation where
Deng was a socialist. You know what Deng said? He said socialism is not poverty. Get rich is glorious, right?
Deng was a socialist.
Why are you appealing to the housing market right now?
So are you okay? So you're saying what Deng did was basically move towards market capitalism. Then why not do what Deng did then, right? That's not communism then,
right? I don't agree with everything Deng did, but it's an objective fact that the reason China was able to get their feet back underneath them is because Deng brought back markets. Okay, so I'm about to defend you.
Yeah, guess what? Okay, Deng was based. Deng was a total chud. Why not be more like Deng then? But let me guess, we can't be more like Deng because he was a communist. Then which is it?
This is not a socialism debate, Kevin. I was just pushing back.
No. Well, we're talking about economics. I love how liberals always do this. They do the whole
Kevin, the most socialist candidate running is Kamala Harris.
And then you bring this up, and they're like, well, no, actually, that's capitalist. And then you say, okay, let's do that then. And then they say, no, you're a communist.
Deng Xiaoping thought. Okay, let's bring it back to the economy and away from China for a second.
Dude, they listed like 800 million out of poverty, and you're both Trump and Harris are falling on that regard. So
yeah, 800 million under poverty, and they had way more than that under poverty. There's also like this super lie that China abolished poverty. It's so bullshit. They still have hundreds of millions of people who are fucking homeless. Now I'm going to defend you, Kevin.
That's not true. That's not true. That's like
that's
CNN.
Absolutely true.
It's
not from CNN,
dude.
It's not from CNN. I don't want. I trust me. I do not watch
currently is crashing.
1948, dude.
I'm a Trump conspiracy theorist, bro. I don't watch CNN.
Now that we've drawn the lines in the sand over China, I think so. We had Cam, we had Kevin. Or wait, Cam, did you finish responding to Pisco?
Cam was about to own me.
Yeah. Please own.
Well, not
Pisco,
really,
please.
but. All right, Pisco, get ready, prepare.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say that I think that Pisco was kind of in a position where he had to articulate a fundamental difference between America and China that would result in the policy Kevin was proposing, working in China and not working in America, which I don't think was fully done. That's not necessarily me coming for your balls, Pisco, but I think that wasn't articulated. I don't remember. I was gonna respond to something else Pisco said, but I didn't write it down, so I forgot
immigration
it. So
stuff. I talked about immigration stuff.
Oh yeah. There's more. Yeah, there's more encounters now, so obviously more people are being deported. I think the biggest problem right now with the immigration issue is that when we catch people, we release them. We don't hold them accountable to appear on their court dates.
Wait, yeah, I wish you were otherwise. That's catching.
No.
So as a function of the limited number of beds that exist, and there are certain things that make one inadmissible that is supposed to require, quote, mandatory detention under the law. And as a function of just not having enough space and not having enough resources, there are people who are supposed to be, under mandatory detention, according to the law, supposedly, who are let out, right? That's what's being
this is something Trump wants to do, is build more facilities.
Okay, so Biden and the Biden-Harris administration wanted to massively expand the amount of money given to the immigration system, including for housing, that kind of thing. But every time
you want to go here, Pisco, you want to go here?
Number one,
I don't think you want to go here.
When that does happen, people start conspiracy theories about how FEMA is, displacing money.
All right. Let's not pivot. Let's get back to the bipartisan border bill. I think you were referring to.
I'm trying. Yeah, I am 100% referring to that bill.
Okay,
and
great.
I'm happy to defend it on merits, but I just want to be clear. When we start paying for housing, people like Kevin, I have to say, or I don't know, actually, if this is Kevin's position, start yelling about how we're not giving money to American workers and we're giving it to migrants for housing purposes. That's number one. And number two.
No, I want to build public housing, dude. Okay. I want to build public housing like they did after World War II to have a baby boom.
For illegal immigrants?
No, they're not citizens.
Okay. Yeah. So if you want to have mandatory detention programs, and if you think that the lack of mandatory detention programs because of lack of housing, which by the way is a problem that coexists throughout the entirety of the history of the Immigration and Nationality Act, just so you know. So Kevin's whole thing, like the borders are open because of what? Catch and release. He can't point to a single policy on which Biden administration is not enforcing the immigration law.
No, I can point to one. I can point to one.
It's because you guys have been run by capitalists.
Okay. You're all talking at you're all talking at the same time, so nobody's saying anything. Okay, Kevin, 10 seconds. Please make it 10 seconds. Then we're bringing it back to Cam before going to Lactoid, who's been waiting very patiently.
Yeah. So it's been going on longer than Trump and Biden because you guys have been run by capitalists for decades, and they profit from illegal labor. That's why they keep the borders open.
Okay.
So Trump, Biden. I just want to get this from Kevin. Biden is keeping the border open just as much as Trump is.
I can't even hear you, dude.
No, absolutely not. Another thing that we need to do is work on border security. I've been to the border, dude. I've interviewed people at the border.
I want to hear Pisco.
I can't hear any. I'm sorry, I can't hear anything. Okay, Pisco. Quickly, I get 10 seconds. I'm sorry. There's other people that have been waiting the whole debate, and it's mostly been like 3 people. So I want to make sure that other people get to talk. So Pisco, you'll get 10, 15 seconds. Then we're going to Cam. Then we're going to the beautiful world of Lactoid.
Sure. So this is the last thing I'll ask to Kevin, since Kevin pointed to the open border policy of Joe Biden being one of continuing a regime of capital incentivizing illegal immigration. You would agree, wouldn't you, that the border is open under Biden to the same extent that it was open under Trump? And as you said, it pre-exists both of them. So that's correct.
That's correct.
Right?
Yeah, and that's a problem. And if you're an actual nationalist, that should bother you.
Cam.
Okay, so the problem is that Trump was working towards a more secure border. I went to the border under Biden, and I shot a documentary, and I interviewed Border Patrol agents, and what they told me, and National Guard, and what they told me, and I'm going back in 6 days, what they told me was they literally watch people cross the border, they cross the Rio Grande, or they cross places where the river's not there, and they just let them cross, and then they bring them into open arms, and they take them into the system, right? That's the problem. We should be preventing
They're in
them
America once they cross the river. Once you cross the middle of that river in those sections, they're in America. They're entitled to procedures. Now, what?
Right. We can add security measures, putting some fucking barbed wire in the river and prevent those sons of bitches from coming over.
Should they follow the law or should they not follow the law?
You're a lawyer. Change the
follow the law,
man.
right?
You're gonna let me respond, or you're gonna keep yapping like a dog, dude. Come on.
Yeah. So like when Kevin says change the law,
you keep asking me questions. You're going back to Kevin because you're afraid of me, bro.
I'm not. Let's schedule a one-on-one debate. I'm not afraid of you at all.
I'm happy to, bro. I'm so happy to. Let's do it. We need to increase border security measures.
Wait, I'll do a debate.
Was that Dylan? Oh, I thought Dylan was interrupting. Okay.
Oh no, anyway, I was locking the chains of fate. Now it has to happen.
This is what Trump was like working to do, and Biden is not working to do. That's the fundamental difference. So with that being said, there were so many interruptions, and Pisco trying to go back to Kevin that I don't remember what I was even responding to at this point.
You were saying that because they were crossing the international borders. They're crossing the international borders, and I can't believe it. They're giving them procedures and
right. So put some buoys with some barbed wire on that river and keep those sons of bitches from coming over. Hell yeah. Eagle, American.
Hold on.
Make Mexico great again. They got a new president, and guess what? She's making Mexico great again. You're not going to see as many people coming over.
Let's switch over to the Mexican presidency.
Okay, an actual policy.
El Salvador, they're making themselves great again.
Oh no, it's okay. El Salvador, Mexico is great. We're talking about America. We're talking about Canadian. We're talking about America right now. Lactoid.
Yeah, we have more immigration than you.
Jesus Christ!
We have more immigration than you.
Canadian.
5 times as much.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Free speech is banned in Canada. Can we server mute? Thank you. Server muting the official Canadian censorship. Okay, Lactoid.
Thank you. Remain in Mexico. You're saying, when the Mexicans get here, we got to let them out in America. What did Biden do? Biden immediately reversed remain in Mexico.
30,000. That at its height, it's like 30,000 undocumented people. It requires Mexican alignment, Mexico agreement. It is not at all.
Which they had.
Even 1%, even 0.5% of the numbers that people are talking about with respect to the border crisis. So you're citing the
wait.
As though that is at all.
No, that's because hold on. Just to be clear, I'm not. No. It's a pebble. It's a pebble compared to what we have now. Compared to what we have now, not compared to what we had then. Just to be clear, I'm not hawkish on immigration, but when you're saying that, like, there's no difference, Biden didn't do anything different, that's absolutely not true, right? Biden gets elected and he reverses a number of policies, the most significant of which is remain in Mexico. We want to talk about asylum cases.
Not hawkish on libertarian because libertarians support CEOs and beef packing plants.
You supported Chinese housing policy before, and China is currently undergoing a housing crisis since 2020. Like Evergrande just went fucking bankrupt.
That's a meme.
Ridiculous housing policy.
That's a meme.
I knew you were a fucking communist. Anyway,
stock of about 1 billion units.
Jesus Christ,
No, the reason why you're not hawkish is because you're a libertarian. You want to bring in illegal labor to pay them less than minimum wage. Exploit.
No, I know because I like tacos. I like Mexican food. It's good. And the women are attractive, right? That's the reason. But when it comes
we can stay on immigration for a second. By the way, just quickly, guys, 1 moment. We'll finish up on immigration, but there's other economic stuff. Like, for example, tariffs. I saw you guys were clashing on tariffs earlier. I want to hear your guys' thoughts on the tariff proposal of Donald Trump in a second. So, Lactoid, you can finish up what you were trying to say.
I'm just going to finish up, right? Because Biden ended a number of things. The biggest one being remain in Mexico. When you're saying, we have no choice, we just are like, they come in, it's international law, we got to let them out in America. It's absolutely not the case. Remain in Mexico. They can wait in Mexico while they wait for their proceedings. That can happen. Biden reversed it immediately upon election. Now, again, I'm not hawkish on immigration, but I don't think that it's fair to say, Trump and Biden are the same on the border. It's absolutely not true. And China's housing policy fucking sucks, like all communist policies. But go ahead.
Yeah, well, guess what? 94% own their own home, versus 65% in America, where it's 50% with a mortgage.
Good, because landlords are based.
Don't have a mortgage.
Landlords are based.
Dude. Because the people own the economy, dude.
Walls are made out of flour, bro. Their walls are made out of flour.
We've studied up on
we found the Trump-Pence subscriber here. We found the Trump-Pence subscriber.
Okay, guys, please. We've been doing so good so far. Okay, Hutch.
Yeah, Cam brought up the Border Patrol. Don't you think it's a little bit untenable to bring them up when they endorsed the border bill that was negotiated?
Yeah, because they're desperate, right? I disagree with the border bill, and I'm happy to substantiate why I disagree with the border bill. But I'm sure, as I saw how desperate these people are down at the border, I met with a lot of people who are working on Operation Lone Star, and I'm going back to meet those people in 6 days. Like I said, they're desperate, yeah, and I'm sure they haven't read the bill. So yeah.
What they said was that it wasn't perfect, but it provided them with resources that they've been needing for decades.
Yeah, but
so
we have a better solution.
Any kind of a bill that's crafted in a divided government is not going to make both sides 100% equally happy. But the Border Patrol Union, there was broad consensus within that organization that this bill would have afforded them a lot of funding and resources, training, extra men, extra people to like process these claims, so we can get the wait time down from 5 to 8 years to 3 months. There was a lot of good stuff in that bill if you're actually serious
and
about
the border patrol,
like dealing with catch and release programs.
Buddy, it's my turn. Okay, so okay, so I'm happy to address that. Yeah, so the fundamental reason why I don't support the border bill is because the emergency powers granted in it are already largely powers the president has anyway and refuses to exercise. On top of that, those emergency powers would be taken away from the president and secretary. It actually restricts them if they dropped below 3,750 crossers per day over a 7-day period, which is almost exactly on the dot, twice what it currently is, 1,900. In addition to that, it can only be activated on a discretionary basis if 4,000 people cross the border in a single day over a 7-day period. The average has to be 4,000, or on a mandatory basis if 5,000 do. The issue would have to get almost twice as bad as it currently is for the president to exercise powers he already has. Sure,
so
it
you
added
would
extra
prefer
funding.
there's no caps?
Pipe down, Hutch. Okay. So in addition to that, sure, it did expand some funding and blah blah blah, whatever. Great. It also expanded the legal apparatus for asylees to fight the government. Okay, so there were plenty of terrible things in this bill, and it was perfectly reasonable for Trump to shoot it down because if Republicans vote for it now and it gets passed into law, Democrats aren't going to allow a border bill that actually addresses the issue to pass the next time. It's going to be an insurmountable mountain for Republicans to pass to get HR 2 passed. Okay,
Trump's opposition to this bill had nothing to do with the substance of the bill. He very openly. Mitch McConnell, even Ted Cruz, I believe, said this. Lindsey Graham, you have multiple Republican lawmakers go on the record
Mitch McConnell speculated. He had no evidence at all. He didn't hear it from Trump.
Okay, wait. I don't.
Be quiet.
Wait, guys. Wait.
Be quiet. Go ahead, Hutch.
Shush. No, Kevin, you're getting too unruly. Okay, I have to deport you. You're not here legally. I want to hear I didn't hear what he said first, so I don't know if it's speculation or not, but can I hear what these people said about the bill?
Yeah, they said that Donald Trump made phone calls and pressured Republican lawmakers to not give Joe Biden a win during an election year. It had nothing to do with the substance of the
not even disputed.
And if you have a problem, like if you have a problem conceptually with there not being any caps on the amount of people, like you said, it was 4,000 to 5,000 over a 7-day average. I don't understand how you could advocate for like just not having a bill and then not having any caps. You say, well, it doesn't really matter because the president has that power. Wouldn't it be better to codify these rules? Wouldn't it be better to like?
Yeah, 1 second. I'll respond to that. I'll go ahead and respond to that, Hutch. Sure. Mitch McConnell said that Trump made calls to Republicans in Congress, told them to vote against it. He speculated that Trump didn't want to give Joe Biden a win. He never said that Donald Trump explicitly said that. Yeah, go ahead and say it for me.
You doubt that? Hold on.
Let me doubt that. Let him finish it quick.
I'm not done, Hutch. The reason that the limits are a problem.
Do you doubt that?
Ask it again.
Absolutely, I doubt that. The bill was shit, and Trump repeatedly talked about it.
So naive.
Exactly why
Trump had
let me hear. Wait. 1 second.
I'd like to get my licks in.
I want to hear from Cam why he doubts that, why he thinks that he was speculation and he would say something like that.
Yeah, because Trump's record on this bill has been absolutely clear. Every single time he's spoken about it, he said that it was a horrendous bill that was like a betrayal of America.
The Border Patrol Union supported a horrendous bill? The Border Patrol Union supported a horrendous bill.
The Border Patrol supported a horrendous bill.
Because they're stupid,
absolutely.
They don't know what they need?
No, I didn't say that. They probably hadn't read it. These people work 9 to 5.
They didn't read the bill. The Border Patrol did not read the border bill.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep, probably not. Yeah.
You're an idiot.
Okay, so, yeah, sure. All right. That's real big talk, Pisco. But every time I ask you for a source,
you have a low opinion of the union. You have a low opinion of the union. You think they didn't read the bill?
To be fair, they are Trump
supporters, substance now, or are we going to be doing tainting the well left and right here? Do I actually get to respond to what Hutch said about limits?
Sure, you can respond.
Perfect. Okay. So Hutch, you said like, why would I not want to like codify the limits in the abilities that the president has? Because the president already has these abilities, and the bill just restricts when he can use them to an insane degree.
That's a fucking lie.
The issue would have to
Wait, Pisco. Just one at a time. I'll let you respond after. Okay? I promise.
But what happens if the next Democratic president comes in and it's just totally open borders and doesn't want to enforce it? Now you don't have anything codified, and they can just do open borders or whatever, right? I mean,
okay, but the bill didn't address the current issue. That's the problem. Okay, and on top of that, you asked me. I'll say this again. I'm like, why Trump, why might Trump not be using this just to get a win? Blah blah whatever. He openly endorses HR 2, which is a much better border bill that's currently waiting for approval in the Senate in a presidential signature. If Joe Biden got that bill passed and then signed it, guess what would happen? It'd be a huge win for Joe Biden. Huge border win for Joe Biden.
Next time you guys get a trifecta on government, next time you guys get a trifecta on government, you can do that. But you're in a divided government. You have a Democratic president.
Why would you expect? You asked me. Why
would you expect?
I know that Trump wasn't using it for a win, and I answered the question because it doesn't make any sense why he would continue to endorse HR 2.
Why would you expect that a piece of Republican-crafted legislation should just be passed under a Democratic president? If you guys want to do that, get control of the government.
Because it's bipartisan. Both sides seem to believe like that solving the border crisis. Joe Biden says he supports solving the border crisis.
That's why we support the bipartisan solution
border bill and have it be a win. It'd be a fucking slam dunk for Joe Biden.
That's why we support the bipartisan bill. And you accuse the border patrol union.
It was never actually bipartisan.
You accused the border patrol. You accused the border patrol.
Langford helped with it, but nobody else did.
You accused the border patrol union of not reading the bill. I think Cam Higbee hasn't read the border patrol bill or
I've read it, bro. I think you haven't read it. I've got it in front of me right now.
Or the Immigration and Nationality Act, which specifically states that applicants for admission within a certain parameter of the border bill, within a certain time period of when they're captured, are entitled to expedited removal procedures. These caps relate to a power to summarily throw people out of the country. That is not a power that the president currently has. Under the Immigration and Nationality Act, the president has the authority to suspend and make inadmissible certain categories of non-citizens. But the reason why we give people like procedures before you throw people out of the country is because banishment is an incredibly potent ability. We want to make sure that the people that we are banishing from the country are A, not entitled to be here, or B, not even citizens. That's the reason why we have procedures before we throw people out of the country. And what these cutoffs
So, Pisco, are you going to address my argument, or are you going to pivot? Because everything you're saying is a pivot.
Limit and tailor the authority of the president in these specific circumstances to summarily throw people out of the country, which the president under current law cannot do, right? The president cannot just throw out any alien in the Immigration Nationality Act's definitions just because he wants to. That is not an authority the president currently has. If you don't know that, you're
should be an Olympic athlete, bro, because you are good as fuck at running, dude. You should be an Olympic athlete.
Yeah. So you stated the president does have that authority.
Bolt over here, bro.
You stated that the president does have the authority.
He has the authorities given in the border bill, the Emergency Powers Act.
That's what I said. He does not have the power. So I'm going to cite one power that he does not have.
Nobody has exercised them through executive action already.
So they could remain in Mexico, right, Pisco?
So it's not precisely the same. And also, I believe that is an illegal act by Joe Biden. I believe that that's one of the things I most criticize Joe Biden for, is something that I believe to be illegal and not authorized.
What?
It's not a criminal act to violate the law, just so you know. Criminal and unlawful. So you're an idiot,
an impeachable offense, breaking the law?
I'm once again going to school you on basics.
All you have is name calling because you don't know what you're talking about.
I'm once again going to school you on basics. Just because something is unlawful doesn't mean it's criminal. There's a difference between those two things.
Okay, but it's still an impeachable offense. Is it? If it's illegal, if he commits an illegal act in office, is it impeachable?
I don't think necessarily that illegal acts are
so illegal actions are not impeachable. Perfect.
I don't think that illegal actions are.
I guess.
I don't believe that illegal actions by themselves are sufficient for impeachment. No, I do not believe that to be the case. Every single president in the history of the United States has had some, at least in the modern history of the United States, has had some policy that they've done deemed unlawful by the Supreme Court. So that's a ridiculous statement that you just made. Once again, if you give me enough time, I will dismantle everything you're saying. And the specific power that I'm pointing to that you said the president has is the power to summarily throw aliens out of this country.
Yeah, you brought that up. I didn't bring that up.
You know what?
He does not have that authority under the
You brought
Immigration
it up, not
Nationality.
me. You're straw manning. You're running like a track star.
I love the Cam Higbee Pisco show as much as the next guy, but you guys already agreed to a debate in the future. So if you want to hash it out individually, you can be on the undercard of the next Hippy Dippy, and we can continue the show for everybody that wants to see it. But I want to give an opportunity because I did want to touch on the tariff stuff because it was talked about earlier, and I said we could maybe reshift to it here. But also I want to make sure that I'm not taking up too much of your time, because if we talk about tariffs and this goes on for a bit, we might not have enough time for the bonus topic on foreign policy. So I just wanted to check with you guys. Did you want to talk about the tariffs or just go straight on to foreign policy? Because I want to make sure that we have enough time.
I'm happy either way. I think foreign policy is really important. I think
I vote foreign
I
policy.
think they're both related, actually.
No, God,
Like,
please.
seriously,
foreign
look
policy.
at
It's
chips
going to be a horrible
production.
discussion.
Oh,
Look
I'd
at
love to
the
talk about chips and science act.
production, right?
So most of you are
If
saying
if
foreign
you get
policy, then.
domestic manufacturing, you're
Wait,
not
I can't defend the
forced
tariffs.
to
Okay,
defend
so
Taiwan.
it seems like most of you guys want to talk about.
You have more
Wait, okay,
flexibility.
Kevin, I got your opinion. I think most of you guys want to talk about foreign policy. I think a few of you don't want to, but it seems most of you do. So if you want to talk about the tariffs thing, we can talk about it as the outro to this topic, which of course you get 2 minutes. And so if you wanted to talk about the 20% universal tariff, you can. We're going to start with, we'll start with Kevin Cassie for outros. And also for everybody at home, donations for this topic, you only got like a few more minutes because I'm going to read through the list soon. So if you want to ask questions or anything about any of this topic, donate now, DylanBurns.tv. Okay, Kevin?
Okay, yeah, thanks, Dylan. So, yeah, no, tariffs, as far as operating within the economy as it exists right now, tariffs are one of the few things that you can get away with in like a liberal system that are actually advantageous towards your workers in terms of undoing the damage of the neoliberal revolution. So America and Canada used to make a lot of stuff, big factories, car manufacturing, steel manufacturing, right? And then that was all shifted overseas. How do you get that back? Well, the race to the bottom bros, the neoliberals, they'll tell you, well, you can't. It's over. You got to play by our game and accept your service economy and your 3 jobs with no benefits instead of your 1 union manufacturing job. Tariffs give you a way out of that and say, no, we can actually rebuild and undo the damage that's done. You just kind of have to be smart about them. You got to be strategic about them. At the end of the day, Canada and the US are both countries that are one of the few that can be self-reliant. If you're in Andorra, that's tough. You're going to be needing dependency on other countries. But if you're in America or Canada, you can do everything at home. And doing that allows you to not be forced to fight wars to secure access to things like oil or steel or chips. Now, I'll close by saying here, look, a lot of people say you hate immigrants, you hate migrants or whatever. No, I don't. I want to be clear. American CEOs and their lackey politicians are only there to exploit you. My message to migrants that do want to come in seeking a better opportunity for them and their families is to stop giving into their brain drain of your countries and make your own countries great again, like they're doing in Mexico under Sheinbaum or El Salvador under Bukele. Bukele has reduced murders by 50x in the time that he's been in power. Remarkable. Sheinbaum is actively upholding workers' rights throughout Mexico and making their economy great, where people don't want to leave. Here's the thing. Migration is not done to help migrants. It's done to brain drain the developing world and alienate workers in the developed world. It's only done to divide and conquer so capital can prosper and we can lose. Thank you.
RC?
Which point do you want me to reply to?
Oh, you can talk
specifically?
about anything. You could talk about tariffs. You could talk about anything. It's your section. Say whatever you want.
So did we decide to stay on tariffs, or are we going to go to foreign policy?
I said that if you want to talk about
closing.
tariffs, you can talk about it as the outro, but we're going to move on to foreign policy.
Understood. So between Trump and Kamala, I imagine who has a stronger foreign policy position. Trump has a proven record to have a stronger foreign policy.
No, I said that this is the outro for the economic section, and then we're going to move on.
Oh,
to,
I understand. I got it. I misunderstood.
No worries.
Okay, so with I'm just going to kind of reiterate what I was saying earlier. Actually, I wanted to make a point that I heard earlier. It was pretty early on in this section. I wrote it down, but there's so many subjects got brought up. So I think it may have been Pisco that brought up the fact that the Biden administration passed the Inflation Act, and that helped to bring down inflation. So The area that's we should give credit to fight inflation is the Federal Reserve, which acts independently of the administration. We can look to the 1980s where inflation was, I think, at 14.2% at its peak. And the chairman at the time, I believe his name was Paul, I can't remember his last name, Paul V something. Volcker, yeah. So he's credited with reversing the inflation by increasing Fed rates to like about 20%. So no, I think it's a pretty weak point to give credit to the Biden administration for fighting inflation when we shouldn't be giving any credit to any administration for fighting inflation, because that's pretty exclusive to the Federal Reserve. Yeah, that's really all I wanted to say.
Understood. Now we're throwing it over to Pisco.
Yeah, I think that I never said that the Inflation Reduction Act was the primary reason that inflation came down. I do agree with you that the Federal Reserve's monetary policy almost certainly has a greater role in the reduction in inflation than any kind of fiscal policy or spending by the Biden administration. I said I credited them with a soft landing, and I'm using your standards, the standards of post hoc ergo propter hoc, whereas just because things happen in a certain time, we were giving credit for Donald Trump's economy under his regime. That said, I think there are discrete areas in which the Biden administration has brought prices down. I think energy costs is one where they're, it's obviously energy prices are highly fluctuating, but they're investing in energy. They're trying to bring prices down, for example, in medication. That's another one that we didn't really talk about. They're capping the price of insulin, and they're trying to do with other drugs as well. And so I think there are other reasons why we're having a soft landing where you're not seeing as much, not just, you're lowering inflation, but you're also not seeing a recession that you can credit the administration for, or at least give them some credit for it. And I think that Boy can speak more about that. In general, I think the economic situation has been, it was a big toughie for a while for factors completely outside of Biden's control, just like the COVID pandemic in some respects out of Trump's control, but they have done and performed exceptionally well. The legislation they have passed has invested in things that have good returns, like the Infrastructure Act or the Chips and Science Act, which I don't think anyone here even disputes. And so in general, I think that the administration has done an excellent job in steering and commanding this economy, and we need to see more of these policies and more ambition. I do agree with Kevin. There's some, in some respects, not in the full China, but I think there's some more ambitious measures that the administration can take, and I think that Kamala Harris has appropriately configured a set of policies that can be ambitious in lowering housing prices, for instance, in the child tax credit, the expansion of that, and other things, and healthcare expenditures as well. And then finally, on the last piece about immigration, I think that in general, the administration has not been the reason for the increase in illegal immigration. They've been trying to find solutions, but it's going to require congressional involvement. And the one piece of bipartisan legislation that was available to address that solution was stopped by Donald Trump.
Okay, throwing it now over to Lactoid.
Yeah, so I do blame the Biden-Harris presidency for some degree of inflation. Obviously, the coronavirus and also the war in Ukraine is going to affect that as well. I'm not saying it doesn't. As global supply chain disruptions are going to affect inflation as well. But government spending absolutely also impacts inflation. And when you have Biden passing all the bills that he has and raising spending in the way that he did, this is absolutely going to create a inflationary pressure. I talked a little bit at the beginning in my intro about the specific things that I think Trump is doing good, or that he did good, and then he's proposing to do good, right? Less regulation, taxing workers less. Which, I mean, if you're in support of workers, I think no tax and overtime is obviously a fantastic policy. But I want to contrast this with some of I think the economic illiteracy proposed or spoken about by the Harris candidate going into this election, right? I mean, you have statements in favor of what is essentially rent control, price controls in the called anti-price gouging laws. These have been universally panned, or panned by at least by the majority of economists. And then also the taxes on unrealized gains, unrealized capital gains. That's particularly, I think, scary. Mass proposals for spending. I mean, it's just not good. I think that if you want a smaller government, Trump isn't good, but he's absolutely better than Kamala Walz. And so consider that in your when comes time to voting on November 5th.
Okay, pondering politics.
Yeah, so I'm super quick. So a couple of things. going all the way back to the manufacturing claims that were made earlier. Donald Trump actually presided over a net loss of manufacturing jobs in 2019, even before the pandemic. So he was starting to lose jobs even before the pandemic. In terms of the bipartisan border bill, the fact of the matter is we do exist in divided government where the Democrats have more leverage than the Republicans. So this idea that the Republicans get to be the tail that wags the dog is absurd. If the shoe was on the other foot, Republicans would never permit it. Joe Biden is the most powerful man on earth. Donald Trump should not be given carte blanche to set the legislative agenda. Republicans have an inferior position. So this idea that they should have opposed the border bill because they didn't get everything they want and Democrats didn't give them everything they want is absurd. That's just politics. Democrats should have gotten more than the Republicans did. And by the way, that bipartisan border bill was relatively conservative. I would argue it's much more conservative than it was liberal. There were 75 senators, I think, total in the initial rounds of negotiations towards the end. So all 50 Democrats supported. I think it was 15 Republicans. And then, of course, Donald Trump began to voice his opposition. If Donald Trump actually had good reasons for opposing the bill, one would assume that Mitch McConnell and Lindsey Graham would communicate those reasons rather than saying it was for campaign purposes, right? Because that would actually give more legitimacy and more cover to Trump. He killed the bill because it was a cynical wedge issue that he wanted to exploit. And yeah, at the end of the day, even the Biden-hating Border Patrol union supported it. I have no reason to believe that they didn't read the bill. That doesn't make any sense. I don't know why they would endorse something, basically brought forth by, at least in part, by Democrats if they opposed Biden, right? Presumably it's because they read the text. They saw that even though it was bipartisan and it would give Biden a political victory in a tense election year, is because they actually appreciated the merits of the bill, at least to some extent or another. So I don't know. I just thought that whole tangent was absurd.
Perfect timing. Throwing it over to Hutch.
Yeah, I want to take the time during my outro to address something that's been salient over the last couple of weeks. We didn't really get to touch on it while we were having this conversation, but there's a lot of discourse going on right now about the amount of relief that people should get during an emergency, the amount of FEMA funds that should be dispersed. And I just want to point out, Joe Biden has advocated for Congress to come back into an emergency session and expand these funds. And it's Mike Johnson, the Republican Speaker of the House, who has put the brakes on that and said, no, we're not going to get to that until after the election. This is just one example of many that we can discuss where Democrats are more open to providing direct relief to Americans. I'm not going to spend all my time getting into all the different policies. We already had this discussion. I'm ready to close it out. So thank you guys for letting me speak.
Thank you for keeping it short and sweet. We're going to throw it to Econo Boy.
Muted.
These are all fantastic points.
You're
muted,
Econo Boy.
Oh, sorry. I was being polite, goddammit. Okay, I had my mic muted when I wasn't talking. Unlike certain Canadians on the panel. But anyway, so sorry. Unfortunately, we got bogged down into an immigration discussion. Look, I think immigration in general is good. I don't really find immigration to be an incredible problem. There's certainly some problems with the asylum seeking process, and to the extent that we care about that, obviously the bill that was proposed that Biden said he would sign would address that. Trump killed that bill. So I don't know. I don't think he really takes it too seriously as an issue, just as a way to appease his base, which likes to hold mass deportation now signs, which is, of course, a pretty insane position, all things considered. Look, overall, I'll talk about some of the things that I think are good. Manufacturing jobs increased by 1 million plus under Obama. And so it's really more about the policies, not just the net job creation. What did these administrations do in order to increase manufacturing job, increase manufacturing investment? And what is the actual status of that investment? Construction spending on new factories under Biden is literally 2.5 times what it ever was under Trump. And that's because of things like the IRA, Infrastructure Investment Act, CHIPS Act, things like that. RC, you mentioned that you like that Trump incentivizes investments in manufacturing. Well, he didn't seem to do a whole lot of that by the numbers. Biden and Kamala did do a whole lot of that, and it's because of their policies. Let's take the CHIPS Act, for example. After passing that bill, various manufacturers announced over $500 billion in investments in new manufacturing plants, and that's because of the new subsidies available for industry, which were passed as a part of that CHIPS Act. That's a good thing. It protects American industries and also ensures that we have investment in crucial industries. Some conservatives have criticized this because the investment isn't immediately realized, but that's because chips manufacturing plants take a long time to build. But one thing that Kamala and Walz have spoken to is the inefficient permitting process. That's something you never see lip service that Trump talks about. He just talks about ending regulations vaguely. They've taken a key issue. They said, hey, we need to reform these permitting process, make it easier to build. We've already got hundreds of billions of dollars of planned investment. Let's make it come online quicker. That's smart policy. And that's not to mention that, look, welfare-inducing policies, raising taxes on the wealthy, paying, using that money and paying for things like expanded child tax credit, bigger child tax credits than Trump or Vance have ever proposed or ever done. These things are good. These things end up reducing poverty, and they provide a ton of middle-class jobs that people can actually obtain, people that don't need advanced degrees in order to do. If you care about the middle class, if you care about them keeping more of their paycheck, if you care about less children living in poverty, if you care about expanding things like Social Security and protecting things like Medicare, these are the things that the Biden, Harris, Walz administration, Biden administration currently, Kamala administration in the future, have promised to do. These are much better for American workers than huge tax increases through universal tariffs. That's what Trump has proposed.
Okay, now we're going to throw over to Cam Higby. And Cam, I trust you to stay within the bounds as I go to use the bathroom. I expect zero slurs. I'll be right back.
Don't worry. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, so the CHIPS and Science Act was absolute and complete dog shit. So the problem with the CHIPS and Science Act is it did increase a lot of manufacturing funding, as you guys said. But the problem is that it has incredibly insane DEI standards, including requirements to hire ex-convicts, that has actually resulted in the largest chip manufacturers in the United States completely halting their factory productions. That's going to be the Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company that was going to start a foundry in Arizona, which has completely halted its production of that factory, as well as Intel, who completely stopped the the building of their factory or their foundry in Arizona. So it's actually like really hurting the semiconductor manufacturing in the United States. In addition to that, what else did you say? You said that Trump's thing is he's going to end regulation vaguely. That's what he says, blah, blah. That sounds almost exactly like what Kamala Harris says on her policy website. In all 3 paragraphs of her, policy about make rent more affordable, she rambles on about cool things that Joe Biden does. And then she says, we're going to build houses, with absolutely no substantiation how she can do that. She says she's going to cut red tape. Doesn't specify what red tape she's going to cut. Doesn't explain how much money she's going to use to build these 3 million houses allegedly. Doesn't even mention money in relation to building those houses. And yeah, just says she's going to cut red tape. So it sounds like exactly what you're describing, actually. On top of that, the Inflation Reduction Act was absolute dog shit as well. Both the Penn Wharton School of Business and the Congressional Budget Office project that the Inflation Reduction Act will not reduce inflation at all. And if it does anything related to inflation, it will nominally increase inflation. On top of that, it's a climate change bill in disguise. It's a wolf in sheep's clothing. It allocates almost $1 trillion to climate change proposals, which, by the way, adjusted for today's dollars, is the exact same expenditure of the Vietnam War. So we're about to spend the same amount of money we spent on the Vietnam War on climate change proposals, rather than reducing inflation like Joe Biden lied and said he was going to do in the bill that is fallaciously named. So on top of that, I already addressed the things. You keep bringing up this post-Argo Proctor Hawk thing, which is complete bullshit because your side does it more than anybody else. When they blame Trump for COVID, which makes absolutely no sense considering it affected the entire developed world. Trump lost manufacturing jobs. Like 10,000 in 2019. Trump had the largest overall growth in manufacturing jobs of either presidents, Biden or Trump. I'm looking at the Bureau of Labor Statistics right now. Trump had astronomical growth in manufacturing jobs in the first 2 years of his presidency, adding more than 400,000, nearly 500,000 manufacturing jobs, with a slight dip in 2019, which then returned to its full capacity. Trump also had the largest bring back of jobs during the pandemic of between him and Joe Biden. Or sharpest increase. Border bill was dog shit. I think I've established that pretty much. Mitch McConnell doesn't like Trump, so obviously he's not gonna like try to support Trump on this. I don't know why you'd even bring that up. Okay.
Let me go through some quick donation messages before we move on to the next topic. Let me check them out. There's a few of them. One from a fellow, I don't know who this is, some weirdo called Pondering Politics. Fact-checking Higby, the founding fathers did indeed alter court size for partisanly political reasons. Adams, on his way out, shrank the court from 6 to 5 to preserve Federalist judicial control, but Jefferson reversed it. Lol.
Yeah, Cam Higby's history sucks. I mean,
okay. Well, I mean, okay.
That did happen. It was long. It was
Yeah,
wrong
sure,
then,
you
and
say
it'd be
it's
wrong
wrong
if we did it
then.
again
Yeah,
now.
but Cam was
First
wrong.
expansion of the- first expansion of the
By the way,
Supreme
I'm
Court.
not saying that I know it's wrong. I'm just reading the $20 donation for pondering. I don't
It's
know.
really funny when you yap like a dog, and every single time I ask you to source something, it's this. Crickets, dude, nothing. You run like you got fucking hot coals.
What
in
did you
your
ask
feet.
me to source that I couldn't
Stop
source?
yapping like a little dog.
What
Get
did you
down
ask
there,
me to
bro.
source that you could? No, let's think on that. What did you ask me to source that I could not source?
Yeah, bro. I asked you to source a bunch of stuff about the fake
Like what?
slates of
Name one
lawyers.
thing.
I don't remember exactly what you're saying. You kept
Oh,
bringing up a bunch
yeah,
of
yeah,
lawyers.
yeah.
It was an
Peter
hour
Thiel
and a half
stuff.
ago. Yeah, I asked you about
Wow,
Peter
Higgy,
Thiel
come on,
stuff,
buddy,
too.
do better, buddy.
Couldn't substantiate that. So yeah, it was an hour and a half ago. I don't remember exactly what he was referencing.
Wait. Didn't substantiate that he has Peter Thiel connections, associations?
No, you didn't. You didn't substantiate the fact that like J.D. Vance must be like Peter Thiel because he used to hang out
That's
with
not
him.
my
Right? You
claim.
didn't-
That's not my claim.
Your claim was okay.
never
This is what you
claimed
did.
that.
You said RC proved that J.D. Vance's business experience is a
No.
good thing, not a bad thing.
I was trying to pin.
It's on you to
I'll
prove
tell you,
that.
this is meta.
That it's a bad thing.
This is
You're the one
meta. So
arguing that it's a bad
the people
thing.
can.
Because
So
you
the
hung out
people
with
can
Peter
look
Thiel.
behind. So people can look behind the scenes of what I was doing. So what I was trying to do is have Kevin Castley fight against you guys. That's what I was doing, and it worked.
It's obvious that's what you're trying to do.
Yeah,
Because every single
it
time I
worked,
would
and
push
it's
back on
clear,
you,
and
you'd pivot right to
that's what
Kevin.
occurred. I sicked Kevin Castley on you guys, and I got him to acknowledge.
Yeah, because you
that
couldn't
it's
argue
a-
for yourself. Obviously,
Yeah,
we
because
know
it's
you
funny.
needed an
It's
extra
funny to
teammate.
watch you guys. It's funny to watch you guys fight. It's like
It's funny to watch you fucking flounder.
Yeah, so I never made a claim that I never made the claim that he must follow Peter Thiel no matter what. That being
No,
said,
that's
I
not what
think-
you said. You said you were arguing that his connection with Peter Thiel must mean that his business experience is a net negative, not a net positive. The
I
burden is
asked
on
a
you to
question.
prove that, not
So you don't even remember the chronology. I asked the question of
absolutely
RC.
do.
I asked the question of RC. I asked the
Okay,
question of
we got
RC.
like
I said,
10 more donations. You guys can
Oh, yeah,
have
this
the
is last
one-on-one
thing
debate.
I'll say.
You guys are going to
I
be on the
asked a question. I
undercard
didn't
next
make a
show. How
statement.
much stage time do you two need?
I just want to clear the record. I asked the question of RC's, are you troubled by these connections? I didn't make a claim that and I even said in my thing, I'm not making a claim. And so he's just wrong on the chronology.
Why would you bring it up then? Why would you bring it up then?
To fuck with you guys to have Kevin Castley fight you.
Because you can't argue,
The
bro.
reason why I'm winning the
My
debate
strategy
is
is
because I'm
with
on the
you
side
and
of the
Kevin
people,
on
and
you
you
because
guys
I'm
are on the
Trump and
side
can't
of your
argue.
parties. That's the difference. Okay?
He's on the side of the people, everybody. Speaking
Wait,
of...
that's actually a good point. You guys are like uniform lockstep, okay? It's like NPC energy, 100%.
From YOLO Swag 42069, how do the panelists feel about Peter Thiel funding JD's first Republican primary to the tune of $15 million in 2022? We already discussed this. It was just brought up again, but there is a reminder of the type of money Peter Thiel is contributing to the campaign. Define what a tariff is. $5. This isn't like a...
What?
I don't know who this is for. So I guess it's free for all. Who wants to define what a tariff is? Okay.
A tax on imports.
A tax on imports. Okay.
Surprised.
You're surprised?
Somebody should
Stop
tell
fucking
Trump that.
fronting.
From
man.
Warlock, $5 to the Trump supporters on the panel. Can you please explain what? Okay, it's another question of what a tariff is. They really wanted you guys to define tariff. A few people have given money for that. Jeez.
Wait, who claims that Trump doesn't know what a tariff is? I thought the claim was
No,
that
that's not what it
Trump's
is, Kevin.
bad.
No, he's asking if we know what a tariff is.
No,
He's
you're asking if the
we
Trump
know what a
supporters
tariff
know what a
is.
tariff is. Do you think Trump knows what a tariff is?
Yeah, for
I mean,
sure.
he's done
Tax
that.
on
I would think
imports,
so.
Yeah, on tariffs, obviously.
It'd be weird if he did.
Let's just
It's
move on.
a pretty
Kevin,
easy concept to understand.
Yeah, I don't know.
Which
Sometimes
it
when I
is,
hear him
which
like
is-
saying like we're gonna make
Be
China
weird.
pay with the tariffs, does he mean like
Right.
China or does he mean like America? I don't know what he means.
Trump
by
does
that.
not
He means-
understand what tariffs
something.
are, for God's... Can we just, guys, to the conservatives on the panel, fucking Trump does not know what a fucking tariff... Anytime
Dude,
this
oh
man
my
talks
God,
about what a
you gotta
tariff...
be
Yes,
Cam,
he
you have,
does.
you're living in another universe. If
You've
you, every
gotta
time
be
Trump
dumb.
describes what a
Some
tariff
steel
is...
to
It's a colloquial. When you say
Oh.
China's gonna pay for it or whatever, it's a colloquial, dude. We all know
That's
what
like-
he's talking about.
It's
That's
colloquial
like
for the
sa- that's like
consumer's
saying
gonna
it's-
pay for it.
Yeah, like what? That's like
No,
saying
it's
it's
not, dude.
colloquial.
It's gonna be better for the consumer in the long term, and we also get to get rid of
Jesus.
slave labor
It's
in
a
China,
national
dude.
security issue is the thing.
It
right?
is.
So
Yes.
It's like when we go out to dinner and I say I'm going to pay for the check. It's colloquial for you're going to pay the
And then,
check.
I
not
run
me.
away.
No, but you're missing the long run. This is the problem. Liberals only care about short-term profit.
Kevin,
That's-
we
guys.
agreed to not
Liberals.
talk about tariffs. We're talking about foreign policy, goddamn.
Liberals, we're moving. We got to get through these questions very quickly.
Yeah,
Each
but
one is
tariffs
just
is
a
too-
grenade, and my audience is doing this
It's
on
like foreign
purpose.
policy.
From Ben Brody, $20. How do the conservative members of the panel feel confident that Trump and Vance will run the economy better, despite spending twice what Biden-Harris did?
Yeah, I mean,
and printing
look
most
at
of the money.
Trump's economic record. I think you can like argue back and forth about like the amount of debt that Trump's going to add to the like national debt or debt. It's actually not even debt. It's deficit spending. But like a lot of times,
debt.
what's
Just
used?
so people know.
What the
No, not necessarily. Not necessarily. You don't.
When you run a deficit,
It
it adds to the debt
can.
No, but you can replace deficit spending with more revenues.
Money.
Anyway,
Trump
wouldn't be
never did.
Let me. Cam started his
Hold on,
answer. I didn't
false.
get to hear the whole answer, so let me hear Cam finish.
what was the question?
It's not even true, by the way. The
It
question
had
assumes
to, it was
fact, it's
the
not true.
question was, how do conservative members of the panel feel confident Trump and Vance will run the economy better despite spending twice what the Biden-Harris presidency?
I don't
did?
think that's true.
Yeah,
They've
okay,
added
so-
twice. The Trump-Pence administration did add twice as much to the national debt as President Biden and Vice President Harris have.
Yeah, and proportionally, Obama added more. He doubled
That's
the
a
national
much-
debt.
That's
made
true.
it
That's
really
much-
much.
a guy- spending.
at two
We use proportions here. We're talking about the economy. We use proportional growth, right? So
Trump
Obama
added
doubled the
more in
national
a
debt. That is an
4-year
indisputable
term
fact.
than
Fair enough.
any
4
president.
versus 8. Fair enough.
Yes, that's how
Fair
numbers
enough.
work.
Wait,
Exactly.
that's different
You
than
lose on
spending.
fiscal
Can I get to answer the
responsibility.
question? I think the question was for me, right? Not
It was
you
for
just-
all the
No, the
conservative
question
members,
was
but you were the one.
for-
who-
yeah,
only
for
the one who
me
answered
or
it,
for people on my side, but not for
You're
Well,
constantly worried about like
let me
who's
just
asking
answer.
He's going.
weak behavior.
Okay, just real quick. The question is flawed. Like, he didn't spend twice as much. It could be true that like the debt increased twice as much or whatever, or there was twice as much deficit or something along these lines because of the tax cuts, but that's different than spending twice as much. So the question's flawed.
Whoa, okay, that's dishonest. Wait, you're saying that the tax cuts don't really count as
It's a
deficit
different
spending?
because
Wait, but that's a difference of revenue,
Yeah.
though.
It-
Right? He lowered the revenue.
Seems,
Tax
Yeah,
cuts are
lower-
different than
100%.
spending. Yes.
no,
No, but
come on, you have to-
consequentially, it's the same
Yeah.
because you're
No.
you're not contributing as much to paying off the debt if you cut taxes.
Yes, but they're different.
Yeah, they are
Yeah.
different, but
Kevin,
the
it's
consequences-
libertarian
No, for me,
No,
they're
the consequence is the
incredibly
same.
consequent. No. For me, consequentially, they are incredibly different.
because
for
you're a
like many
libertarian
reasons.
and you're
Yeah, because
cringe.
you're like a libertarian.
Yeah. Okay. Whatever. The question is flawed. Am I wrong? I'm not wrong. Move on.
Well,
Jesus.
no, the question is flawed because spending's good. Spending's good.
Okay, we're getting. We got. Look, if we want to get to foreign policy, these are supposed to be like 5 to 20-second answers, and these are each one of these are like a tiny little civil war. Okay.
This is way better than foreign policy.
Speaking of Civil War,
Okay. Let's get through these quickly. Okay. Nate glowed. Can you ask Economics Boy why he has 2 gay flags with his American flag? Also, Dylan, you need an American flag in the background.
Listen, okay, I know the guy. I know the guy who sent that. He's from New York. Okay, he has no room to talk. Texas, much less gay state than New York, if you ask me.
True.
Not anymore.
Castillo Fury with $5. Would anyone on the panel agree to more Ellis Island type of entries?
I don't know. What does that mean?
I don't know what that means.
Wait, what
either.
does that
I
mean?
think he just means
I
like
think he wants us
generally
all to go
open
back to black
immigration.
and white.
Literally
you
put
know,
them
and
at Ellis
funny boats
Island
with
or
funny
what?
hats. I don't know.
No, he obviously means like
Like the
unvetted immigration.
Like the founders
Bet them
intended.
all
You know,
through
they
an
were
island,
pretty
yeah.
open borders. Yeah.
Put them on an island? I mean, Ellis Island was part of America, so I don't know what to say.
Ellis Island was just a fucking place where they crossed through. Jesus Christ! Holy shit! Is this what we have to figure out?
Wait, Cam, you understand what
Cam
is meant by
and
more?
Pisco hate each other, guys.
I just want to know, like,
Island is just
look,
the
you guys are
fucking port that they entered through.
You guys don't know what Ellis Island style immigration means? Cam, in your own words, what does Ellis Island style immigration mean? In your own
It
words.
seems like what the person was asking is if we're cool with unvetted immigration or largely unvetted immigration or drastically reducing the vetting process of the current immigration system and letting way more people in.
Wait, nobody's in support of that, right?
As in
I don't
lowering
know.
standards to let people
Well,
in?
let's keep going.
Not-
Okay,
nobody-
we've talked quite a
nobody's in
bit. It was
support of
supposed to be
that,
like a
right?
5 to 20-second answer. Anyway, moving on, because we don't even know what that question really means. Demaculus, what a name. Would anyone on the panel be in favor of either candidate stopping all military aid to Ukraine? Not really related to the topic.
No.
Yeah.
It's gonna be related to the next topic, though.
It's going to, so we can hold off on that actually. And one second. Trump's tariffs idea will kill this economy. We will pay a shit ton more for imported goods, and it will create more tension with other nations. $5 from Colt Dog.
But in the long
Yeah,
run, we'll
disagree.
have
Okay,
amazing
Lev.
things all the time.
Okay,
More of a
Lib
comment
Cult.
than a question.
Exactly, Pisco. Great job, great answer. It's so true.
It's ironic. I don't agree with Kevin.
Yeah.
I don't even think you do either, Cam. I don't know why you have such a
You
bone
agree with
with
what?
me. Why are you always
I
targeting all
don't
your
have a
answers
boner
for
for you,
me?
bro. Because every time I speak, the first person who starts yapping like a dog is you. That's why I have such a thing for you, bro. You want to kiss? What's the deal here? All right, chill out. Can I answer this?
Sure.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I doubt tariffs are not going to destroy the United States economy. They're going to foster in like immense benefit in the long term. And even if they did like temporarily like disadvantage the U.S. economy, I don't think that that's an argument for not having them. When we abolished slavery, it absolutely destroyed the Southern economy. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't have abolished slavery. And right now, we're currently using slave labor in other countries, or our producers are. And I think preventing them from doing that is like, regardless of any negative side effect in the economy, in the short run, is worth it.
If you
yeah,
think
we should
that,
do them in Canada.
And it also happens to come with immense benefit.
if,
So that's
if,
just
if
another
you
plus.
think that those tariffs will lower the incidence of slavery, then maybe you have a point. But what is your evidence that lowering or increasing tariffs will like get rid of slavery? I just don't understand
because the
that
primary
argument.
country to is China. If you impose a 60% tariff on them, people are going to come to the United States to produce, not in China. So
I'm sorry,
it's pretty
I asked
fucking
this
obvious.
question. Do you have any evidence that increasing tariffs lowers the rate of slavery in countries that we import from?
It's not going to reduce the rate of slavery in those countries. It's going to reduce from being produced by slavery. We're going to reduce the
South
market of slavery in
worked
China.
there, right?
New factory construction record high under Biden, not Trump.
Wait, can I break this down with a really quick syllogism? Okay,
Sure.
perfect.
Sure.
Okay, American products produced by slavery de-incentivize producers from producing in the places that have slavery. Our products stop being produced by slavery. Okay, us not producing with slavery reduces the overall slavery market of China. Holy shit!
It's correct though, right, Pisco?
It's not a syllogism, and
yeah, but that doesn't matter.
All right,
it's still correct.
I want to move.
If it's a syllogism or not.
We got to move on.
Let's
keep going because we got more stuff to talk about. The next question is also about tariffs. How can a tariff be done strategically enough to avoid counter tariffs from other countries?
Probably not.
No,
Most of the
but
time
that
when
doesn't
tariffs
matter
get
because
enacted,
you should expect
okay, go for it, Kevin.
that they're going to counter tariff you, and that's actually a good thing because that's accelerating the process of you going through the growing pains of becoming self-reliant. They're actually helping you. It just doesn't look like it right away if you're listening to like Paul Krugman or some other liberals or something. But if you're listening to like actual people that want to be self-reliant, that is a growing pain to get to where you need to be. Like going to the gym. When you start going to the gym, you get those DOMs, it hurts for 2 weeks, right? But you keep at it, you push through it, and you're better for it, right? Let's go.
That's true. Kevin.
Okay.
Based.
Pondry, did you want to say something? I saw you were going to say something for a second. And then...
Oh, I was laughing at Econo Boy's comment where he was just like, "Go ahead, take it away, Kevin." That just made me laugh.
He's got it, guys.
Now I think we've gotten through. Oh my gosh, we got more $20 messages. These guys love you. I don't know what it is. $20 no message. Praise the Lord from Alequin. And Faith donated $20 earlier. No message. Thank goodness. Kinavo Kingelman with $10 said, "Hey Dylan, here's a general question for the panel. How is tariffs a good idea when America's lack production of many important goods and companies will likely pass the cost on to consumers?"
Yeah, it's a great point. It's a great point that like there can be some reasons why import substitution or these policies that Kevin like in certain target areas, I think it can make sense for sure, 100% in national, security situations, food production, all that kind of thing. I think that you'll find some agreement in some tariffs by liberals on this panel. The problem is, I think that the assumption that all tariffs are good or that we need to specialize in every single industry, I don't think that's a good assumption. I think that it could hurt other potential markets or industries that rely on imports or goods for which we literally have we cannot substitute.
Pisco, the problem is being reliant on other countries though, right? Like Canada and the US especially are countries that don't have the excuse. Like we're not Andorra, we're not
good allies.
City.
We shouldn't should we have any barriers between us?
No. Well, okay, that's different. I'm talking about we're two countries that can be self-reliant. We'll have a better relationship if we're both self-reliant and then trade over non-essentials. But the essentials,
Kevin, if you care about manufacturing spending and reshoring manufacturing to America, the administration's policies that led to a record investment in the spending on construction of new factories, which will lead to record employment, at least like local records and employment in manufacturing, is the Biden administration. Subsidies for domestic industry work better than tariffs.
Guess who pushed them in that direction? Trump changed the game in 2015 with the protectionist rhetoric. Had Trump not gone down the escalator, they would still be doing Obama.
Well, I would argue Bernie contributed as well in the primary.
They would still be. No. Trump was the one who got that discussion rolling. But you're correct.
Evan,
Biden
but he
did more than
terrible
that.
policies.
No,
the guys that
you know what? We gotta
for manufacturing were the
both of you made your points. We gotta move on, or we're not gonna talk about foreign policy at all. I didn't expect this much. 2 last donations, and we're done. No more donations on this section, okay? This one's not a question. Question for Hutch, though. Technically, it's a question. Are those headphones active hearing protection? Look like my Rangers in my range bag. I have a Sennheiser 569s closed back for noise cancellation, but the audio quality is bad.
No, these are open back, and they're better for like simulating surround sound. So I like them a lot.
Cool. And $10 from Patches. Last one in 30 seconds. This is for Cam specifically, so nobody else. Okay, after this, because we got to move on. In 30 seconds, defend Trump's trade war with China It cost a record number of jobs in manufacturing and defense jobs with de facto embargo on Chinese products.
Yeah, again, I think that this pretty much is all stuff that we've already said before, Kevin and I. Reducing the reliance on China is good for many different reasons, for the reduction of using products that are produced by slavery, overall reduction of China's slave market. In addition to that, not being completely reliant on our enemies. So like we shouldn't, like what if something happened, like we got dragged into some global conflict with China and they produce 90% of the shit we use, then we're fucked, right? We're not getting anything. So we need to be producing things in America. And on top of that, I think people grossly underestimate how quick people who want money will fill the gaps in the market if we have a lack of certain products, especially commodities. People will be bursting at the seams to fill that gap because they can make more money. You don't want to pay 60% more for your products? Well, I'm going to produce it here in America, and I'm going to produce it better, and I'm going to sell it to you cheaper. That'll happen overnight, starting like whenever. I mean, I'm surprised. I'd be surprised if it's not happening already in preparation of Trump potentially getting elected, people going and starting to produce things. There was one more thing that I wanted to say. What was it? Yeah, I actually think that the blanket tariff, I don't know that I would necessarily agree with the blanket 20% tariff. I would be fine with tariffing most countries, but maybe not like super close allies like Canada, the UK, Israel, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay, now we're going to move on to the last topic of the day. Thank you everybody for the donations. I didn't expect so much. So the last topic of the day has to do with foreign policy of the two administrations. The way that the topic is written is, how do Democrats and Republicans differ in their foreign policy strategies to prevent the escalation of tensions that could lead to World War III? Honestly, scrap the last part. Just put escalation of tensions. I think it's pointlessly hyperbolic. So we'll just say prevent the escalation of tensions. So we're going to start with, why not, eeny, meeny, miny, mo, catch a tiger by the toe, Josiah.
What was the question again? One more time?
The question was, how do Democrats and Republicans differ in their foreign policy strategies to prevent the escalation of tensions? And you can have general foreign policy as well.
So this one's tough because like I was thinking about what Trump purportedly wants to do with Russia and Ukraine. It was kind of the context for this. I don't know. Right now, things are really, really tense currently in the world. I think that the Biden administration has opted, just as a general proposition, more for diplomacy than anything else. But the current situation in Ukraine, we're militarily backing them. People are saying that that's going to escalate to nuclear war or World War III. The Trump administration seemed particularly deferential to Putin. I know he talked a big game about, he was tougher on Putin than anybody else. His own national security advisor, John Bolton, said that was preposterous and that the few sanctions against Putin really didn't hit him as hard as they could. They targeted people around Putin. They kind of used a soft approach, and it was actually over Trump's objections more often than not. I'm not sure. It seems to me, again, that there is a risk of tensions any which way. The Biden administration has been pretty supportive of Israel's war in Gaza with very few, I think, meaningful caveats. I think the Trump administration will probably be more permissive to Netanyahu because clearly Netanyahu and Itamar Ben-Gvir want Trump to win the election. So clearly they think that there would be a meaningful difference between the two administrations. But I'm honestly not sure. I think it's a pretty tough call, and I'm not sure that I think foreign policy of all these things is the most complicated, and it seems to me that there is a genuine risk of tension no matter who is president of the United States.
Lectoid.
Yeah, I think it depends entirely on what time period you're looking at. I mean, in the past, especially during the Bush era, Republicans were far more hawkish than Democrats. This is actually one of the reasons why I think Bush was one of the worst presidents of all time. I think George W. Bush is worse than Joe Biden. I think George W. Bush is worse than Donald Trump. Is the level of hawkishness that America engaged in post 9/11 and the invasion of Iraq and Afghanistan. But now it appears as though there's been a little bit of a shift to where Republicans they're still, they're not anti-military by any extent, but they seem to be more focused on prevention and de-escalation and removal from conflict, as opposed to Democrats, which seem to be more in favor of a lax approach and non-prevention, but then doubling down once the conflict actually happens, which I think is it's a bad policy, right? I mean, when you had Obama in the presidency, he refused to arm Ukraine with lethal weapons, but Donald Trump did, with the intention of trying to prevent some kind of escalation from occurring there. However, now that escalation has occurred in Ukraine, you have Trump and Vance being the ones that are actually proposing to broker a peace deal and come to some kind of agreement there, which I think is going to have to involve some kind of withholding of aid from Ukraine as a threat, right? I think the Ukraine is seeing red right now. The official statements from their government are pretty unreasonable in terms of what they're demanding. I would like to see some kind of strong position taken by the next administration, try to end that war as soon as possible. But I do think that Republicans now are generally better at being less hawkish and more pro-peace and less just war than the Democrats are, which is an interesting flip.
Hutch.
Yeah, there was an interesting Trump hot mic moment some years ago where he was speaking with a Fox News pundit, and he said something about Kim Jong-un. And he said that Kim Jong-un is very respected. He said that when he speaks, his people sit at attention, and he wanted that from his people. Well, the reason why they sit at attention is because they're afraid that he's literally going to brutally murder them. And I think it gives you insight into Trump's psyche. The differences between Biden and Trump, or even a Harris administration as well, is that the Democrats are running on and have demonstrated propensity to strengthen our international alliances versus treating NATO like a racketeering outfit or just discussing leaving NATO altogether and cozying up to full-on autocrats. Milley just this week came out and said that he used to think that Trump was insane, and now he believes Trump is simply just a fascist to his core, which makes sense when you look at his certain affinity for autocrats like Kim Jong-un and Vladimir Putin. This idea that Trump is more respected on the world stage is absurd to anyone outside of MAGA's base. First of all, when you look at public opinion polling in countries that we're allied with, in Europe, in Asia, you can see that their opinion of us went way up when Obama was elected, went way down when Trump was elected, went way back up when Biden was elected. And lest we forget, Donald Trump was literally openly laughed at the UN General Assembly after claiming in front of the world that his administration was the most successful administration in the history of the United States. He's a very silly person, and I think his foreign policy is dangerous.
Okay, now we're going to throw it over to Cam Higbee.
Yeah, so I don't think that polling in other countries showing approval for Trump or showing approval for America going down when Trump gets elected really tells you anything about how respected we are. Seems like that would probably boil more so down to personal, political, or social opinions about Trump. Many of these countries are far more neoliberal than the United States, so it makes sense that they wouldn't like Trump. No surprise to literally a single human being on the planet. I'm probably the biggest non-Jewish Zionist on the face of this earth, so I support Israel. I think that Biden and Harris have not been clear enough on their support of Israel. I think they try to ride the fence on, pandering to the anti-Israel protesters while also kind of supporting Israel or, generally supporting Israel, but being sympathetic. I don't think that a ceasefire will work. I don't think that a ceasefire will be effective. I don't think that it will bring long-term peace to the region. Unlike many of my fellow Republicans, support aid to Ukraine. I think that we should continue to sort of pawn off all of our shitty old military equipment to Ukraine so that we can continue killing Russians without sparing a single American, or without ending a single American life. That also frees up spaces in our warehouse to put new and improved technology in them. This is something that I don't know where Trump necessarily stands on this, but if he would want to like end all funding to Ukraine or like all aid that we give to Ukraine, then I would just unilaterally disagree with him on that, and that's fine. So yeah, that's pretty much my position.
Okay, Econo Boy.
Hey guys, not a policy expert on, I guess, foreign policy specifically, but certainly I've got some basic instincts. As Hutch said, I think that Trump's reverence for autocrats is certainly very concerning. I think Viktor Orban was invited to speak at CPAC, and he's had a close relationship with him. I think he called him an incredible leader of Europe or something like this. What Viktor Orban is the most autocratic leader in all of the EU currently, and he's obviously a pretty bad guy. And so I think to the extent that we care about relationships like that, we probably wouldn't prefer Donald Trump. And I think that in general, Biden and the Harris administration, they've pivoted a bit more towards Asia and Africa, which I think makes a lot of sense. I don't really find that the investments that we've made in the Middle East and Middle Eastern conflict have really paid off, and that includes investments in the Israel-Palestine region. Like, no matter what you think about that issue, it's just like there's probably just more productive ways to spend foreign policy dollars than in this region at this point, especially since the U.S. became energy independent. That was under Obama, Trump, and Biden that was the case. So I think a pivot towards Asia makes a lot of sense. I think taking a bit of a more hawkish stance on Asia makes a lot of sense. And I think doing that with smart manufacturing policies, which tries to reshore a lot of that stuff away from China in a much more effective way than Trump has, makes a ton of sense as well. You can look at the AUKUS agreement as well. I think that probably was a pretty good agreement, and I think signals, at least in some regards, a pivot towards that same region that I think would be very, very important for us to do so. So I think all those things combined are a pretty good foreign policy set of priorities for the Biden and Kamala administration. I expect that to continue in the next administration. I don't think either administration is going to be particularly pro-war. So I'd be outside of external things that we can't quite predict. I'd be surprised if there were new wars in the Middle East that got started under either administration, but of course that could happen. But that's kind of how I feel. I think Biden and Kamala's instincts on foreign policy are a little bit better, so I trust her more than I trust Trump.
Okay, I'm going to throw it now over to Kevin.
Thanks, Dylan. So, as Lactoid was mentioning earlier in this intro, I would say there's been a realignment as far as the foreign policy orientation goes. So, historically speaking, Republicans were more on the side of, say, the military-industrial complex, and now it's changed. So, neocons are supporting Kamala Harris, and more anti-war people and realists and such are supporting Donald Trump. Does that reflect on the candidates in terms of their foreign policy? That's what's up for debate, essentially. But the support is there. The support battle lines have already been drawn. So Trump is more officially pro-Israel by a long mile than Kamala Harris is. But the thing with Trump, as I said before, is he's kind of a wild card. There's a chance, and I've talked to a lot of Trump supporters who say, he's going to pull the rug on Israel. He's just saying that so he doesn't get assassinated in the run-up, and then once he's in charge, he's going to pull the rug on them. Do I believe that? Probably not. Almost certainly not. But with him, there's always that chance that he goes for negotiating with Iran, negotiating with Hezbollah and stuff, as opposed to the direction of just bomb everything, napalm everything. As I know that one advisor that worked for him got suspended from X recently for saying to do. So Kamala is technically less pro-Israel, but there's no chance she's going to buck the party line. She's just going to deliver for them 100%, just not to the same extent as he would. He'd go 110%. Now, this whole thing with Trump trying to tie the two shooters of him to Iran, super cringe. It leads more towards that he actually has gone high on his own sort of rhetoric there, and he is going to go full Zionism if he's in charge again. I would lean more in that direction, but I do maintain there's always that chance somebody said something he doesn't like, and he's like, oh, well, you know what? Maybe I will sit down with Iran and make a peace deal or something. Either way, Israel wins, American workers lose. And Hutch's rhetoric earlier was basically outmoded and dangerous as we're moving towards a multipolar world. So thank you.
RC?
Yeah, I think on the subject of international affairs, we should remember the very real threat of China invading Taiwan and the implications that will have not only to our markets but to the world markets. So I would trust Trump in office more so when having the viewpoint of that issue in sight. Now, I don't hold the view of a lot of Republicans of being a blind loyalist to Zionism. We have faced enough wars, spent enough money, and lost enough American lives in the Middle East. I'm over that. I'm over funding this greatest ally, which really the United States is Israel's greatest ally, but I don't see it the other way around. So I think we should be more isolationist for at least some period of time, not absolutely. But I'm tired of the United States being the big brother of the world, just that after we help, they turn around and crap on the United States and Americans. I'm tired of seeing that. So we need to rebuild this country. We need to actually make America great again, not Ukraine, not Israel, not any other country great again. We need to make America great again. And that's my viewpoint.
Okay, gonna throw it over to Pisco.
Yeah, just like domestic policy, what we care about on this side of the aisle is democracy and helping our allies and helping our institutions. I care a lot about America's allies, and especially those allies in the West and in Europe, to say nothing of NATO, which I think is a vital ally for America's national security interests. I think that there's a false song of isolationism that will actually imperil America in the coming years if we disengage fully. And that's why I supported the Biden and Harris administration when they, signed AUKUS, when they reinvigorated NATO and gave confidence to the world that they weren't going to disengage from NATO. With regard to the specific conflicts that we're talking about, how can anyone who's critical of the administration's posture towards Israel, or I should say the Israel government in general, how could you possibly prefer Donald Trump? Because he might do something radical. He might do something. It's the same thing that you heard from Kevin Castley on the housing policy. I don't believe he'll do it, but there's a little chance, or it's the rhetoric. It's the rhetoric. Look to Trump's actual policies when he was in office. Is there anything that you can point to that was anti-Israel? Everything was pro-Israel. The recognition of Jerusalem, ripping up the Iran nuclear deal. Kevin Castley laughably suggesting that Donald Trump is going to be more accommodating to Iran or more willing to negotiate with Iran when he's out there saying we should bomb the nuclear sites. I'm sure he's not in favor of that. How could you possibly say on the one hand, like, his rhetoric matters, but the rhetoric in this specific instance where he's being hawkish on Iran doesn't matter? And I think he would agree that this is one of the most pivotal areas where there could be an outbreak that could affect a lot of different countries. He also, signed the Abraham Accords. That's one of the reasons cited by Hamas and other organizations that started this whole conflict in the first place. He absolutely is cozying up to donors, if that is any indication, who are extremely pro-Israel. And so on this issue, how could you possibly, if you're taking the stance that you want more guardrails against Israel and more guardrails against a possible war with Iran, it doesn't make any sense whatsoever to support Donald Trump on this issue. Do I agree with everything foreign policy-wise that the administration has done? No, but I'm way more confident in the stability and in the direction of American foreign policy under Joe Biden and Kamala Harris than I would under Donald Trump.
Okay, and with that, I believe we've done everybody's intro, so we can open it up for general discussion. Cam raised his hand first, so he grabs it.
Yeah, so I heard from, I think it was from Econo Boy, that you don't really see like where our investments in Israel paid off, and I think I heard that echoed from pretty much everyone on the panel, including people on my side. So to be clear,
in a relative sense, just to be clear.
Yeah, no, I'm not. Don't worry, I'm not coming for you. Don't worry. I just want to make my position on this clear. So what we do with Israel is we give them a sort of budget. The money never leaves the United States. We buy them weapons. We ship them to Israel. Okay. Now what happens when they have all these weapons? They need bullets. They need munitions, right? So what ends up happening is Israel spends 10 times what we give them on munitions, and we profit. On top of that, we get to test new weapons. Israel, for example, was the first country in the entire world to use the F-15 in combat, and they used it against Russian MiGs at the height of the Cold War, which was great for us because we saw these F-15s be used in combat against Russian MiGs, and we were like, shit, those things really fucking work, because Israel absolutely blew it out of the park with those F-15s. So we knew that they were good at the height of the Cold War. If Russia ever went to war with the United States, we have these awesome planes that absolutely fuck up Russian MiGs. So that's one important thing. We get to test weapons. On top of that, they're a great strategic ally in the Middle East. used. And Pisco mentioned that the Abraham Accords were one of the first things that Hamas cited as their sort of reason for retaliating against Israel. And to that I say, oh no, Trump fostered peace between some Middle Eastern countries with Israel, and Hamas, a terrorist organization, rather than established states, didn't like that, so they decided to kill a bunch of people in Israel. Okay, you're holding that against Trump and not Hamas, the terrorist organization that murdered over 1,000 people. I don't see that there.
It's a critique. Oh, this is open discussion, right? So this is a critique of Kevin Cassidy's position that somehow it's more likely that we're going to see an Iran approachment or some kind of Iran deal.
So talk to me. So talk to me if it's a critique of me, because here's the deal.
I'm explaining to him.
You in your intro. You in your intro made it very clear that it was basically ridiculous to say, well, he might do this, he might do that. And you talked about the Iran thing that, oh, he might, but you're crazy. When that's literally what happened in North Korea in 2017. He said he's going to nuke them. And then by 2019, he had diplomatic relations with them. So it's literally happened before. So how am I crazy for thinking he could do that again? And I'm not saying he's going to, I'm just saying there's a chance. I don't know what you mean when you say diplomatic relations with North Korea.
I don't know what you mean when you say
diplomatically consistent. Yeah, and also that. Go ahead.
I don't know what you mean by diplomatic relations with North Korea. We didn't get anything out of that. They resumed their missile testing. They're still belligerent against
You
South
avoided
Korea.
a war that might have seen panelists here killed in conscription.
We avoided a war that he almost got us into by tweeting about how he's like a little fat rocket man. Like that was.
But no, but what I'm saying is he does this. He does the belligerent rhetoric to amp up tensions, and then he uses that for leverage essentially in negotiations. Now, by the way, I'm not saying he's going to do that with Iran. I'm worried he really does think those assassins. I'm worried he does think those assassins are from Iran, because that's what Blackwater's been telling him.
What did he negotiate with North Korea? What did he successfully negotiate?
He avoided getting you into a nuclear war that might have got your city vaporized, Hutch.
Okay, Biden, right? In order to establish that, you need to establish that there was a real risk that we were going to a hot war with North Korea during that time period, and you obviously.
And there was under Obama. You're crazy if not. You weren't paying attention under Obama. You weren't listening to Obama's rhetoric either. That.
So do you believe there was a real chance? Do you believe? I mean, you say yes or no to this. You could say I don't have enough information. Do you believe that there was a real chance of a hot war instigated by North Korea during the time period of Trump's presidency?
There was a high likelihood of a hot war instigated by America on North Korea under Trump, but he brought down the tension.
So you're saying his own conduct?
This pretty much
No. You look at the people he surrounded himself with.
North Korea people he surrounded himself every single year.
Kevin.
Wait. No. I'm not letting this get out of control. Okay. Kevin. You're always the last one. You're the guy who punches at the bell, okay? And I enjoy the feistiness. There's three people talking at the same time. Okay, this is what we're going to do. Kevin, 20 to 25 seconds. Explain your position clearly if you thought we were at a close point to a hot war with the North Koreans. Then we'll go over to Pisco to respond. And Cam, I see you raising your hand, and then we'll pivot over to you.
Yeah. So 2017, throwback to time. North Korea tests their sixth nuclear weapon. It's 225 kilotons. Big boy stuff, right? Donald Trump says, Rocket Man, we're going to go to war with them. It's big time. He's got Bolton there and everything. Then what does he do? He sits down, does the Hanoi summit, and now the establishment despises him just because there's that small chance that he won't do their wars.
Yeah, he gives away the game, Kevin does, because he's not citing North Korea as an independent threat. He's saying that there was a real chance because of America's unilateral conduct by who? By Trump and the people he appointed. So to the extent that there was any threat ameliorated by Trump's conduct, it necessarily follows that the threat originated from Trump himself. And so it makes no sense to say, well, Trump is really doing things that no one would have expected in lowering tensions if he's the one who ratcheted up tension in the first place.
Obama maintained 29,000 troops in the South. That wasn't just Trump.
Okay,
that was Obama.
Do you agree with the Iran nuclear deal? Because he signed that as well.
With the Iran nuclear deal? I didn't at the time because I used to be a war hawk, right? But I think it's better than the alternative. So
Okay, so he ripped that up, right? I mean, how can? Oh, sorry.
Yes, you're right. He did. He also said he was going to go to war with North Korea, and then he came down from it. Is the thing? He's
but like to the extent that there's anything that there's any ratcheting up, it sounds like what you're pointing to is the unilateral conduct of America under his watch. And I don't think you're really suggesting that there's a threat from North Korea now. I think that you would agree that there's a threat of a general Middle East war with Iran. And on that balance, don't you agree, Kevin, that Trump is way more likely to start the World War III scenario of the Middle East general conflict than Kamala Harris?
No, because with Trump, he's more pro-Israel than Harris, but he also has a higher chance of rug pulling. Whereas with Harris, she's less pro-Israel, but she's 100% on their side is the difference.
I don't know
that. When conservatives,
I want to wait. Can we throw it to Cam? Cam's been technically he raised his hand, so I want to make sure he speaks. Hutch, I'll write your name now, and you're next.
Sure.
So first of all, I'm gonna go at Kevin and Pisco here. So first of all, Pisco, Trump didn't initiate the threat. North Korea had been threatening to nuke us for decades. Okay. On top of that, like I tend to agree with part of what Kevin said, where Trump kind of like raises tensions and then uses it as leverage. But I think a way better example is with the Taliban, because again, like North Korea had been threatening to nuke us for decades, but like the threats weren't really credible. Like they threatened to nuke us after we released the fucking Seth Rogen movie on Netflix, The Interview, right? Like they're not gonna bomb us over the movie, right?
So if it's not a serious threat, then who cares, right?
Yeah, you're right. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I think there are better.
He's saying it's not a serious threat.
I think there are better examples to point to. Right, you're right, Pisco. I am in fact defending you. Fuck. What else do I want to say? Yeah, go ahead. I forgot what I was going to say.
It's always a bit infuriating to me whenever Republicans or Trump supporters or whatever point to our interactions with North Korea on Trump's watch like it was this big thing. Like, okay, he ratcheted up tensions to create leverage to do what? It seems to me that Kim Jong-un was the one who made out in that exchange. Are you kidding me? Like having propaganda
but you avoided
photos.
A war.
Hold on, let me finish.
You avoided
a war that you instigated by your own logic.
Having propaganda photos being legitimized by a United States president, and we again.
Yeah, U.S. presidents.
Wait, Kevin, let's let him finish.
I'm almost done.
Quickly.
He negotiated in the short term, like it was supposed to be a long-term project to normalize relations with South Korea. That didn't happen. It was supposed to stop the intercontinental ballistic missiles test. That didn't happen. We literally got nothing. And Kim Jong-un gets to take a picture shaking the hand of an American president and then turn around and show that to his own people, like, look how strong and mighty I am. And
that doesn't give him a larger hold over his people.
All he had to do was send some flattering love notes to Trump, because Trump is the most easily manipulated narcissist that you could possibly imagine. Kim Jong-un, for sure, I'm sure he had people in his orbit advising for how to manipulate Trump. All you have to do is just praise him. Oh, Trump, you're so big and strong. And he made out like gangbusters in that exchange. We got nothing. Why do you credit him for us getting nothing?
But Hutch, here's the thing. Let's just say that Trump was never president. Let's just say it was, I don't know, let's just say it was Hillary Clinton or something. Here's the thing. You could literally go there and offer Kim Jong-un personally $5 trillion to his own bank account to give up the nukes. And he literally can't do it, because if he does, it's over. So they're never giving them up. So you have to contend with that. You can either do a war and get millions of people killed, or you can posture to save face and then make peace. And I think that that's a better solution.
But the Democrats do you
want World War III? Do you want World War III?
Hutch is not in support of a first strike against North Korea.
But you're never going to get their nukes. Why would they ever do that? They're not dumb. They're not going to do a Gaddafi. They're not going to follow Ukraine. They're not going to follow Ukraine. They're not going to follow Ukraine. They're going to keep their nukes forever.
This whole World War III thing between Israel
and Korea to denuclearize. I said nothing about
never going to denuclearize.
So you either make
He never said it. Kevin, chill, bro. He didn't say anything about it. But we want to know, what did we get from Trump's negotiations?
We got nothing. There's no tangible fucking anything. We got no. Kevin, there was no credible threat of war. There's lots of better examples you can point to. In this fucking Iran-Israel World War III bullshit, it's so fucking tiring, because neither Iran or Israel have the military capacity to fucking fight cross-continent. Neither of them do. There's like 3 countries on the face of the planet that have the ability to mobilize forces like this, and it's America, Russia, and China. Iran and Israel will never go to full-out war, and
You don't believe
never
there's a threat of a regional war there. You don't believe there's a regional
I don't
war
think
threat.
that IRGC forces and the IDF are going to fight in a fucking land battle. Absolutely the fuck not. Neither of them can sustain that.
Okay,
Neither
then
of
why
them.
is the administration worried about it?
I disagree with that.
The whole messaging, and maybe you just think that they're stupid, but the entire supposed effort by the Biden
I think they think you're stupid. I think they think you're stupid, and they're probably right.
Okay, wait a second. Why is it that Biden is trying to lower the threat of a regional war? If it is the case, if you're right,
He's trying to make it look like he's doing something, and he's not doing anything. He hasn't progressed any of the peace
by giving
talks.
21 billion to Israel.
Anything. Yeah, he's giving money to Israel just like every other president has, but he's not.
Exactly. That's kind of a problem. The U.S. is complicit in
that. Wait. I'm sorry. Okay, you guys. If you ask a question, you gotta let people have the time to respond and don't immediately jump on a person once they answer the question. Cam, you were answering that question.
Well, which question am I answering?
The question was essentially like, if it, I mean, then the administration is just lying when they're talking about we're trying to
as they
stop
do often.
escalation.
Yeah.
As
they do often.
They're not necessarily worried about.
I just make it look like he's doing something, and he's trying to credit Kamala with doing something. They're doing nothing. We're talking around the clock with peace deals with Israel and Hamas.
No, but the threat of regional war.
Peace deals aren't going anywhere. There's no ceasefire deal. Hamas keeps offering the same bland deal where they'll exchange 10 times more prisoners than Israel.
Conboy was saying something. I was interested in what he had to say.
They're giving
There's so much. The problem is so much stuff is being said. Wait, guys. Okay, so much stuff is being said at this. So much stuff is being said at the same time that nobody hears hearing anything, and so no points are getting made. And so what I'm gonna do is, Econoboy hasn't talked in a while, so I'm just gonna have him throw out an arrow at something and try to get us back on track.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think that the Biden administration's being accurate when they're saying that they're worried about regional conflict. Now, Cam is right in that there's probably not a big threat of like Iran literally land invading Israel and vice versa. Just because if you just look up Iran and Israel on a map, like that would be a logistical nightmare for either country. But the prospect of, let's say, a war getting declared between the two countries and airstrikes back and forth, and thousands of civilians dying, something like that seems entirely possible.
Happens.
Yeah. Well, what I just described has not happened contemporarily. We haven't seen like a full-on air invasion of Israel to Iran or vice versa.
Yeah, Iran just
obviously
gives Hamas
in theory you could have
missiles
that, but
and they just attack Israel as a proxy.
Well, listen, Cam, really quick. So I don't think the Biden administration is lying when they say that these regional conflicts are definitely important to worry about. I think it's important to worry about those conflicts. I just don't think that our proportion of aid spending is reasonable, at least in terms of how much we should really care about this region. That's kind of my position. And I think that the Biden and Harris administration has a cooler head about this issue versus like Trump, who just tells Israel just go in and visit the job, who tears up the Iran nuclear deal. These things are probably not really good.
You want war with Iran?
Cam,
do you want a war with Iran? You think America should be involved in a war?
Iran's not going to go to war with us. They'd get fucking spanked all the way back to the Middle East, bro. They don't have the fucking ability to sustain a war against us. It would be a lose-lose for them. If Israel and Iran went to war, they'd both lose. Iran is not going to fight a war against the United States. The only
I'm asking you whether you desire
a
regime change war in Iran. Would you desire a regime change war in Iran?
No, I wouldn't desire a regime change in Iran. I don't care what they do.
Isn't that what
do you think about Trump
as long as they're not attacking our allies, I don't give a fuck what they're doing.
Wait, we're diverting real quick. Econoboy, did you get to finish what you were saying?
Yeah, I mean, I think I don't know. I think it's obviously probably the case that Iran and America aren't going to end up going to war with each other. Probabilistically speaking, that is. But it is, again, I think it's reasonable what Pisco's saying. It is something to worry about and be concerned about. And I think that certainly the Trump's actions of just sanctioning and tearing up the nuclear deal with Iran, that certainly wasn't very good. I think it's better to try and reach out and be diplomatic with these people. For instance, Iran just elected a relatively moderate president. Now, we are talking about Iran, so it's like, oh, should we beat women for not wearing the hijab, or should we put them in prison? That's kind of the spectrum of Iranian politics right now. But they did elect a relative moderate, and so I think that there's opportunities for more peace deals to come down the pipeline, and that's only possible if you elect somebody that has a reasonable brain in their head like Kamala to office instead of somebody like Trump, who basically just wants to tariff and sanction everybody for everything and not actually build towards a lasting peace in the region, which I don't think Trump's interested in.
Yeah, we're not going to get peace with Iran, who, like you said, beats their women and treats them like shit and is
we had the first step towards it under the Iran nuclear deal.
Everything we believe in. You think the Iran nuclear deal was going to cause like long-lasting peace between the United States and Iran?
I think what I said, which was that it was a good first step
to America while they have terrorists in their audience that are
afraid of a Conboy answering the question, which is why I do want to hear a Conboy response.
So I think what I said, which was that I think that it was probably a good first step. As Kevin said earlier, it's a standard quote. You don't make peace with your friends, right? It requires sacrificing political capital. It requires hard decisions to be made. And certainly a lot of the political optics surrounding the Iran nuclear deal were difficult. But certainly I think that they were necessary. And I think that it seemed provably the case that they did prevent Iran from taking steps towards a nuclear weapon. And that was in exchange for easing of sanctions. And I think that's a fair trade-off. I don't want Iran to get a nuclear weapon. I also don't want to go to war with Iran to prevent them from getting a nuclear weapon. A diplomatic solution was possible. It was signed under the Obama administration. It was torn up under the Trump administration. It was, attempted to be renegotiated under the Biden administration. Impossible because they didn't elect a moderate in response to Trump, but they did elect a moderate just now after their president died in that ridiculous helicopter crash. So I think that there's a chance that we could actually get another peace deal with Iran if we elect the right people ourselves.
I want to spin this over to Kevin
compared to any moderate in the United States.
I agreed with you earlier that I don't think Iranian moderate is. Well,
yeah, sure, fair enough.
We're
but
speaking
it's just
in relative terms, you fuck. Obviously, that's
he's not going to be any more likely to negotiate peace with America. He's still a piece of shit. He still hates America.
Oh, okay, fine. I want to direct this to Kevin.
Bibi hates America. He kills your, he kills your journalists and takes your money.
Bibi does not hate America.
And takes your money.
He takes our money and he pays 10 times what we give them. We profit immensely from giving money to Israel, like
private defense contractors do.
Hell
the American
people, man, and then they pay our workers. Fuck yeah.
Wait. So all of a sudden, profits are the only thing that matter.
You literally sound like you sound like a Zionist right now.
Well, I am a Zionist. That's a great argument.
He introduced himself as like the most Zionist, didn't he? I think at the beginning he did say that.
Probably like
right?
most
history's not going to remember you favorably, right? So I used to be
I'm
a
happy.
Zionist,
Listen,
dude. You gotta wake up,
on Israel any day, man.
You gotta wake up.
I'll debate you any day. I'll go right after this debate too. You want to go?
Okay, yes. Let's do it. Let's throw down. Let's have a debate. I will absolutely destroy your genocide.
Right, man.
Oh my gosh, you guys have energy, don't you? Okay, so I wanted to pivot away to we have a list of questions we put under this potential thing in advance, and I wanted to go off of at least one of these.
Can I just ask one question of Kevin?
No, Pisco, shut the fuck up.
Well, one question.
I have points as well, just to be clear.
What is it?
Yeah.
Okay, but please make it quick because I do want to make sure we talk about something outside of the Middle East.
It won't be quick. Don't trust Pisco.
So Kevin says that he thinks that marginally because of the kind of Trump X factor that a Trump administration will be more likely to have peace with Iran than a Harris administration. Is it then your position that Netanyahu in supporting Trump is being irrational and they should listen to you and support Harris?
No, Netanyahu's being rational by buying Trump's official line. He also, let's be clear, Trump has said some pretty bad things about Netanyahu. So did Obama, by the way. Obama didn't really like Netanyahu too much either. But guess what? Obama gave him everything at the end of the day. Here's the thing. Harris and Walz, they are consistent. They're on the record reassuring people right now, no, we're with Israel. The most that they'll do is say maybe a ceasefire. But a ceasefire upholds the status quo. When I talk to people on the ground over there, like in Lebanon and stuff on X, they're actually in these spaces. They don't want a ceasefire. They want the destruction of the Zionist entity. They're not interested in a ceasefire because they know we'll just be in the same situation 5 years from now. Because guess what? Israel's the problem child of the region. And Harris is 100% supporting Israel. Trump is 110% on the record supporting them, but he also did the whole thing with the Hanoi summit. There's a chance he actually does sit down with Iran and broker some kind of deal. I mean, he brokered a deal with the Gulf states. Why couldn't he broker a deal with the Shiite states? It's possible.
Why did he? Can I ask you why he shredded the Iran nuclear deal if you think that he's going to?
Because it was anti-Obama. Because he was just do the opposite of what Obama did.
It's an answer.
He's not like some deep ideologue. He's just a guy who's on TV and likes the applause and stuff. Right?
I just want to make sure I understand correctly. Your position is that the man who single-handedly, unilaterally destroyed the closest thing to any sort of peace arrangement with Iran would somehow make another peace arrangement with Iran.
Well,
no.
I want to be clear. I should be clear very quickly. The stuff I said about North Korea is also true with Iran. Unless you do a full war and take out that regime, they will eventually have nuclear weapons. Like, let's just be clear about that. It's in their interest. They've learned from Iraq. They learned from Ukraine. They learned from Libya. They're not dumb, right? They're going to have nukes eventually, unless you just take out the regime, right? I don't think anybody besides maybe Camp, well, even Camp said he didn't want to do that. So I don't think anybody wants to do that.
If they're so smart, Kevin, why haven't they made nukes yet? Have you thought about that?
Well, they very well might have one and not actually used it, because why would you waste that on a test if you know it'll work? America's first test of a uranium bomb was at Hiroshima, right? They didn't test that because they knew it would work.
We did.
Let's pivot out for a bit.
That was a plutonium and
plutonium one.
That was not a uranium bomb.
All right, fine.
Okay, let me. We got a follow up.
It wasn't quick, Dylan. I told you.
Thank you. Okay, we have a follow-up question that I wanted to ask. It was on one of the lists of follow-up questions that you could be potentially asked that we gave in the group chat beforehand. What are the key differences between the Democratic and Republican strategies for engaging with NATO and other military alliances? Are there any key differences that you guys would like to highlight?
Trump is talking about leaving NATO.
I can. Well, no. So first of all, Trump, I think the rhetoric of getting NATO to pay their share, when for a long time they'd been consistently bucking their responsibility to hit 2% GDP in military spending, I think was great. I think that it's perfectly fine to call people out when they're leeching off of you, and that's absolutely what he did. I think that he deserves a lot of credit for that. When people criticize him for doing that, I think it was ridiculous, right? What's the alternative? We're just going to let them exist under our paid-for military umbrella forever without ever pointing out, hey, you guys should probably pay your fair share. I think this is also related. The question of NATO is related to the conflict that we haven't talked about, which is, I think, the bloodiest conflict that's currently occurring, which is in Ukraine, right? I mean, we have North Korea. I agree that's probably not going to be, it wasn't going to happen. And then we have, Israel and Iran, which, both candidates are basically pro-Israel at this point. I'm not sure there's going to be a major disagreement there. But there is a major disagreement on America's and NATO's position when it comes to how to deal with Russia and in Ukraine. And I think that the Republicans have been, through J.D. Vance and Trump, really have been the only ones that have hinted at or proposed or signaled in favor of coming to a conclusion in that war. Meanwhile, from Kamala Harris, we have nothing other than we're going to keep on going, right? And Cam, I think it was you. I strongly disagree with this, but I think that your position here is basically the mainstream Democrat position, which is we're just going to keep on going, kill as many Russians as we can, have as many Ukrainians be killed as possible. We're just going to keep on going, keep on going, keep on going. That's psychopathic to me.
No,
right? They are human beings, and the idea of them getting blown up into smithereens is horrific. And if we can end that war, we should.
Yeah, I don't want Ukrainians to die. I think the United States has strategic benefit from killing Russians without killing American soldiers, but I also think that we should actually maximize our concern for human life, especially Ukrainians dying in the conflict, and try to end it as quickly as possible. But in the interim, I support giving aid to Ukraine to defend them, also get rid of our unused military equipment, and kill Russians while the war still goes on.
So the only way peace agreement. Condition the aid on making a peace deal.
Yes. That's the only way to that is the only way to actually solve this. The aid needs to be conditioned on Ukrainian acceptance of a peace agreement. That has to be the case.
So give Putin what he wants.
That makes no sense.
Is there any merit?
No sense.
So what about the idea that America should uphold its security assurances that we give to countries when we make these deals? We promised them back in the 90s if they denuclearized, if Russia would invade, and we would have their back.
The Budapest Memorandum, it was not legally binding on the U.S. in terms of any kind of actual defense guarantees that the U.S. had to provide. They're not a NATO ally. And frankly, I mean, and Dylan's going to be biting his tongue on this, but there's a lot of circumstances. There's a lot of circumstances involving. There's a lot of circumstances involving Ukraine.
The same obligations.
Hold on, Kevin.
Right?
There's a lot of circumstances. With a lot of circumstances going back in 2014 in Euromaidan, for example, that I think that there was provocation involved, and there were things involved where Ukraine's not innocent, right? There absolutely is involved. Yes, there absolutely is the case.
Donbass,
yes, right? Blowing up civilians in the Donbass, the coup of a democratically, you guys care about democracy. You talk about it all the time. Yanukovych was elected in a democratic election that was audited by the UN, and you guys just don't seem to care about that.
Who invaded who? Was it Russia that invaded Ukraine? Or was it Ukraine? Oh,
does that have to do
Russian.
with
Oh, is
invading?
Russia that started the war? Oh, it seems like it would be the opposite.
And the reason we know it's not the coup is because of
war.
the
There's
British
2014.
Oh,
There was 2014 and there was 2022. And here's the thing: the big takeaway you can get from Ukraine is that Russia and America both betrayed Ukraine. Let's just be real about that. So the Budapest Memorandum was you defend them. Basically, they gave up their nukes. They had the third largest arsenal in the world, and then you defend them. And then guess what happened? None of that actually unfolded, but they gave up their nukes. So this is why I say Iran, North Korea, they're never giving up their nuclear programs. They'd be insane to, right? They'd be insane to.
Hey,
The best
Dylan,
part of this
I
is
tell you
watching
what,
Dylan's
you want me to
face.
tap out? I'll moderate you.
I gotta be the unbiased moderator. I'm not
He's
gonna
right there in
tap
the
in
center,
just
Dylan.
Of course I have opinions, but I have opinions on many things.
So while Dylan can't talk, I'm going to keep on going. I'm going to keep on going here. Like it absolutely look. I'm not saying that Russia is innocent either, but what I'm saying is that this war is being perceived as a David versus Goliath, like perfectly good versus perfectly evil, and that's absolutely not the case, right? There absolutely are circumstances in Euromaidan in the Donbass way before 2022 that most Americans don't even know about, and they don't care about it, right? They just have this idea like the Russians just fucking the ass whipping just fell out of the sky. That is absolutely not.
Can I ask
happened.
one question?
I think it's absolutely sure.
Russia did the majority of the
Kevin,
killing.
Please,
Let's just be
come on. What
ahead,
thing in the Donbass?
The shelling of the Donbass and
What about
Luhansk and Donetsk.
it's a war. They shell things. People get shelled.
Right,
Well,
but the Civil War, they were a breakaway state because that was a highly pro-Yanukovych area, and they voted for Yanukovych, who was couped illegally. The Constitution of Ukraine didn't allow it; required 3/4 to remove Yanukovych. They didn't get 3/4.
I don't think that's true. That was that.
Well, you guys don't like that though. You guys don't like that. You guys don't like that.
No.
So wait.
I don't think anybody.
Just one last. To be clear, the issue is they shelled the rebels that rebelled.
There was shelling in the Luhansk and Donetsk, and look, it was a war. I agree, but again, like there's circumstances behind that. That's not just this just happened out of nowhere, right? There was a illegal coup, and there was Yanukovych was unconstitutionally removed from power, and that provoked all of this, and that provoked all of this. And just to be clear. Like that's important when we're deciding about whether or not to continue to fund this forever. We can't have another Afghanistan. We can't have another Vietnam. We can't be stuck in this. We're throwing all this money at the fucking problem, and then. And by the way, just for you pro-Ukraine people, if we keep this up, Russia's been winning the war. They're gaining much more ground than Ukraine is. And I think there is a real possibility of like what happened in Afghanistan and Vietnam, which is Ukraine collapses, Russia sweeps in, and I don't think any of us here want that, right? The only way to prevent that is by peace now. We need peace. No. It could happen a lot sooner than that. We don't know.
It probably won't happen very sooner. Ukraine has been holding a lot of ground. But here's the thing.
Wait, guys, one moment. There's like three people talking. Let me wait 1 second. There's three people trying to respond to him, and I think the problem is like three people are responding, and then he talks, and we can hear him because he's the only one on that side, and then you three talk at the same time, and you're undercutting yourselves, right? So let me save you here and let you go one at a time. Let's start with Hutch, then we'll go to Econ.
Boy can go.
Okay, Econoboy, Hutch, Cam, in that order.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think that Lactoid's, I think his argument is very fundamentally flawed. Look, I don't think anybody would say that Ukraine was like a perfect government. Obviously, they have a history of corruption and things like this. The argument that, however, the fundamental thing that he said at the very end was that these were all provocations that led to Russia invading. Russia had no legitimate reason to invade Ukraine. There were no good, moral, righteous reasons for Russia to invade Ukraine. Even if the historical accounting of what Lactoid said is true, which it is not, but let's just say it is all true, there are still no moral reasons to shell civilian populations, invade a sovereign nation, and annex their territory. There are no moral reasons to do that. And there's certainly no moral reasons for Russia to double down on their invasion, to continue with their invasion, to continue with their encroachment. That's completely ridiculous, of course. The reason why Russia invaded Ukraine, if you believe my historical accounting, was because Ukraine pivoted away from being a vassal state to Russia, which is why Russia hasn't invaded places like Belarus, because they did the exact opposite. Obviously,
what do you mean
that's
by vassal
the reason,
state?
if you ask me.
What do you mean by vassal?
What I mean is essentially a government that's occupied with pleasing Russia, not occupied with pleasing the citizens within their country. That seems to be the case with
That was
Belarus.
a Democrat. Hold on, that was a democratically elected government. Do you deny
the democratically elected
was democratically elected?
The democratically elected parliament in Ukraine decided to remove Yanukovych, and the people of Ukraine overwhelmingly voted for a more antagonistic president after that, which is what precipitated the Russian invasion in Ukraine. Of course, you didn't mention that in your historical accounting.
Well, right.
For whatever
after
reason.
Crimea and the Donbass leave. Yeah, of course. Look, when you have the most pro-Yanukovych areas leave, of course it's going to shift the voter demographic. What I'm saying, though, is that Yanukovych, you're calling him a vassal. You're calling this was the war began the breakaway again happened very quickly after Euromaidan, okay? And so
those regions were part of Ukraine when Zelensky originally won it. He was first elected, I think, in 2017 or something. It was
no. Petro Poroshenko came next, and then Zelensky came afterwards. The war was already underway.
No, that's
you
not
don't even
true.
know the history.
That absolutely is true. What are you talking about?
You think Russia invaded?
Even Dylan would agree with
that.
this.
It was taken in 2014.
Kevin, nobody's talking to you. Shut the fuck up. Okay, listen, Lactoid. You think that the Russian invasion happened after or before Zelensky got elected? Because we might be misunderstanding.
The Russian. Hold on. You're talking about the 2022 election, or are you talking about the shit in 2014?
I'm talking about when Zelensky got elected. Do you think that happened before or after Russia invaded Ukraine?
The 2022 invasion?
He's talking about the full-scale invasion.
Yes, Zelensky was elected before then. Yes.
Okay, then we clearly were talking past each other. That's all I'm saying, is that it seemed like in response to the parliament getting rid of this leader, after that, they elected a more antagonistic to Russia president. It seems like, in general, after the invasion happened, it seemed like the Ukrainian people, he had like a 90% approval rating after the invasion happened. It seems like, in general, Ukrainians are not in favor of just getting rid of a huge swath of their territory for Russia. And I don't think that you could say that they antagonized Russia by basically prioritizing an economic arrangement with Europe over Russia.
Hold on. You're okay. Your timeline's
point, Pisco.
No. Your timeline's all fucked up. Okay, so there's 2014. I promise you, it is. There's 2014 and there's 20.
No, it's not.
No, you're gonna keep. Wait. Not have a nuclear
I'm gonna keep. You're acting like
a peace agreement.
You're criticizing Kevin. You're criticizing Kevin for cutting people off.
Let's
You're doing the exact same thing.
Throw out his timeline. I want to hear the timeline.
Yeah, so 2014, you have Euromaidan happen, which was a coup against a democratically elected president. Yanukovych was elected under a UN recognized election that was free and fair. He was couped by a armed rebellion with Euromaidan, and following this, you had the Russian incursion into Crimea, and then you had the revolt of the eastern areas, the Donbass.
You condemn that? Do you condemn the annexation of Crimea? Yes or no?
No, I think Crimea was actually justified. Now, I think the invasion of Kiev was not. But when we're talking about, and then you have the Donbass.
Why was Crimea annexation justified? Can you explain that?
So
Crimea voted for independence, though. They didn't vote to join Russia. That was rigged. When you looked at data before that election, like in the 90s, the 2000s, 70 to 80% wanted to be autonomous. They didn't want to be with either side. They had cultural affinity.
This is not true.
Dude, I took a class on this.
I can show you the numbers on this. I don't know what class you took back in the day.
Here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. This is going to break down to pro-Ukraine side versus pro-Russia side. How about this? How about we have a peace agreement, we recognize the material reality, and we avoid a nuclear war? Because if this goes on, there's a chance that a miscalculation happens that gets us all freaking killed.
Well, no, I agree. I agree. Wait, hold on. And just to be clear.
Because it sounds like you're kind of defending Russia overtly right now.
Okay, I understand. I understand, Kevin. I understand that, like, in a room full of, like, pro-Ukraine hawks, that, like, any argument I make is going to be seen as defending Russia. Okay, Hold on. I acknowledge.
I'm not a Ukraine hawk anymore, dude.
This fucking guy. I acknowledge the case that Russia absolutely is not innocent. That Russia absolutely has done bad things, and I'm not going to
not
defend
the annexation
of
Crimea.
Not Crimea.
Let him answer.
Wait. So I think that in Crimea there was justifications. That
what was the justification?
The justification was multiple-fold. First of all, Crimea overwhelmingly voted for Yanukovych, who was the president that was illegally couped and unconstitutionally removed by the Euromaidan armed revolution. And prior to Crimea's exit from Ukraine, there was UN polls done in Crimea going back multiple years, I think from like 2008 to 2011, maybe 2012 as well, in which the majority of Crimeans wanted to leave Ukraine and join Russia. There was a smaller percentage that wanted to become autonomous, and then the absolute smallest percentage wanted to stay part of Ukraine.
So the
yeah, but it was closer than that. The autonomous side was like it was either the majority or close to the majority. It depends on the year.
No, even if we granted you the numbers, if it came out that like 60% of Tijuana wanted to join the United States, would we be justified in invading Mexico and just annexing it?
So right. So this is hold on. No, the answer is not necessarily yes. I think that this is where things get a little bit messy, right? Because generally speaking, I would agree. But when you have a armed coup that removes a democratically elected president, and then you have a the Constitution completely ignored, like facially, right? 3/4 required to remove. They just completely ignored that provision. I think that there is a argument that, hey, if you don't let that autonomous region leave, or let that region leave, you're essentially taxation without representation, right? The U.S. left Britain for less.
Bro,
so here's the thing.
The U.S. left Britain for less. Now, the Civil War was unjustified because Lincoln absolutely won the election, and they wanted to leave for slaves, which is
would you agree? Would you agree though that none of this would have happened if Ukraine hadn't trusted the U.S. and Russia and just kept their nukes and become self-reliant? Like none of this would have happened if they had just gone their own way.
The Budapest Memorandum was shit anyway.
I don't think they ever would have kept their nukes.
Serious. Like this is why Iran pursues a nuclear program. This is why North Korea pursues a nuclear program, because they don't want to end up like Ukraine, right? Ukraine
have the capacity to fire
your nuke.
Did Ukraine have the capacity to fire those nukes that they had in their possession?
No, they didn't. No, they didn't.
Hundreds of ICBMs in their territory.
They didn't have the capacity to shoot them.
They were just leftover reserves.
It was controlled by the Supreme Soviet.
Most of them were built in Ukraine by Ukrainian engineers within the USSR, and it would have been. I'll say this: it would have been easier to reverse engineer the permissive action links that tied them to Moscow than to start a new nuclear program and missile program all over again. So when people say the codes were in Moscow, yeah, it's easier to break the codes than it is to do everything from scratch. That takes decades.
That's probably true. That's probably true. But the U.S. also didn't want Ukraine to have nukes. Like
that's what I'm saying. Don't trust the great powers. Go your own way. Had they pursued a policy of self-reliance, they would have had to spend more.
No, they're getting invaded on both sides if that happened.
No. That's not true. They had the third largest nuclear arsenal, and they would have been able.
They can't fire them yet. They can't fire them yet. They're getting invaded.
The warheads out of the missiles and use them as crude bombs. Even then, so
no. That's not how it works.
Let me just make a case for 5
Russia
seconds,
broke the agreement,
For 5 seconds, bro.
Ukraine, you just gonna let him talk to you like that?
Ukraine is spending 34% of their defense, their economy on defense right now, and they're in a massive war where they might not have a state anymore. Had they have gone their own way, said no to the U.S. and Russia, kept the nukes, they would have probably had to spend less than that, and they'd be at peace today. Look at this. They're spending the same amount as North Korea, yet one's at peace and the other's getting its ass kicked. So which position would you rather be in? Keep your nukes, right? Once you understand that logic, it makes the world a lot more clear in terms of why people do what they do. So as far as it stands right now, no, Ukraine's a victim of U.S. and Russian imperialism. So...
yeah, they weren't going to keep their nukes regardless, just to be clear.
What do you think the Ukrainian people think? I mean, what do you think the Ukrainian people think right now? That they should resist, that they're the victims of American imperialism or Russian imperialism?
Depends which ones you ask. Like the ones in the East, some of them will say that they're with Russia. A lot of them will say they're with the West. Most of the ones in the West will say they're with the West. Here's the problem. Even if Ukraine wins the war, and it's not looking like they're in that direction. Even if they do, the contracts are already in place. BlackRock owns that country. They're going to be permanent rental slaves to the global landlord of BlackRock.
Kevin, what the fuck are you talking about? What is happening? I can't follow the chain of logic.
You aren't aware of this. You aren't aware that BlackRock has contracts to rebuild
I don't think anyone's aware of this,
like 2
Kevin,
seconds
because
George Soros is behind all of it.
The problem is that you're not paying attention.
And he's got the weather machine, and he's saying the hurricanes in Florida.
And we only gave $750 to the
Okay, we're getting a little rowdy. Get a little rowdy. I think people have made their positions on this clear. I think we are well over the time. We're 3 hours and 45 minutes.
Oh wow!
So
Dylan, did you make that note about BlackRock?
I mean,
as a war journalist,
they're everywhere here. They own me, actually. I'm BlackRock controlled.
I want to hear your reaction afterwards, or
I'm not
tomorrow, Dylan.
Look, I'm happy to share my opinion after if Lactoid wants to hear, but I don't want to like. You're all debating Lactoid. There's no reason for me to also jump on like team anti-Lactoid here. But if like Lactoid can ask me if he wants to know my opinions. Anyway, we're gonna wrap up here and we're gonna give people a chance to outro. And let me just read some of these last questions here. I don't know if anybody's gonna respond to all of them because we've been just going for so long.
Yeah.
From TL1524, $5. Can anyone from the Lib and Learn Nothing panel answer a single question without running to their butt Trump insecurity blankets? It's pathetic.
Well, the thing about an election is that, really quick, the thing about an election is you have to compare and contrast both candidates. So I think when someone brings up something about Kamala and you think there's something worse about Trump, it kind of stands to reason that that would be relevant to bring up when you're comparing two people on who to vote for.
The episode of Black Mirror where you can like block someone IRL and you can't hear what they say and it kind of jumbles up their face. I feel like a lot of MAGA people get like that when you can give 2 hours of like substantive critique of Trump and they'll just accuse you of TDS. It's pretty amazing.
Yeah, MAGA cultists have the real TDS. Yeah, that is how elections work. And by the way, a vote counts just as much if you have an affirmative position on Kamala Harris or you just simply oppose Donald Trump. Eat shit.
Roasted.
Damn. Okay. Bizzo says $20. Why are we feeding the conservatives brain rot of open borders? Open border policy is literally what the word open means. We have the most restrictive border policy in our history. Effing stop the stupidity.
Yeah, 100%. Anyone who's saying that Joe Biden has open borders, it's fucking stupid. Or you have to admit that every single president in the history of the United States has had open borders. It's stupid.
Yeah, they have about 13 to 20 million undocumented migrants getting exploited.
No, Kevin needs to
I do think RC.
Kevin's got something to say.
RC?
No, I just wanted to make a point to the question.
Appreciated.
Can you just repeat the question really fast?
Oh, sure. 1 second. Let me find the question again.
BlackRock opened the border.
That wasn't BlackRock. It was.
Did,
sorry, you confused me. But yes, you're joking.
Kevin's.
Yeah, here it is. Why are we
right?
feeding the conservative brain rot of open borders? Open border policy is literally what the word open means. We have the most restrictive border policy in our history. Stop the stupidity.
So if we've had the most restrictive border policy in our history, why have there been more daily illegal immigrants entering the United States under Biden than under Trump?
Because the asylum
you guys can't get in your head causality.
Let me say this. Because the asylum laws were written decades ago, we have not updated them to reflect the current level of influx. If you want to address that problem, address the border with a comprehensive bill.
I want to hear RC respond here. 1 second. RC didn't get to talk much in this last topic.
Yeah, I was just gonna respond one more time to this. But if the asylum laws that you're saying were written decades ago, which I'm not contending that you're wrong, the same asylum laws were in practice during Trump's.
That's correct. And you were seeing record. Yes, and you were seeing record crossings
less
under
than
Trump.
under Biden.
Yeah, but there's no change in substantive policy.
Remain in Mexico.
There's no change.
Remain in Mexico. And you're so full of shit, Pisco. They weren't fair ever in history under Trump.
Are we going to be gaslit? This is one of the examples. We're going to be fucking gaslit by the Republicans on this panel.
No, you're gaslighting. You just said that Trump had record high migration levels, which is fucking wrong.
Hang on a second. At the time, he was posting, at least for certain years, he was posting record high crossings. Do you disagree with that?
Yes, absolutely. Go look at the fucking data from the
2019. In 2019, we saw the highest level of
it. Was not record. No, it wasn't.
Hold on. In 2019, we saw the highest level of border apprehension since like 2006. So on his watch, he was seeing a massive spike. It did go up further under Biden, but Biden is beholden to the same asylum laws that Trump was. Is the point that
what's critical is
Cam, you respond quick, then we'll throw it back over to Pisco, and then we got to move on because I would like to go to bed. It is like
so there
5 a.m.
was
for me.
There was a large spike under Trump in 2019. This is true, and I'm not going to contest it. That's for encounters, which does not account for gotaways or like how many of them were actually held within the system and not let go. But in addition to that, during the Trump years, for the majority of them, all of them actually, except 2019. So what happens, like migration happens in waves. So you have your on season, your off season, there's a peak and there's a dip every single year. So for the majority of Trump's administration, his peaks were below the dips of every prior year. So it was 2019. There was a spike. Yeah, it doesn't account for gotaways. I don't know what you're trying to argue here, Pisco.
I can just point you to the overall numbers. You can look at.
Yeah, I'm looking. It's right in front of me. I've got the graph in front of me.
The trend is going up, and it goes up under Donald Trump as well. And if you see
wrong. No, it doesn't.
Right at the tail end of his administration, it's happening as well.
No.
I'll just point you directly to the numbers. I'm
looking at Department of Border Protection. I've got it right in front of me. Yep,
yeah, so I will provide that. You guys can follow my Twitter. I'll post the numbers at some point. But just to be 100% clear, and in terms of substantive policy, the Immigration Nationality Act, the last time that was substantively like amended was by Bill Clinton. That made it more and more restrictive. It is the case that we continue to have the same laws that are restrictive. It is incredibly hard. It is incredibly hard to immigrate to this country. Anyone who tells you otherwise is lying. And the Remain in Mexico policy is marginal. It's 30,000 people at most, 30, 40,000 people. We're talking about millions of people, and that reality is a result because more people are coming. Millions of people are coming, and that is just not a result of quote unquote open borders. It's a result of the reality that's a big fucking border, a lot of people coming.
Yeah, so the encounters under Trump for the majority of his years were under 50,000, which is generally going to be the dip of most other years prior, at least going back to January of 2000. There was, again, a spike in 2019, but okay, BFD, there was more encounters. That doesn't account for like gotaways or how many of them are actually being detained and not let go and appearing for the court dates. So
comparing apples to apples, I'm comparing the same metrics.
Yeah, you're right. I am comparing apples to apples. You're absolutely right.
I'm comparing apples to apples. And so anything when you're saying it doesn't account for this, it's the same thing is true of the Biden numbers as the Trump numbers in that track.
Okay. Last one from Bad Company, 316. $5. Yo, Dylan, I've been waiting for you to debate a magatard on Ukraine, lol. I think after the segment, you can at least correct any misinformation. You can go check out any of my other content. My main journalism stuff is on Dylan Burns TV. You can check out any of my embeds with soldiers or conversation with Ukrainians. I'm going to actually be recording another Ukrainian React this weekend, so you can check that out. But, if anybody here wants to talk to me about it at any time, I'm very available. I'm easy to find. I'm not difficult to find. Somewhere in Ukraine at all times, but about. Okay, that's about it. So I think we're going to wrap it up. Thank you to everybody for coming on. This was a marathon. It went longer than I expected, but it was because you were all very passionate. You were all very feisty. Oh, while there were a few name calls, a few stupids here, and a few dummy idiots there, or whatever. A few dirty Canucks there. But I think generally speaking, it was within the reins of what would be considered gracious discussion in our current political climate. Okay, maybe if it was a different age, but in our current political climate, it wasn't too toxic, all things considered. So I want to thank you guys for coming on. We're going to go around the room and we're going to have everybody do outros where they can shout out their stuff, say what projects they're working on, and of course, give any finishing thoughts that they wanted to give on the last topic. Thank you all for coming on. You didn't have to, and I appreciate it deeply. So we're going to throw it over to Econoboy to be our first wrap-up.
I see. I wasn't prepared for this. Okay, guys, listen. First of all, great discussion. Kevin, your political transformation we should write a book about it or something. Last I spoke to you, you were a liberal hawk that wanted to invade like every Middle Eastern country. It's truly probably a fascinating journey. It was. It's been a while since we've talked. I'm sure it's a fascinating story though. But guys, it was great talking to you all. It was a good discussion. I wish we talked more about welfare policy, tax policy. At least that's kind of the stuff that I'm most passionate about. However, other than that, I'm posting this link. All right, I'm posting this link in all of your chats. I don't know where the conservatives stream. Okay, guys, go to that poll. It's on the Three Wonks Twitter. I need to beat the liberal host Micah in our policy tournament. If you care about, I guess Biden winning or something, or if you hate Biden, whatever, just vote for social democratic policies on that poll. Guys, I need this. Okay, I need this in my life to win this tournament against Micah. He's a filthy centrist, like neoliberal. I need to win. Please go and click on that link and vote for social democratic policies. I beg you. Okay, don't subscribe to Live and Learn. Don't subscribe to Econoboy. I don't care. I just care that you vote in that poll. For God's sakes, guys. All right. Thanks for having me, Dylan. It was fun.
I'm writing in Jill Stein. Cam Higbee.
Yeah, this was a fun hippy dippy. So I'm working on right now a border trip, as I mentioned a couple times. We're going to do a very flushed out documentary in Del Rio, Eagle Pass, and a couple other places in Texas. I've been there once, filmed a documentary. Now I'm doing another one. We're going to interview a lot of the folks who are working on Operation Lone Star, some sheriffs, National Guard officials, Border Patrol agents, stuff like that. And we're going to do ride-alongs. We're going to have like 5 cameras. Each of us are going to have a GoPro strapped to our chest. We're going to have GoPro strapped to the car. We're going to have 2 drones. It's going to be insane. So definitely check that out. It's going to be on my YouTube, just Cam Higbee, or it's going to be on the Today is America website. That's my employer, Today is America. Awesome news and commentary website. Other than that, I do a lot of infiltration of stupid leftist encampments, pro-Palestine encampments. I go undercover. I take pictures of all the hammer and sickles all around their stuff. I get them on camera saying that they're hunting for Jews on their campus to harass. And I post that stuff all on my Twitter or my X. It'll never stick, at Cam Higbee. So thanks for having me, Dylan. It was a pleasure as always. Pisco, don't take anything too personal. Love you, bro. And yeah, that's my closing.
Thank you very much. Cam will also be joining me on a month-long embed with Azov in the Serbinitsky Forest in the near future, where we'll be living on the front line, surviving on nothing but what we can find in the burnt-out forest.
I'm down, Dylan. You're going to have to get approval from the girlfriend, though.
Okay. We're throwing it over to Hutch.
Yeah, Cam, Lactoid, it was good to see you guys again. Kevin and RC, it was nice to meet you guys. I'm active on Twitch. I usually go Sunday through Thursday, starting around noon Pacific till around 6 Pacific, give or take. I just restarted my YouTube channel, so I'm doing a lot of political content there, daily videos on youtube.com/Hutch, onlyfans.com/Hutch for some racy pictures. And yeah, thanks for having me on the panel.
Wow.
That last one's a work in progress, but we're launching soon.
You could recognize those feet anywhere.
Pondering politics.
Yeah, it was fun. It was a good, lively conversation. You can find me at youtube.com/@ponderingpolitics, one word. And yeah, it was good sparring with you guys. And thanks for the invitation, Dylan. And also check out Hutch's OnlyFans.
Happy to have you. I know Pondering will. Lactoid.
Yeah, if you like what I had to say, you could find me at Lactoid TV. That's LACTOID TV. Overall, I think this is a great discussion. I want to thank all of you for talking with me. Thank you, Dylan, for inviting me. I just to be absolutely clear here, I know at the end, it made me. I was sort of perceived to be, I guess, shilling for one particular side, but
by the way, I will say the last donation we got was $5 from Demaculus saying, Lactoid, what time is it in Moscow? So I don't think they got that impression.
Okay, good, yeah. But really, it's not that. I'm simply trying to add nuance to, I think, what is a very complicated situation. I understand that there's a lot of nuance here, and that, I mostly just want to see peace, right? Right now in the world, I think that's what we need. I don't like to see people, getting blown up. I've seen plenty of videos of that on X now that Elon Musk owns it, and it's pretty horrific. So I'd like to see less of that. Again, thanks, guys.
Have you tried putting down your phone?
I can't do that. Come on, Jesus Christ.
Fair enough. We're going to throw it over to Kevin Castley.
Yeah, thanks, Dylan. So it was good to be here. Give a brief wrap up on my position on this topic. So look, as we've been talking through other stuff, this comes down to finite material resources. Look, nobody's going to look out for you. You got to make your own country great again. All this trouble in Ukraine could have been averted had they held on to their nuclear weapons and pursued a policy of self-reliance. With the situation at the border in the US as well as in Canada, look, they're brain draining the developing world, take the best and brightest out of there so that they can come and work as janitors and pick strawberries here. They avoid revolutions in the developing world, and they alienate and cause chaos with workers in the developed world. It's divide and conquer 101. And so here's the deal. Mexico, they're making it great again. El Salvador, they're making it great again. We got to make Canada great, right? I call my channel Superpower Broadcasting. I want to make Canada a superpower. Here's the thing. Nobody's going to do it for you. They're just going to be there to exploit you. Look at what they did. Ukraine got messed over by Russia, got messed over by the US. If you're not going to look out for yourself, nobody's going to look out for you. And if you understand that, understand why countries will pursue the interests that they do. So here's the thing. Follow me over on YouTube at Superpower Broadcasting, on Twitch Superpower Broadcasting, and I'm on X at Kevin Castley. I do spaces over there. If you go on my YouTube and stuff, you're not going to see that much anymore. I nuked about 1,100 videos recently, but I am on a new era. We are going to be doing 2 series of streams. We're going to do one where we go through all the great theorists like Hegel and stuff and read their stuff, and the other one, more of a comedy show, where we just make fun of the absolutely clown world state of the Canadian economy. And we advocate for people-centered politics and public housing and that sort of stuff. So that's Kevin Castley. Thanks. And to everybody here, it's been a good debate. Don't take anything personally. I like debates. I'm open to debating everybody one-on-one in the future. This was a lot of fun. Take care.
Okay. Also, I will say, well, they were asking me to fact check stuff. I don't want to fact check too much. I did find that UN data, and I did pull it up. Here's what it was in 2011, for anyone that's curious. 41% of Crimeans wanted to become part of the Russian Federation. 19.1 said stay in Ukraine with greater autonomy. What's interesting here, though, it then breaks down. It's 19.1% stay in Ukraine with greater autonomy, 12.4% stay in Ukraine with same level, 6.1% become a normal region of Ukraine, 2% become a region under the direct control of the president. So these are the ones who's like, hurrah. Then there's another tiny bit is stay in Ukraine. And if you add it all together, it's roughly like 40% to 41%. So within like...
So I was right.
So it's about... Do you disagree with... Okay, well...
So I was right.
I'll take a look at it again. I'll take a look at it again.
It's fine. With 11% saying become an independent state. So basically, it seems like...
Kevin.
Well, I'm not saying anyone was wrong. I'm just reading the data. That's all I'm doing. I'm just the data man. Okay. Throwing it over to Pisco, who's been on Hippy Dippy a million times, but has never invited me on his podcast.
Oh, which one? Live and Learn? That's my only podcast, and I just started it, and I'm not in charge, but I will be. And
yes, you are. As a matter of fact, we told him recently that he is in charge of all the guests, and he's specifically.
Wow.
Was it an esoteric legal theory that got in there?
We'll invite Dylan. We'll invite Dylan for a special episode of Live and Learn. Listen. The Constitution is under attack. It's under attack by people who are trying to gaslight you about the previous attempts to steal the 2020 election. If you take anything from this debate, take this. The people who are willing to vote for Donald Trump and Vance are willing to set aside the fact that they tried to steal the election in 2020, or sorry, that Trump did, and that Pence stopped him, and that Vance said that he wouldn't stop him. That is the most important issue in this country. Centuries of Americans have bled. We've had a civil war to protect this union, and it can't all be in vain. Absolutely, people's day-to-day policies matter, and on that front, you will get strong defenses, in my opinion, from the Live and Learn crew, from liberals generally. But the foundation of our country must be protected above all. It is the first constitutional republic, and it is the beacon upon, I think, the international community, and one that is worth preserving. I really enjoy these panels, because especially this one, because it's very interesting to have Kevin, who has had this like reawakening that I find actually very interesting, and like I do want to probe it more. And at times you'll see friction between him and then like the other more conservative, maybe some populist, maybe not some not as populist. So I think it's very useful to suss out some of these different opinions and where there can be sometimes a little bit of a horseshoe. And I do think that there's a lot of alignment between me, Josiah, Hutch, and Econoboy, but don't take that to mean necessarily that everyone who supports Kamala thinks the same way. We happen to align because we're on a podcast. We think very similarly. There are some things on which we disagree, but I do recognize the fact that on this particular panel, it sounded like we're all very aligned. I think it's because we're addressing a lot of meat and potatoes issues that are true, I think, distinguishers and who supports America as we see it, and not so much the kind of nuances that, you know, Josiah and I might get in a fight into on Live and Learn or something like that. But it was a pleasure to talk. I certainly don't take anything seriously. I hate MAGAism, but those of you who are on the panel, including Cam, including Kevin, including Lactoid and RC, no hard feelings, and let's do it again sometime.
Thank you all for coming on to today's show, and for everybody for being a good sport.
Did RC get the goodbye or no?
Yeah, no, it's all right.
Wait, you gotta give
RC.
I
thought you got an outro. Did you not get an outro? Did I skip RC?
No, I guess you were saving the
typical
best for last. That's all right.
anti-Christian discrimination and left-wing circles. Who would have thought
he
it?
Ignored me for the intro, RC. So he's just a dick.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Yeah.
That's exactly what it is.
Yeah.
RC, you want to outro us? You want to lead us out?
Sure thing. So I'd like to extend a thank you for you inviting me to your platform as well. I appreciate that. It was good meeting most of you. I know Cam. I don't know if I know anybody else. So as I stated in my opening originally, I'm a Christian conservative content creator. I think that it's necessary, at least for the conservative standard, to reestablish the Christian standard that we always were. I think that we should look to why our forefathers were so successful, not only in building our country, but in their marriages and in raising families. It's because they surrendered to the authority of God. And if there's one thing I could leave anybody watching with is to reach out to our Savior, Jesus Christ. And I'm not saying that ironically. It's sad to see us push away God in this country. And we're seeing the repercussions of that. We're seeing the repercussions of what happens when this nation that always surrendered to God, one nation under God, right, is pushing away the authority of him, and we see what happens after that. So, hey guys, like I said, I appreciate it, and leave it at that.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for coming on. Thanks everybody to being a good sport and for taking such a large time out of their Friday, which I know is an important day for many people, and spending it on today's show. You all have a blessed weekend and try not to party too hard. Okay, everybody? Have a good one. Bye-bye.
Have a good one.
Bye.
My goodness, boys. Look at that. Look at that. Fantastic show tonight. What did you guys think of tonight's show? What did you guys think of tonight's show?